gold. We've been just leaving all over the place. And
hey, everybody, we're officially live. And let's catch you up to date right now, as you can see it. The NPR page has it Biden 131, Trump 98 with 309 reporting. I am joined by my colleagues here, my partners in crime, as I show the board from a different perspective. There's me on the left. In the middle is Mr. Laspinoso and Bill Carroll. And we've got invitations out to other Zennie62 people. Oh, and I might add that I also extended an invitation to none other than this man, who was our our guest earlier.
Sorry, I'm doing a live stream. Hold on.
And this man, who was the main star witness for, you guessed it, Robert Mueller. He was on earlier, and he's maybe back for our party, Rick Gates. So I have informed him that we are heavily Democratic, and he says after being grilled by the courts, he can pretty much take anything, although I'm not looking for him to be grilled here. He's a good man, and I'm glad that we've got a new friend in Rick Gates. So he may be popping his head in a little later.
Is he on Twitter?
No, he's not. No, he's not a big social media guy like you'd expect, you know. So let's go back to where we were with NPR and the NPR numbers, and then I'll turn to our resident political expert, not named Bill Gates, but named Bill Carroll. And Bill, catch us up. Yeah, and then catch us up with where we are in your point of view.
So before we went live, we were all sort of playing with the election map, and we all, want to be our own version of John King with the whole, well, I'm going to go and show you Hamilton County, But the fact is that there's a lot of talk about TV ad buys and all this stuff. I've worked on a lot of political campaigns, and here's what it really comes down to. Your actual, on the ground, get out the vote effort. How many little old ladies, how many, retired whatevers, how many school teachers, how many farmers, doctors, whatevers do you have that you can get to phone bank, that you can get to give people rides, that you can get to remind 8 people, right? Each person reminds 8 people, hey, make sure you get out and vote. Mm-hmm. And a lot of times that gets overlooked because people want to talk about these big, lofty strategic things. And this is something where I believe that Biden and his people will prove to be superior to the Hillary Clinton campaign, who I frankly think believed the hype, believed that, okay, well, we saw how this wave sort of followed Obama, the first black president, and he was carried to victory. And what they seemed to not realize was how great an organization on the ground that they had built. And so in certain states, and I can tell you this from actual hands-on experience, they had a minimal presence and sort of hoped that, once again, that television and everything, other things, and the history of a first woman president and all this stuff would make up for it. No, nothing makes up for not having your ground game. Nothing makes up for it. Nothing makes up for it. And so I don't think that's been left a chance. I think we've seen a very smart apportioning of resources, both monetary and human, by the Biden campaign at the target states that they know they need to win. And obviously, like I said, I may be cautiously pessimistic because of 2016. I do believe that Biden will win, and I do believe that he'll get there perhaps even sooner than later, which would be great because I can get some sleep. I want to stay up all night. But
stay up all night with you guys. I have no issue with that.
So here's the things that obviously we always talk about. Well, the West Coast, right? He's going to dominate. He's going to take the whole three, right? Washington, Oregon, California, which by itself gives you a pretty good sort of buttress, a pretty good sort of, bulwark, a good sort of, because he's going to get obviously, nailed in some of those flyover states, as some people call them, where for whatever reason people strongly identify with Trump. And some of it is the air, the style, the sizzle, the whatever term you want to use. They admire this person who they somehow see as a kindred spirit, even though I promise you he would have nothing to do with them, but they don't see that. For whatever reason, they feel close to him, though I promise you he doesn't feel close to them. And it's funny because you hear people use terms like, Northeastern elites. Like, do you not know where he's from? Do you not know where he went to school? Do you not know who his friends are? Like, it's so funny that these people feel this kinship with this man. I promise you, has no regard for them. And, doesn't even see them as people he would. When you see in the midst of a global pandemic, the lack of even sort of common sense, restrictions or safety protocols that were in place at some of his rallies, it's clear he sees these people as expendable.
Absolutely. I mean, have you even seen the statistics that there were like major outbreaks of COVID that's taking place? Hell, 700 people died as a result of this.
Yes, the term is super spreader event. Yes, Vinny.
Yes.
These were super spreader events.
New Hampshire is the projected winner for Joe Biden.
Yeah. Okay. We could just give him pretty much all those New England states if you just want to go ahead and do that.
Oh, even Maine, the whole entire state at this point.
And we've got let's see here. I'm looking at two different areas. This is the other one. This is the ABC News one. That's the NPR. So I'll swap out the NPR one for ABC so you can see a different perspective that's a bit more conservative. Looks like here, Raphael Warnock is ahead of Kelly Loeffler and Doug Collins. Woo!
Yeah, that would be exciting. That would be super exciting. If they can avoid a runoff.
Oh, you see that?
Well, that's the question: is can
Warnock
they avoid
is ahead of Collins and Loeffler. Warnock is ahead of Collins and Loeffler.
That's good.
Yeah.
Man.
Look at all these folks not wearing masks. I'm watching the local telecast here. They're not wearing masks. Yeah. Warnock is ahead of Loeffler and Collins.
Well, yeah, because they hadn't gotten.
Well, for
they didn't have a lot of that Georgia vote. I told you, like DeKalb County, they take a long time.
Well, half the votes are in already.
Yeah, but they
Yeah.
just came in. That's good.
Yeah.
Because I think the Democrats may win Georgia.
I think Warnock, yeah, that would be exciting. But look, there's nobody met. Look, that's Kelly Loeffler's place, folks. I don't have my portable camera to show you, but there's nobody wearing a mask. Not even the announcer for Channel 2 here has a mask on. That's a dangerous place to be. I'm sorry, there's no mask. No, nobody behind her either.
Yeah, I wish I could say I was surprised, but I'm not.
I wish I could say I'm not sick, but I'm sick. Huh?
Let's not talk about the mask.
Oh. Oh my gosh. Let's hear what they're saying here. Let's see here.
I know one thing. I'm scared to death.
That's Warnock. He's got ain't no stopping us now. Now he's got a mask. This guy's got a mask on at the Warnock camp.
Right.
Yeah.
That's why I'm so upset. I mean, people don't understand this pandemic.
Mm-mm.
This man wins the election, we're going to all die. Oh.
My mom says if Trump wins the election, we'll all die. So
Hard to argue that point.
is ahead of John Ossoff, 55-42, with some libertarian named Shane Hazel. Who cares?
Also, big news: the Democrats are going to take control of the House, as we all expected.
Woo! I want the House.
The House,
Senate.
the House wasn't even really in play.
Yeah, I want the House and Senate. I want both.
Yeah.
Well, House is good. Senate, I think, is close. I think they're gonna.
Yeah, John Marks.
Hey, Marks, YouTube check. Jamie win both House and Senate. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's certainly in play, and that's the thing. I mean, it's going to be close. I'll be interested to see how Mark Kelly does. We were talking about Arizona earlier. Obviously, an astronaut, and of course, the husband of former Senator what was
John Kelly.
Thank you.
No.
Thank you. Yes.
Chris Kelly.
Yeah.
Chris Kelly, right?
Yeah. If Mark Kelly wins, first of all, that'll be another move towards taking the Senate, but also it'll be interesting to see.
He's the astronaut.
Yes, and the husband of Giffords former Congressman Giffords.
That's right. Yeah, he should win.
Well, yes, he should. Once again, I've learned not to count, etc. But I think first of all, I think he's run a really good campaign for someone who's been around politics but has never done politics. I mean, he's gone to events, he's introduced his wife, he's done things, but once again, it's like watching surgery is very different from performing surgery. So he's done a pretty good job of making the move from being, obviously a person who's very trained and disciplined as an astronaut, but figuring out how to navigate politics, which is not always quite so logical or sensible, scientific, and things like that, as working in, aeronautical engineering might be.
Now we've got Colorado. Now some have actually called Colorado for Biden. 79
and some have not. So
79% of the votes are in. So if we do a little math and figure the difference between them.
Yeah, Biden should win Colorado.
Right. So they should. So if he wins Colorado, that should add. The thing about this ABC deal map is they don't tell you how many
electoral college votes. Yeah,
votes are tied to it. Whereas, which is really stupid because they actually add it up here at the top, but they don't break it down by state. Isn't that stupid?
Yeah,
you would think that. Where are they? I mean, this is one I can just easily find on Google Images, and it tells me what states there.
Yeah, let's go to see
how many electoral votes. See, simple as that. Meanwhile, ABC News, a subsidiary of the Walt Disney Company, can't even be bothered to do that.
Now, CNN has it 94 for Biden, 72 for Trump. And let's see if their map is any better. We're going on a map tour, folks.
Better.
Right. Yep.
Better.
Okay, there it is. Biden wins New Mexico.
Which is what, 2?
No, it's 5.
New Mexico is that's 5.
5. Oh, okay. You go to New Mexico. All right.
So there's no interactive map here, or if there is, the only interactive map they have is the one John King is playing with. So much for that. Let me just go to Google.
Hey, John, let us share a little bit about that fun. That looks fun on the board.
Oh,
the magic
board. You
board.
can tell he's having the time of his life.
Here is
the time of his life.
Associated Press.
Yeah, this is Google sourcing this AP. They have Biden 131, Trump 108, but they haven't added
Colorado. No, they did Colorado.
They haven't added Arizona, and they just added New Mexico for Biden. Utah is for Trump. It only represents 6 electoral votes.
Yeah. Yep.
So Trump's got a long way to go to catch him.
Yep.
So, yeah.
If I were working for the Trump campaign,
Ohio won't get it for him.
Thank God I'm not. But so here's what the path would have to be. You have to get Ohio, obviously.
Yeah.
You have to get Pennsylvania. So you get Ohio and Pennsylvania, and you get either Wisconsin or Michigan. Then you get all of these states, right? You get Idaho, you get Utah, you get Montana, you get you need Nevada also. You would also need Nevada, and you have to hold on to Texas, obviously.
You said Trump needs Nevada?
Trump needs. Here's what.
Let me
Trump
see what's going on in Nevada.
Trump needs Nevada, Texas, either Michigan or Wisconsin, Ohio, and Pennsylvania, as well as the states where he's already leading, and Florida, obviously, right? In Florida, he has to have Florida. Those are things he has to have. If he needs all of them, basically. If one of those doesn't come through, he's probably cooked.
Okay, so we got Nevada Supreme Court rejects Trump campaign emergency request to limit mail ballot counting in Clark County.
Yeah, they've been trying to do that all over the place. They tried it. I mean, they went to the court in 4 states, I think, to try to limit the counting.
Yeah, they killed that one.
Loser.
Yeah, if you think you're going to, if you're headed to glorious victory, you probably aren't doing that. So he has a lot of bravado for a guy who clearly doesn't believe what he's trying to sell us.
Oh,
or else you wouldn't be out here dispatching people into courts trying to halt voting.
Trump is the personification of smoke and mirrors. He is literally the poster child. He is the ultimate smoke and mirror charade.
Yes, right. Well, hence
Trump University. University.
Right. And his book, Art of the Sham. I mean, deal. Which
I have that book, I'll have you know, sir.
Real author Tony Schwartz.
I'll have you know I have that book. North Carolina, 92% reporting Trump is ahead by, it's 49, not much.
It's going to be close. That's another state that's what they call a purple state, where North Carolina can be had for national elections, but it's still very strongly, in terms of statewide elections, it's very strongly conservative. It's very, once again, there's a few states like that, what they call purple states, that very often, that sometimes go national, Democrat for national elections, but statewide, and once again, down to demographics and gerrymandering, the joys of gerrymandering. So because of the joys of gerrymandering, they still have a very strongly Republican state house. But when it comes to national elections, where you don't have to worry about, them carving it up to basically minimize the impact of minority voters, you do see them sometimes going, the thing about states like my home state, Virginia, and North Carolina, and they're very similar states in a lot of ways. Culturally, the demographics are very similar. The major industries are fairly similar. The big difference between the two is that because of Northern Virginia, which is greatly influenced by DC, there's at least one sort of center of one sort of highly educated. I mean, there's highly educated people in North Carolina, don't get me wrong, but there's not that same concentration. Even though Duke University, North Carolina State, North Carolina, NCA&T, and others do represent that sort of corridor, as they call it, the research corridor in North Carolina around Raleigh, Durham, that area. And Charlottesville is one of the fastest growing American cities as well, with a fair number of highly educated individuals. But North Carolina as a whole, doesn't have anything like what Northern Virginia is, which is a very highly educated, mostly people who work in DC in some shape, form, or fashion, but happen to live in Virginia. McLean, Annandale, Falls Church, Alexandria, all that stuff up there, up I-95 on the way to Washington, D.C. And so because of that, and that's why even when Trump had this big lead in Virginia, I knew that wasn't going to hold because they hadn't counted those counties that surround the DC area yet. And as soon as they counted those, As soon as they counted those, his lead in Virginia dissipated. And of course, the Tidewater, where I'm from, is another area that's fairly strongly Democratic as well. So Virginia is a sandwich, politically speaking, right? You have all this up here that's strongly Democratic, and then down on the seaboard is strongly Democratic, and then the rest of Virginia is mostly Republican in terms on the localized level. And then obviously in Florida, you have sort of an interesting, well, it's somewhat similar in that you have Broward, Miami-Dade County, which are strongly Democratic, but especially on the local level, but because of the fear of communism, or even anything that vaguely resembles communism, they're able to sometimes galvanize a lot of the immigrant vote from places like Venezuela, places like Cuba, and other places as well, but especially those two places are so strongly frightened by anything that they can be sort of, I don't want to say buffaloed, but they have been encouraged, once again, sometimes to vote against their own interest, but by basically just the fear of communism. And also they're strongly Catholic, and so there's also a pro-life bent to it as well. But in the mid-Atlantic states, and the quote-unquote New South, you have these younger educated people who are in their sort of bubble, I guess, for lack of putting it. And then the rest of these states, are very different in terms of their composition and political leanings and things like that. And so you see that particularly in the South. It doesn't happen quite as much in other parts of the country. Is rural Massachusetts more conservative than the Boston area? Yes, but it's not as strongly dichotomized. It's not as dramatically different. Pat Robertson. So here's a fun fact.
Oh no!
By the way, CNN said that CNN gave Utah to Trump.
Well, that's not really a surprise. That's the shock would be if they didn't give. I mean, Utah is another state that, even though the demographics are shifting because there's more Latinos moving into Utah, but for the most part, it's still one of the whitest states in the union. Very conservative, and obviously has a very large Mormon population.
Biden actually doesn't need Utah, though.
No, yeah, he does. We already gave Utah to Trump. I mean, that wasn't a state where they spent no time, they spent no money. There's no reason to spend time and money on Utah if you're a Democratic president or running for president as a Democrat.
Utah, however, is a very important coal state that is relying on coal shipments to be done out of California to reach markets that it needs. Otherwise, more people are going to get laid off. So Utah has a battle between Republicans who are Republican because they're part of the coal and mining industry, but then also you have Democrats there and also Republicans that would lean Democrat who are on the side of what they say is clean energy and are quite actively working against them.
Right.
The monetary expenditures, in terms of economic development, really fall along the lines of Democrat, Republican. Republicans actually advanced financing that would go and help the Oakland Bulk and Oversized Terminal, which is co-developed by one of our clients, Inside Terminal Solutions, which is how I know so much about this whole thing. So it's an interesting dynamic when you start drilling down to some degree outside of social issues, why a particular state might be Democrat or Republican. In Utah's case, their battles are very much along economic lines, and they're really played out in the Utah legislature.
Right. Well, that's the local stuff. I'm just saying nationally in elections, because it's an incredibly white, though not quite as much as it used to be. Like I said, there's been an influx of Pacific Islanders and Latinos, so it's beginning to, brown up a little bit around the edges.
But there's a lot of interracial dating there. Come on now.
Not enough to really make much of an impact. I mean, it's not about the flip the state. I'll put it that way.
Contraire, Pierre.
No, now maybe in 30 years we might be talking about something, but no, it's
there
still
are black Republicans. You realize that, right?
Oh yeah, I do realize that. I'm
Anyone
from
remember
Virginia.
Alan Keyes?
Zennie, of
You
course.
remember Alan Keyes, Bill?
What was that?
Remember Alan Keyes?
Well, you don't have to.
I remember.
Far.
Alan Keyes is a friend, actually. Yeah.
You don't have to go back that far. You know.
Well, the reason why I know about him is because of his cameo on Borat.
Oh, okay.
What?
There's
he made a cameo on Borat.
If you like black Republicans named Alan, there's Alan West. There's plenty of.
I didn't even think about that.
There's plenty of them out there. Now, and my grandfather, right, he was a Republican. I mean, largely because Lincoln freed the slaves. But, my grandfather was born in 1897. So he had a very different read of things. He remembers that it was the Republican Party that if they could vote, if you grew up in Arkansas in the turn of the century, born in 1897, the Democratic Party is not your friend. So,
see, I'm turning ABC. ABC had Trump ahead of Biden in terms of electoral votes, and I know that's not true. So I'm going to turn away from them because that's BS. So, close election. Maybe it come down to Arizona, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. I agree there.
Yep.
So they have 98 Biden, 95 Trump. I wonder why. Okay, so how come that? Look, Google has 131 Biden, 108 Trump. It's like they're trying to make it closer than it is.
Well, it's because some of them are using different models, as I'm sure you already know, Zennie. So,
or is it because it's television? They want to keep you watching, and they don't want they want to.
I mean, some of them have more conservative, and some have more aggressive modeling. So the ones with the more aggressive,
some of them have more conservative investors.
Well, probably that too, but that's not how they're doing the calculations. They actually have models that are using a different set of algorithms, and some of them have.
Which they can hide behind in case the president happens to get on the hotline and call and say, what the blank is going on here.
Like, for instance, on CNN, they only have them separated by 3. But if you just look on Google, you'll realize that it's a lot further away than that.
That's exactly my point. My point is, why not just show the more reliable Google numbers and say it's Google, right? Why are they choosing to show these ones that are closer together and ultimately pan out, hey, that it is actually in favor of Biden? It's an interesting question to ask. And the reason why I push back with the whole algorithm thing is because, look, I remember the first time I had an argument with somebody regarding the impact of an algorithm on statistics. And that was before she was Yahoo CEO and she was Google engineer, and that was Marissa Mayer. It wasn't an argument. It was a discussion that I had with her at the now that they've given Illinois to Joe Biden. Joe Biden won Illinois.
Yeah. Well, that's
Illinois and Biden.
That's already counted here, though, folks. See,
Missouri, same thing with Missouri.
They've already counted Missouri here. They just use Google. See, so Biden is ahead 118 to 105. The way CNN's going to go, they're going to catch up to the map that we're already looking at.
Well, that's what I just said, Zennie. They're using a more it's not as aggressive, a set of numbers. That's why
because they don't want the president calling them. They want, they're like, because they know the president watches television. Okay. And they know he's like calling the heads of Turner, like, what the blank are you doing? I'm doing better. Doggone it. So they're doing everything they can to appease him. And they say Michigan is too early to call.
Yeah, and it is. It's good. That's when there are going to be some that will be very tight. Texas is going to be tight. Michigan's going to be tight. It's going to take Florida. It's going to be tight.
Pennsylvania, I think, is golden, man.
Pennsylvania, is going to be tight, but I think Biden pulls it out. I think that's the key. My birth state, the state of my birth, the Keystone State, I think will be the state that pulls it out.
Has anyone looked at Pennsylvania to see what was covered? Does that represent so far Philadelphia? And where's Pittsburgh in all this?
Okay, so Allegheny County,
All right,
which is where Pittsburgh's located, is leaning Trump.
Georgia's 59%, by the way.
Yeah, but is leaning Trump. But Bucks County and obviously the city of Philadelphia and the collar counties, the ones that are closest to Philadelphia, are all leaning Biden, and they're more populous. Though Allegheny County is fairly populous, it's like the third most populous county in the state. So it's going to come down to turnout. And I think they had pretty good turnout, particularly in terms of early voting. I think it'll be enough to carry Biden through, but it's going to be very close. And as you probably know, Pennsylvania is notoriously known for being a slow counting state anyway. So it's going to take a while.
And we've got Mr. John King is saying here now. Arizona, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin.
Yeah, well, that's
he's going through his little thingy there. The Georgia presidential race: Trump 1.7 million, Biden 1.3 million. Wow, that's close. That's close.
Hey guys, want to say hi to all my roommates?
Oh, hey, how are you?
hey,
What your roommates? What's your roommate's name?
Jesse.
Oh, hey, Jesse, how you doing? Nice to meet you.
There's Zennie and there's Bill. Say hi to both of them.
Hey, so
Zennie.
Jesse,
Yeah.
what do you think of this whole?
He's from Maryland.
Oh, he's from Maryland. Okay, so what do you think of the election, Jesse? What did he say, Vinny?
He said it's closer than he thought. He wished for he and I wished for like that Biden had a greater lead, and even though CNN has to catch up with Google, like right now but we still think that Biden will win, but it's a lot of anxiety still. I mean, we still remember 2016.
Oh.
Yeah. What part of Maryland?
From DC, right outside of DC.
Where did he say, Vinny?
Right outside of DC.
Oh, okay.
Right outside of DC.
Like Silver Springs?
Yes.
So are you a fan of the Washington football team? What did he say?
He's a big Wizards fan.
The Wizards, yes. The Wizards of West Unseld, if I'm not mistaken, when they were
Wes Unseld, that's the greatest player, and he died this year. Very
Rest in peace. The great Wes Unseld. Yeah, absolutely.
MVP, Finals MVP. Yeah. Was he also Rookie of the Year?
I don't know that. I have to look that one up.
Gotta look that one.
I'll defer to you. So yeah,
and probably the greatest sub 6'8" center in the history of the game.
Yeah.
No idea that he was. I always thought he was like 7 feet. I never knew he was that short.
Yeah. Well, see, that's why you come to Zennie62. You get all the information that you didn't know. All the trivial, seemingly meaningless, but later in life information and data that will just possibly save your life.
Well, it might save your life. For instance, like
Nice meeting you guys.
Nice to meet you too, man.
Oh, there we go. Now I can hear
it. That's Jesse. Dan's in the other room.
Now here's class right here. Yeah, I like Trump, but if Biden wins, I'll back him and wish him the best. Yeah, that's kind of a double negative. Yeah, I like Trump. What?
I like Trump. Not. Like from Wayne's World.
There's so many different ways. Yeah, it's like
Mike Myers is saying that.
Right. It's like the whole "What's that up in the road ahead? What's that up in the road ahead?" I mean, it's the same words. It all comes down to where you place the emphasis.
Hey, Daniel. I mean, look, we're not. Look. Okay, I want to emphasize something, Daniel. We're not laughing at you We're laughing at the sentence you wrote, so maybe you want to rewrite that. I thought it was pretty cool, though. Let's go back to the big board. Let's see. It's been stuck at 131 for a long time. Let's freshen this up. See where we're at. 131, 108. The CNN's got 118, 105.
Mm-hmm.
So far, they've all got Biden ahead, and Trump has not pulled ahead yet. They've got Trump ahead in terms of the popular vote. He's got 51.2% versus Biden's 47.3%. That's wild, man. Well, but again, it's not, the end all. It's not the one that is over.
Right.
Oh, here we go with Scranton.
Yes, Wes Unseld was Rookie of the Year. The same exact year we won MVP. The only other guy to do that was Will Chamberlain.
Yep. Yep.
Just absolute legends.
Yep.
Gone way too soon.
Both. Yes.
Yeah. He died in 99.
Yep.
Don't forget Elvin Hayes as well.
Hey, Biden went up to 135 while you were asleep. Biden went up 135, 108.
Oh, he picked up. What did he pick up? Hold on.
He picked up one of those little bitty ones.
Rhode Island, maybe? No. Wait.
He picked up New Hampshire.
New Hampshire, okay.
Yeah, he picked up New Hampshire officially.
Okay.
Because New Hampshire was on the ropes. He's got Rhode Island. And what else? Yeah. He's got Soprano Country almost wrapped up.
But he already won New Jersey.
I see. Yeah, Sopranos Country. Yeah. Yeah. Hey, by the way, is that tour still around, guys? That Sopranos tour?
I'm not sure. I'm from New York, not New Jersey.
Oh, that's right. Well, I thought you guys were supposed to know. I thought you all knew that whole area.
No, I don't go to New Jersey often.
Look, even people in New Jersey don't go to all of New Jersey, just so you know, Zennie. So it's funny when I'm talking to people from Jersey, I'll say, where are you from? And they'll say, I'm from Bergen County, I'm from whatever. And I'll mention some other part of Jersey, and they always say, oh, no, I don't go there. So apparently, even people in Jersey only go to certain parts of Jersey. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but if I go to Newark, I got to go through New Jersey, right? So I figured everybody knew something about New Jersey. Man. I knew Newark Airport, right?
I have some relatives in New Jersey.
Yeah,
I know that South Jersey is basically East Philadelphia.
Right. So that's the thing is the people who are down there don't go to like Northeast New Jersey unless I guess they want to fly out of.
See, all I know is that United Airlines hub for that part of the United States is in New Jersey.
Yeah.
It used to be JFK.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Pulled out of there. Yeah, that's all. So we've got. Hey, somebody take a look at Arizona while we're at it. Oh, and then Canutun says Bon Jovi.
Biden just got four. Biden just got four more. No, I'm not from New Jersey. I just said I'm from New York.
Right, Biden got four more. That's from New Hampshire.
That was from New Hampshire. Yeah.
They finally updated. CNN did that way before.
Well, if you take a look at the NPR one,
I used to work in Jersey City, though. I worked in Jersey City for about 2 years and change. The company I worked for was actually originally in the, lower Manhattan in the financial district, but then 9/11, happened and we had to move because the building where they had to tear down the building where we're located because it's considered to be structurally unsound after 9/11. So we ended up relocating to Jersey City.
So when are we going to get a female president in the future? When we elect one? That's
yeah, there you go.
Right now, let's just vote Joe Piscopo.
Joe Piscopo.
Oh, sort of.
That's the one from SNL.
Yeah.
It's not quite how it's spelled, but yeah, I knew who he meant.
Love this Reagan impersonation. Hey, you want to see my other roommate, guys?
Say what?
You guys want to see my other roommate?
You want to introduce us to your other roommate? Sure.
Hey, Dan, say hi.
Hey, Dan, welcome to welcome. And hey, so Dan, what do you think of the election? Hey, Vinny, you have to translate because I can't hear his voice directly.
He's from Pennsylvania.
Right, yeah.
Philadelphia. He's by Philly.
So, what does he think of the election, though? Have him speak it. Hey, Dan. Hey, Dan. Hey, Vinny. Have him speak toward the mic.
I need to translate you. Big shocker.
California, woohoo!
The West Coast, as we all projected. So,
Biden, woohoo!
Okay, Dan. So just
come on, count it for Biden, NPR. Woohoo!
Basically,
Washington, woohoo! Here comes the West Coast.
And Oregon.
Here comes the West Coast.
Yep. So, you said Dan's from Philly?
Dan told me that because of the way that Pennsylvania is, with how close it is, it might take a few days.
Right. They're notoriously slow about these things.
The reason why is because they didn't really do mail-in ballots before, but now because of the pandemic, everything's changed.
Look at Biden 192, Trump 108. 192 to 108.
That is big. That is huge. Or as he'd say, huge.
But close. That's huge.
Trump's ahead of Pennsylvania. Jesus.
That's huge. Huge, huge, huge. Huge.
Just got to update my map.
Now they got him at 209. Look at this. Look at this. NPR has him at 209 versus Trump 112. Look at that.
Yeah. So okay. So Joe just win Texas and we all go home. But
we're already at home.
Well, yeah, I guess that's true too. Yeah, I guess.
Come on, hurry up and call it for Trump in Arizona. That'll put us at what? 220. If we get Arizona, that'll be 220. That'd be freaking huge.
I'm not feeling Arizona. I mean, sorry, Cohen brothers, but I'm hoping
Cohen brothers. Wait, explain that to the viewers.
Arizona.
Wait, but still explain that. Come on. We're highlighting Bill Carroll. Explain that, Mr. Carroll.
You don't remember the Coen Brothers classic with Nicolas Cage and Holly Hunter?
Yeah, I remember it, but I didn't see it.
Oh.
I'm not saying I deliberately missed it. I have it at home and I haven't watched it yet. It's been that long. So
I highly recommend
help us out here.
Check it out. But I was just saying, Raising Arizona obviously is a classic. Early Coen Brothers film starring Holly Hunter, and
why is it a classic? Why do I need to know about this great film?
Well, I think there's a couple of reasons. One, Holly Hunter, maybe some of her best work, if not her best work, some of her best work of her career. She does some amazing dialect work and
broadcast news. I'm just saying.
And I mean she's solid and she's good in everything. Right?
Yeah.
I mean, pick something. She's good in everything, but
I should say this. Broadcast news. One of my college professor, his wife was actually the subject of broadcast news.
What, his wife was William Hurt? What are you talking about?
No. Broadcast news, like.
I know it's a joke. I'm just. I've seen broadcast news 25 times. So I was.
Yeah. That's his wife.
William Hurt was his wife. The character around William Hurt was. You mean Holly Hunter?
I mean Holly Hunter.
I know what you mean. I'm just screwing around.
Right.
Yeah. Maybe there's a scrapped element where.
It could have been.
There were some changes, maybe. You never know.
I still want Mr. Carroll to explain. Okay, Bill, you are still on the clock.
Okay, so the Holly Hunter's character is barren, as it turns out. She's unable to become pregnant. So they end up borrowing a child, I guess would be the nicest way I can think of to put it. So the sort of henpecked character, the sort of minor criminal / handyman, I think is the other thing he's supposed to be. Played by Nicolas Cage, is tasked with bringing a child home, and he grabs this child who belongs to the Hoffheinz family, right? Of unpainted Hoffheinz, who is one of the furniture kings of the area, and they end up trying to eventually. He wants to hold the child for ransom. She wants to keep the child because she wants to be a mother. But if you have not had a chance to check out Raising Arizona, amongst the early Coen Brothers films, I'd say it's probably one of the best. It's not quite up there with Miller's Crossing. Like that's probably the best of their early period, but it's really, really good. If you liked Blood Simple, if you liked yes, Zennie with the jokes, if you liked any of the the Hudsucker Proxy, if you liked any of the Coen Brothers films, you'll like that one too. But yes, I agree. Holy crap, let's go. Yes, we would like to see some more states get declared, but they're dribbling in slowly. But yeah, why should you watch the Coen Brothers? Crackling great writing in terms of how people interact, and the dialogue is razor sharp in terms of how they manage to create humor even in situations that are uncomfortable or weird, and they create characters that are indelible. Barton Fink is probably my favorite, though I like everything that I've ever seen by the Coen Brothers, but Barton Fink's probably my favorite. And once again, you get to see John Goodman, who almost always plays sort of lovable characters, play this incredibly menacing character. So yeah, basically any Coen Brothers film is worth seeing. If you haven't seen Raising Arizona, see it.
Yeah, definitely. Hey, so we're at 209.
Yep.
We're in 212, but we're waiting for.
It's got Idaho on there.
We're waiting for Arizona. Oh, here's the key race alert by CNN. They have Biden. Biden's ahead. Nebraska is one electoral vote. So they're waiting for that. That's what the alert was.
Well, why don't we just declare it for Trump? I mean,
but you know what though? Biden is ahead, not in Nebraska.
What?
Well, that section of Nebraska. For most of Nebraska, Trump won. But remember, Maine and Nebraska are the only two that separate them as opposed to just going all out.
So let's say Nebraska's here, okay? See that? But then you've got these different Nebraska at large, Nebraska, and then you've got the rest of the state, which is heavily for Biden. So they called it for Nebraska.
Well, here's what I will say.
For Biden.
I mean,
but it's still one vote. It's one election.
It'd be cool if you won Nebraska. Like that would be once again symbolically cool, but it means almost nothing.
But look at this. This is getting to a point where this thing's starting to close real quick. So California's called. Polls closed at 8:08 at California. And that means the local races are going to be coming
808, and for Trump, heartbreak.
Yeah, and so I'm gonna call up the Alameda County.
Trump has a heart.
Well, it was attempting, I guess, with Kanye West on the ticket. I guess I was attempting to make a little bit of a connection there between.
Kanye had like 700 votes in Oklahoma.
There you go.
I forgot.
Because those are his people.
Why? Who talked Kanye into doing that? I don't know.
Oh, I can answer that. Kanye.
Okay. Oh.
So there are more than one. I mean, there are multiple Kanyes. I mean,
somebody got into his head. I want to know who.
Oh, whoa. Okay, I can answer a lot of this. So going back many years, when I started dating the woman who later became my wife, she had a younger sister, still does a younger sister, sorry. But she had a younger sister. Her younger sister was dating a young man named Dion Wilson. If you're a hip hop person, you know that Dion Wilson also No ID. No ID producer is a very close friend, was perhaps at one point the closest friend of Kanye West. And so I met Kanye West many years ago, long before he was famous. He was still working at the Gap downtown in one magnificent mile here in Chicago. And so I remember meeting this dude, who was wearing like an Izod, a very brightly colored Izod shirt with the collar flipped up and some like Gucci slides. But yeah, so and this is when he's making, I don't know, like $14 an hour, but he's already acting like a star. And so I get introduced. So we're at like a double date by Linda Watson and Dion, aka No ID, and Dana, who would later become my wife, and Linda. And so we see him out at Joe's Crab Shack, of all places.
Joe's Crab Shack.
Yeah, here in Chicago. And Dion's like, once you meet a friend of mine, blah, blah, blah. And so he's acting distracted. He's got sunglasses on indoors or whatever. And it's like, okay, fine, whatever. And so, he mentions that he's a musician or a producer or whatever it is. He's going to be a star. And it's like, okay, cool. Good for you. And then probably this is like 98 probably. So about a year later, maybe a little less than a year later, I'm working in the broadcast department at Kennedy King College, where I'm teaching a theater class. I'm teaching some broadcasting classes. And I'm doing some work at WKKC, which is the radio station there on campus at Kennedy King. And my friend Nathaniel McGlynn says, I want you to meet somebody. And it's like, oh, I met him before. It's Kanye West. He doesn't remember me, but I remember him. So we're introduced again. And for him, I guess, is a new experience. I'm like, no, we've met. I remember you. Dion introduced us. And he doesn't, there's no flicker of recognition in his eyes that we've met before, but whatever. And this is right around the time that the bidding war had broken out for him, Rockefeller and Sony and whoever else. I mean, whatever. There was like a bidding war for Kanye at this point, because this is like January of '99. So he's about to sign, and he ends up obviously signing with Rockefeller. But he's always been the same dude. He's always been this guy. Like, what's the old saying that money doesn't build or destroy your character, but something reveals your character? And the thing that the catalytic event for him taking the turn he's taken is two things. One is an ugly lawsuit / friendship breakup between he and Shay. Shay Smith is somebody you may know as Rhymefest. So he and Shay had been friends going back to their late teens. And they wrote Jesus Walks together. They wrote a bunch of stuff together. And when Kanye tried to basically gyp Shay out of his royalties for Jesus Walks, it destroyed their friendship. And he slowly but surely began destroying his original friendships. He has almost none of his original circle left. He and Common aren't close anymore. He and Shay aren't close anymore. He and No ID / Dion are, I'm not saying they aren't as close as they used to be. So all of his people around him are all these new people. When his mom, Deandra, died, something with him broke, basically, for lack of a better way of putting it. And he basically cut off all the people that had previously been in his life. Now he's surrounded out in Calabasas by all these other people that don't really know him or understand him. And he's reshaping himself to try to fit their expectations, which is often what happens when you uproot something and plant it someplace else. Sometimes it just dies. Sometimes it starts growing in, but it starts growing differently because there's different soil, different conditions, different everything. So this kid from the south side of Chicago that I met 22-ish years ago is probably still alive somewhere there inside of him. And he was always an arrogant cat. Like, even when he was broke, I'm just letting you know, like, money didn't make him this. He was this guy when he was making $14 an hour working as an assistant manager at the Gap. But he's now cut off from everything that brought him, to becoming the guy that he became. Like his mom was his rock.
You see, I put my collar up when I was listening.
Oh yeah, see, there you go. Right, exactly. But his mom was his rock, and when his mom passed, yeah, he's always been kind of an odd cat. But when Deandra died, that was it. Like he stopped being moored to everything that was real in his life, which includes his Chicago, which includes all his old friends. So now he's out in Calabasas surrounded by these, I won't say they're all strangers to him, but I guess he's gotten to know them and they've gotten to know him on some level, but they don't know him the same way that Shay or Dion or all of that original people who grew up around him know him. And obviously, like I said, losing his mom is really the thing that, set him adrift.
Well, how much did his relationship with Kim Kardashian have on it?
Well, that's more a symptom than a cause, right? The unmooring of him.
Trump picked up 10 more. 10 more. Let's see.
That would be.
See where he picked up here. This is the NPR board. So
Mississippi,
maybe?
Utah. They counted Utah.
He already had Utah.
Wyoming.
And then they counted Idaho for Trump. They counted North Dakota for Trump and South Dakota.
Yeah, both Dakotas, right? And he's right, which is fine.
Yeah,
and, he'll get
leaves Nevada and Arizona in the clear as far as the west.
Well, he'll get Montana at some point. He'll probably get Alaska.
Montana's pretty close.
Mm-hmm.
Montana's 50.7.
I'm shocked about that.
But once again, the early voting gets tabulated first.
Mm-hmm.
And so as the same day voting comes in, you'll see those numbers move.
It looks like CNN has stand by for CNN projection. I'm waiting. Waiting.
They say stand by. John King just wants to show the magic wall.
Yeah. He's in Bucks County right now. It reads stand by for CNN projection. If I had my camera, I should get my actually, you know what? I can't. I don't have that. I have to get that port fixed. But still waiting for that one. I'm trying to guess at what they might do, but I have a feeling that CNN's projection might look at Arizona. That's just a feeling.
Yeah, Arizona.
Might, though.
Either that or Georgia. I think Georgia.
Say in terms of team, but for projections, I think it's going to go to Idaho. But so you were saying about Kanye. How is that a symptom marrying Kim?
Okay, so do you know the story of their quote unquote whirlwind romance?
No, I actually don't. Does it involve Chris Humphries?
Okay, so she was this young woman who was introduced to the world, I guess to some extent through the Ray J connection. I guess I'll go way to put it. The first time I laid on,
here's the projection, folks. Mississippi. Yeah, no surprise there.
You may continue, Bill.
Okay.
Yeah.
First time I laid eyes on her was at a draft party at the 40/40 Club for Reggie Bush. So,
wait, who is this?
Explaining the connection between Kim and Kanye.
Right.
Okay. Kanye,
So when Reggie Bush got drafted, she was at the 40/40 Club for Reggie Bush's draft party because they were dating. And I didn't know who she was at the time because, the name Kim Kardashian didn't mean anything to me at the time. I knew her father. That name meant something to me.
Robert Kardashian, OJ boy.
Are you going to tell us, Bill, that you hit on Kim Kardashian? Is that what you're going to tell us?
I was there to work the draft. You remember you were there that year too, Zennie. You just didn't go to some of the draft parties, I guess. But
I didn't know about there. The only party that I knew about that was a draft party was in 2011. We were invited to the Kate, not Hudson, but Kate, who's now married to the Justin Verlander baseball player.
Oh, you're talking about hold on.
I've got the video for a party that can't even remember her last name.
All
right, you know what? I will refresh your memory.
Stop!
I will refresh your memory.
Stop! No, you're not helping.
I know I'm not helping, but I will refresh your memory. Watch this. You know why? Because look, what? Okay, watch. Okay, and this is how I'm going to help everybody refresh their memories.
1 second, guys.
Right here, okay? Kate Upton.
Upton, yes. There we go.
You want
Hudson, not Hudson, guys.
Say, huh? Yeah, watch this. Through the magic of the internet, I'm going to take you back in time, but for a little bit of of our broadcast and present to you this little nifty dealie here that I collected while I was at. But boom, there she is on Zennie62.
Yep, that's her.
Yeah, and that was me. Ta-da! See that? Hey, Kate Upton.
So now we're going to NFL draft party.
So anyway,
it's round two.
here she is.
We're technically not supposed to bring up the.
Now, okay. Now, I only say that to say this. I tried to get an interview with her. So, just saying. Okay. Now, Bill, what are you going to say? Bill, you have the floor.
I was there covering the draft, and I have friends who are in the music business. So one of them said, hey, we'd like to meet Reggie Bush. And I was like, yeah. So they said, whatever agent he signed with, I was throwing a party for him. I can't remember which agent.
It was Michael. It was the guy that eventually got him got in trouble with him.
No, he didn't sign with that one. That's why they ratted him out. He signed with somebody else. He didn't sign with them. That's why if he signed with them, we never would have heard about the whole scandal because nobody bust out their client. It's the guy that got screwed when he did all that stuff, and then Reggie didn't sign with him. That said, okay, I got something for you. You don't want to sign with me? I'll show you. That's why it even came to light. I can't remember who it was, but whoever he was supposed to sign with was having a party for him at the 40/40 Club. So a friend of mine says, I'll put you on the list, whatever. So I headed over, they frisk you and all that good stuff, security's at the door, the whole thing. So I head over to where my friend's standing. It's like, here's so-and-so, here's such and such. So I'm meeting, different people, some of which I remember, some of them I don't. And then finally, it's like, well, Reggie Bush is over there. I'm like, well, why don't I go over there? It's like, well, you can't yet. There's these other people who are more important than you. My friend didn't put it that way, but basically made it clear that these other people are more important than you. So like probably, I'm guessing like sneaker company reps or whatever it is, are sort of, so it's like there's like almost like a line of people sort of seated, sort of waiting to get their opportunity to go meet Reggie Bush. And, when somebody gets their chance, you sort of move up, almost like, okay, now serving number 41, Ming. So eventually it's my turn, and there's this, pretty little brunette sort of steps over and sits next to him, and she's kind of like, because there's a lot of very beautiful women there. Just something about the NFL draft, So there's always incredibly beautiful women there, and so she's being like she's like establishing her territory, right? So every time one of these women would get a little too close to Reggie Bush, she would like, grab hold it, and sort of lean in. So I go over there. It's like, I said, you're one of the most exciting running backs I've seen in many years, whatever. And he's like, thank you, brother. He's a very nice young man, and, he's very polite. But you can tell, he's on to the next. Like, he's not trying to spend too much time. So I said, I look forward to seeing where you land. And, boom, so I was out of there. And but I do remember meeting this young woman. And later I saw her. I was like, oh, yeah, that's the same girl. And then, a couple of years after that, she's everywhere. But yeah, I was just trying to meet Reggie Bush. I didn't know who the hell Kim Kardashian was at the time, and didn't really care.
For you and I is quite simply that I was all into meeting Kate Upton.
I'm sure you were.
And Bill Chackus got hella mad. I mean, hella mad. Yeah, and so then, and later on in the event, there was stuff like that. Now this little scene right here, that's Jason Pierre-Paul.
Yeah, Jason Pierre-Paul. I see him, yeah.
And they're doing a football toss. Now here's the thing. Just before this right here, when she came out, what you don't see had to reshoot that because of that. Yeah, right there. What you don't hear is I was actually telling her how to throw the football. I was coaching her.
I hope that's on your resume.
Yeah. So yeah, that's what you go. As far as I'm concerned, as a pop culture guy, that's what you go for the NFL draft for. Just saying. All right. So because the whole purpose is to capture and to be sure, if you roll like that.
Hey, Zennie, Jessica just
if you roll like that, right? Then what happens is you wind up interviewing Jason Pierre-Paul.
Yep. So Zennie, I don't know if you saw Jessica just popped up.
Oh, she's in the back room. Ah, here she is.
She ignores me. Yes. Oh, wait. There we go. Oh, there we go.
Hey guys.
How you doing?
Hey Bill. Hey Vinny. Where were you? Vinny's couch. Hi, Vinny's couch.
Vinny's like making a giant sandwich or something.
He's making one of those Scooby-Doo sandwiches.
Yes, exactly. Making those Scooby-Doo sandwiches. Exactly right.
That's amazing.
Yoinks! Scoop!
It's oinks. Yeah, I wonder why they were hungry all the time. I can't imagine.
Well, luckily, they hope the kids don't figure it out, I guess.
Yeah. Well, that Mr. Machine, it needs the oil change. It's really smoking.
Yeah.
Hey, so Jessica, what's the situation there in Oregon with the election?
So Oregon, I'm unless it is truly the end times, I'm assuming Oregon's going to go blue all the way.
Oregon's going to go blue, yes.
Yeah. So I don't have any concerns there. Like I said in the chat on the YouTube channel, I'm more angry about the idiots in Missouri and Kentucky that, at least Illinois, thank God, they went blue. But Missouri actually, they literally got rid of the only Democrat nominated government official they had. They kicked them to the curb. So they have literally, I guess they're in homage to the mighty Limbaugh, are going completely Republican before he croaks, which can't come soon enough. With his last dying breath, he's going to smile on his way to hell because he took the entire state of Missouri with him. Much like McConnell. I mean, McConnell got back in, even though, God, I was excited because
Lindsey Graham got back in. He was just.
I don't even. What more can they do? What more do they need to do? Do they need to slaughter a baby on the air?
No, what they need to do is catch him in scandal. That's what they didn't do.
I mean, McConnell, what more do you want of him cackling about people dying of COVID?
The biggest thing that you can say is, oh, by the way, somebody flip-flopped. It's like, oh, gee, a politician flip-flopped. Oh, my God, a politician flip-flopped. Okay, if that's the best you can do, forget about winning.
I was rooting for McConnell's hands to explode in geysers of blood and death. I wanted to see that happen. I mean, they were pretty swollen. I was expecting that. I was rooting swollen, exploding hands. Yay.
Oh, my Lord.
But that didn't happen, and the turtle got back in. And what's funny about it is the fact that if you look at these states, like Indiana, for example, highest crime rates, highest poverty rates. Kentucky, one of the poorest states in the entire United States. And what's the same, common denominator here? What's been going on all that time?
Yeah.
I think I freaked out J Marks because he's like, "Wow, man!" I'm tired of playing nice. I may be a girl, but I don't give two shits. I'm gonna tell you what I think right now because I'm angry.
I get it.
Go for it. Woo-hoo. All
right. Lindsey Graham. I just want the blackmail that's somewhere of him with his twinks. I want that to come out now because there's no reason not to release it. Just let it out. Let Lady G be his fabulous self and show us. Because at this point, who cares? He's never going to get out, and he's no get out or get out. So help him.
Is this why you're not showing your real face?
No, this is how I feel tonight. Me as an undead zombie, right there. That's how I feel. That's what you're gonna get, because that's how I feel.
Oh my Lord!
We are the Walking Dead.
Oh, but you know what? Look, it's 209 Biden, 118 Trump. So it hasn't turned, and I don't think it's going to turn. I really don't. I just don't. I mean,
he's going to take Florida, and that's going to give him. That's the thing that I'm scared about.
Yeah, but I'm not.
Guys,
we already factored in.
Oh, hey, Jess.
Hey, Vinny.
Huh?
Hey, Vinny's couch.
I already factored in him getting Florida.
Vinny, it was there.
I figured out that there's a path
voting on Saturday
to the White House that does not involve Florida. For
the thing that I'm excited about, though, the one thing that's giving me hope here is Arizona.
Right.
Arizona is going blue.
Arizona.
If Arizona goes blue, that goes from 209. You add 11 votes. That goes from 209.
Get you to 220.
Yeah.
So
you're only 50 away.
Right.
That's huge.
And so if you can get both Wisconsin and Michigan, though you probably won't get both.
I don't know what Michigan needs. I mean, at this point, Michigan, he was rooting to have the leader of your state kidnapped.
Literally,
kidnapped, and he was rooting that on. What do you want?
Minnesota. I'm rooting for Minnesota and Arizona. I'd love to have Pennsylvania. But I don't know about Pennsylvania.
I don't feel great about Pennsylvania.
Which is crazy.
Yeah, that's sad.
Because it's his state.
Ohio is not going well either. Ohio is sucking.
Ohio, it's interesting because I have a lot of friends in Ohio. And one of my friends that lives there, he lives in a very red area, and he remembered back 4 years ago that all he saw were Trump signs in the area that he lived in. Like, that's where it all was. Trump. And this year he started seeing Biden signs show up, and it went from 12 Biden signs to 30 Biden signs to, he went on his usual walk and he counted at least 70. And this is in a very ritzy, high-end neighborhood that he went to, where I think I don't think it's the governor, but this area where that guy was, he grew up, was a very, high-end, high-scale neighborhood. And at this one big house, like a very expensive mansion-looking home, he drove by, he saw a sign for, I want to say it's the governor, we'll just say that. But also alongside that, who was a Republican, was a Biden-Harris sign. So you had a Republican who was flipping when it came to the presidential race.
Right.
So that's why I had hope for Ohio, but I think it's too ingrained. Just like Indiana, I think it's just too ingrained in that area. And that's stupid too, because again, these are areas that have high poverty rates. They don't, it's that Jay Marks and I were chatting about it, and it feels like it's this angry, I deserve better attitude, but I'm going to blame everybody else instead.
Like Kansas.
Yeah, exactly. I'm going to blame everybody else instead of trying to help myself, because my hate and my bigotry and my racism and my need to feel superior, even though my family's starving and I can't find work, it outrides that. That's more important to me, to feel the superiority and blame others than actually help myself. And at the end of the day.
Well, I don't know.
Also, I'm looking right here. Wisconsin, I remember seeing a poll that said, and I forgot where it was from. It said that it said in Wisconsin, Biden had like a 17-point lead. But I'm not too sure about it right now. But for Michigan, as just says,
no, Wisconsin is 51.5 Trump, Biden 47%.
I mean, before the election.
Oh, I don't remember that. What I'm trying to figure out here is if Joe Biden's at 209 right now. Let's see if we can find a pass for 270. Let's see if we give him. See if he gets Arizona.
So far, it looks like all the states are.
Well, Montana's is really close.
I'm trying to count though. I'm trying to do a count. That's 220 if we add Arizona. Okay, so let's say
I think he's gonna take Minnesota.
Hawaii. No.
Oh yeah, you can count Minnesota. Yes.
Huh?
Oh, we're saying Minnesota. He's going to get Minnesota. He's
Minnesota.
going
How many is that? Well, how many is that?
10.
10 for Minnesota. Okay. So that's 230. So we're 40 away. Go ahead.
Now we've got to get either. I think Wisconsin's probably gettable. I have a bad feeling about Michigan, and then you just need to get.
Iowa is still up in the air because it's like within a point, less than a point.
Okay, Iowa is right. Iowa just went 50.4, 47.9. Which one of these? Which one of these is the most? Is the one that he should get the next? What about Alaska?
No,
Hawaii.
But Hawaii, yes.
Hawaii, he'll definitely.
I don't feel great about Alaska, but Hawaii, yes.
How many for Hawaii? How many for Hawaii?
4.
4.
Okay, so that's
4 Hawaii.
That's 234, which leaves us at 36 to go. Okay, so what's next? What's the most possible one that? What's the next one?
Nevada. I think Biden's gonna take Nevada.
Yeah, I'm confident in that too. So far, all the states that went red or blue in 2016 are doing the exact same thing this time.
No,
these are also the states that are usually voting red or usually voting.
I get that. I'm doing a count. Help me get to 270 for Biden.
So 11 with Arizona, 10 for Minnesota, 6 with Nevada.
I did 6 with Nevada?
Yeah.
Okay.
He may take Montana because it's really close, so that'd be 3.
Okay, plus 3. All right, keep one. That's 237. All right, keep going.
I don't know about anything else. I mean, Texas, I don't think he's going to take it.
What I'm saying though is in terms of, so he stops at 237. So
he gets 4 with Hawaii. Did we include that?
Hawaii. Are you counting? Or are you just looking?
I'm looking.
Yeah. Come on, help me out.
You're supposed to be counting.
I want a cross check. I want somebody to help me get to 270. All right.
Zennie, have you ever used a 270 to win? It allows you to go up to it yourself.
Why don't you use it while I got my calculator in my hand? Why don't you try instead of telling me about something that you're not using? Come on, help me out here. Let's figure this out. Can he get to 270 or not? Because if he can't, we're screwed.
Well, so the way to get there is to get one of. Well, actually, the way to get there is to get both. Really.
Come on, get a definitive answer.
No, here's what I'm saying. Let's say he doesn't get Ohio, but he gets Pennsylvania.
How many is that?
Or one of those.
Come on, Bill, give me an answer. Don't do that. Give me a freaking answer about what he's most likely to get and stick with it.
Okay. So, I don't think he's getting Ohio. But let's say he finds some way to pull out Pennsylvania.
Give me an answer.
I think he's going to get Wisconsin. I think he's going to get Pennsylvania.
Okay, how many is Wisconsin? I need a number now.
Wisconsin's 10.
10? All right. So that puts us at 247.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so what will be next?
Then Pennsylvania is 20.
With 20, Pennsylvania?
Yeah, Pennsylvania is 20, yes.
Okay, so that's 267. That's 3 off.
And then Hawaii gets you there, right?
We already had it Hawaii.
Oh, I had it. Oh, okay.
So I'm looking at this 270 to win. They've got Biden with 273.
Okay.
If looks like Maine is a kind of a toss-up.
Right, Maine's still a toss-up, right?
Yeah.
Okay, wait a minute. Hold on a second. I got Maine, and that gives me a 271, so I got there. Okay, I got Maine. I got Maine was the one that brought me over, and then I added Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania was the big deal.
Yeah, well, Pennsylvania.
Yeah, it's 20 votes.
Right. So that's what I'm saying. I'm trying to figure out. That's what I'm trying to figure out an avenue. Okay. I'm trying to figure out an avenue, and with Pennsylvania, we're looking at 51% reporting. Trump has 1,947,800. Biden 1,461,666. So, and Michigan is Trump 1,414,000. Biden 1,133,000. Pennsylvania right now is what is really far ahead. I don't know. We're going to get those 20. Okay. In Fairfax County, Virginia, they have 400,000 absentee ballots they have not counted. Wow.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, this isn't a big surprise. Everybody kind of figured we wouldn't really know exactly tonight, as much as we want to get the national nightmare over.
Yeah.
My personal avenue for him to win is he loses Georgia and Florida as well as Ohio, feeling he might lose Michigan, but he wins Arizona and he wins Pennsylvania,
Wisconsin,
and Biden wins 279 to 259. And
okay, so in Atlanta, we have 75% of Georgia reporting. The AP has not called the race. I should go to the Secretary of State's website for Georgia. And while I'm doing that really quick, let me check Alameda County election results, since we're also Oakland News now. City, Oakland, and let's see any results coming in here. Yeah. Okay, the results are coming in so far. Rebecca Kaplan, let me put this up, folks, for those who might be following local races for 1 second. As we are. Hold on a second, folks. And bear with me, because these results are coming in.
This is quite possibly one of the best memes I've ever seen.
Hold that thought. Alameda County allow. Okay, so here we go. This is at large. This is actually one of the bigger users of our Oakland News now. The incumbent Rebecca Kaplan is got 49.61% of the vote. Derek Johnson, who's heavily financed by the mayor, 41.32%. Nancy Sidebottom, who I just had on the show today, 7%. 2.03% write-in. Don't know who that is. Dan Kalb looks like he's on his way to victory. Right now, he's got 54.78% of the vote, followed by Stephanie Dominguez Walton. Trey Go, who's they've all been on my show several times, 13.74%. And then we've got District 3. Carol Fife is ahead of Lynette Gibson McElhaney, 47.93% to Lynette's at 32.06%. These are the first choice columns only. She's got 47% of the first choice vote. That's no precincts reporting. This is still early. That's still early. Seneca Scott's third, along with Marin Semdar, Lexus Taylor, and Faye Taylor, and a right-end. And then District 5, that's Noel Gallo. I expect Noel to cruise to victory. Looks like he's on his way to doing that versus Richard Rea and Zoe Maratz. District 7, Trevor Reed is ahead in first place votes versus Bishop Bob Jackson. Surprisingly, Aaron Clay is 15%, Marcy Hodge at 13%, Marshawn Tapman, who got more endorsements, is at 19.9%, 1.5% write-in. City attorney's race Barbara Parker's going to beat Ellen Ferran handily, 80.5% of the vote. And so you have school board. Sam Davis is ahead. And then for District 1, District 3, Vance Frederick Williams is ahead of Maya Angelli. And Mike Hutchinson is ahead of Leroy Roach's Gaines. And all of these are very early because none of the precincts have been officially reported. So that's how that race looks so far right now. There's your Oakland updates. Now we go back to the national action, if you will, here at Zennie62 Media, Oakland News Now, and represent our NPR result, which is starting not to look good. Oh, actually, it's not so bad. Sorry. I want to win. I want to win. Oh, my Lord, I want to win. Biden, come on, Biden. And, where we were for there. Let's see here. Sure, all states.
I don't know if you can see this, but I'm sharing my screen so you can see this fantastic meme.
We can't. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on a second. Add to stream. Now we can. Just so we're clear, Jeffrey Dahmer served longer in the military.
All true.
Well,
All
it really
true.
puts into perspective, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does, doesn't it? Uh-huh.
Yeah, that puts it in relief.
It's not with his own hands he did them.
Oh, what up?
Collateral damage.
Just
Oh.
share.
What up? Biden is ahead. Wait a minute. Biden's now ahead of Virginia.
Yeah, well, I told you he was going to win Virginia. Didn't he already?
Wow.
Didn't he win Virginia?
No, I didn't.
No, he's in the lead. He was behind in Virginia all night, but
Yeah.
now he's finally coming back.
Well, did you guys not listen when I explained what was going to happen?
Yeah, I
I
listened.
didn't listen. I was trying to count. I was trying to count.
I was listening to you, Bill.
Mommy, Daddy, don't
When I
fight.
explained to you how Virginia worked, I said that all the smaller rural areas of the city of the state came in first. I explained this
Yeah, I know.
already.
Yeah, you told me that they had to
I
go to
said
one
Alexandria County, Princess Alexandria County is going to come in latest, and then almost as late was going to be the area I grew up in, the Tidewater area, which is Virginia Beach, Norfolk, Hampton, Newport News, Portsmouth, Chesapeake, and Williamsburg are all going to come in late as well, though not quite as late as Alexandria County. So those areas are all heavily Democratic, and they came in later. Most of the rest of the state, the middle of the state, and the area of the state near where the border with Tennessee and everything is, that's all heavily Republican, and it came in first because those are smaller precincts with many fewer votes to count, so they come in faster. I said this was going to happen hours.
You're right. You're right, Bill. Give it up to Bill, guys. Go, Bill.
Soak it in, Bill. Soak it in. let it rain on you.
I guess that's what it is. I guess we'll call it rain.
I was going to say, in regards to Missouri again, because I'm going to harp on this because I'm angry. I was born in that state, and I'm very pissed off. I want it to be known that last year, when that flood happened and everything got ripped to hell with water and destroyed, he never called FEMA in.
True.
No, he didn't.
Yeah. I mean, you guys, you idiots that vote that decided that you were going to support him. Just remember, when you lost your house and your property was destroyed and your lives were uprooted, like my mom's was, who voted for him. She voted for him. I can almost guarantee you that he didn't call FEMA and he didn't think you had an emergency. So just remember that, Cape Girardeau. You go. You're smart.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, I know this isn't a shock, but I'd say that Trump is the worst president since Andrew Johnson.
So he's saying that Biden is having Oh, Biden took. Oh, get this. Biden surpassed Trump in the popular vote just now, 15% to 48%. Because
Biden.
Biden. For most of the night, Trump was ahead of Biden.
Well, Hillary won popular vote.
Well, I know, but I'm just talking about. I'm not talking about that. That's right now. That's meaningless. I'm just saying that he surpassed him because Trump was ahead for most of the night until just now. So I'm just trying to.
How can he be popular?
I'm trying to. Well, look at the numbers. Look at these numbers.
I know,
look
but
look at it coldly.
How stupid?
I mean, look at the numbers.
I mean,
and I understand what you're saying, but I'm just,
in this country, what is wrong with you?
Well,
it really depends on where you go. I mean, especially if you live in old Alabama or South Carolina or good old Mississippi.
Woo! Yeah, I know. I grew up in like one of the most poor areas of Southern Illinois.
I think the worst thing to have is for the Democrats to have not crowned a winner earlier and have had a little bit of Trump derangement syndrome within the party where people started tearing each other down.
Well, it goes back to the Bernie Sanders stuff.
Yeah, it really does. It really. If we get through this, I think that the party needs to have a serious discussion regarding its future, because we have to. I'm gonna say something that isn't gonna be like, and
there we go.
It can't be somebody like that ran against Mitch McConnell. Okay, wait. Here's CNN. Biden wins Virginia. Woo!
That's up.
Yay! That's 13 electoral votes that added to the party. Let's see. So now Biden 205, Trump 114. I'm trying to check and see if that was actually on. Well, Virginia was already counted by Google.
Yep.
So that's no surprise to Google.
Big brother.
I want Arizona. Yeah, Jesse, you say Big Brother. I like that. I want Arizona. I want Arizona. Arizona. Woo! Arizona.
Well, the thing with Arizona, you got to remember who's from Arizona. McCain. Yep. McCain's people are there,
Mark
and
Kelly,
McCain's people
Kelly, Gary
and Kelly is the man. I love him.
Gabby Giffords.
I know.
Yep.
Yeah, you got to remember McCain was their son, Arizona's favored son, and
many years. Yeah,
and Trump has just pissed all over him.
Yeah.
So if Arizona didn't back Biden, who was a friend to McCain, I would be in awe of that.
So hey, as John Marks would say, right on, Jessica. So there you go.
Thanks, John Marks.
There you go. So I want this map. Oh, geez.
Oh, there you go. CNN finally updated itself.
Yeah, they did update. Virginia is on there, as you can see.
So if he added Wisconsin right now, he would be at 134.
All they need to do is just up.
He's at 205 right now. He is at 205 right now.
I'm saying that if Trump added, not Wisconsin, if Trump added Pennsylvania, he would be at 134. Because that's 20, right?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm working backward. I'm trying to figure out who stops whom.
Okay, so if we I'm going to open up a calculator because I can't think right now.
Alexis Cortez says, do you think Trump will do a comeback?
It's possible.
It is possible,
We don't talk of that.
That's true. We should not talk about that, but hypothetical.
I'll be less than honest if I admitted otherwise. Let's put it that way, or said otherwise.
So for that to be possible, he would need to pick up Ohio and Pennsylvania, Texas and Florida, Iowa. Sort of. Iowa's less important, and then Michigan. If he gets all of them, he's got a shot.
Well, wait. If he gets all of them, how close does he get? Do the math.
Okay, well, so that would get him to, let's see, 38.
Where? If he got all those now, where would that put him?
See, he might.
John, you doing the math, or are you?
So I just did.
Looking?
I got up to 244.
Yeah, so I said I ended up at 244 as well. I was
Yeah.
trying to figure out if I was forgetting. I mean, Alaska, he'll probably get as well, but that doesn't get him there yet either.
So it's a harder road for Trump, even with
it's a
those.
much harder road for Trump. Yes, we talked about that before. That he needs. He basically he had to draw to an inside straight the first time. You know what I mean? Like it was one of those. I mean, it was. He really threaded the needle. Like it's. I don't think people understand what a. It was either an incredibly masterful piece of game planning that they put together, or they got very lucky.
I think I got very lucky.
Depends on how you want to look at it, but
I think I'm very lucky.
Yeah, a lot of things had to break right for him to get to 270 the last time. And if he drops a couple of states, if he drops a couple of states, you know, it'll be all over pretty quickly. But obviously, a couple of the states that are in question will remain in question for quite some time. That's the real issue.
Right. John Mark says, I was just looking. Alexa says, I'm just warning. We don't want that to happen, though.
Correct. We do not.
This is what Alexis put up at first. But then, just after Jessica said what she said, then Alexis posts this. just want to make sure that that's
all I have to say is this time 4 years ago, I grabbed the bottle of vodka that we had in the house and just ran into my office and drank half of it and passed out. That was my election night. That was the plan. I don't have any booze right now, unfortunately.
Well, I don't think you'll need it this time.
I hope not.
It's just going to take a while.
I'd say always keep it on standby.
Always keep vodka on standby. By the way, the good news is I am going to be getting a new puppy in like about a week or two. It's going to be a golden doodle.
I have one.
You have a golden doodle?
Yes, name's Cody. He's 38 pounds.
Yeah, I know. We're going to have a large dog. This one's going to be called Nilla, like Nilla wafer, because we have to keep going with the cookie theme. We had Oreo and Snickerdoodle. Oh, he's adorable, but I've already heard that they can be just.
I'm worried. It looks like Trump might win this thing.
No, stop saying things like that. We don't speak of that until it happens, and then we cry.
All right. So we've got Arizona key race alert. That's 51% for Pennsylvania. Trump is 562,000 ahead. Only 51% of the vote has been counted, though.
They probably didn't look at the ends as much because, as I forgot who said it.
Hey, can somebody go to the Pennsylvania Secretary of State website and see what has not been counted?
I'll go.
Okay. Canuck says, or you could take a shot every time Trump gets the state.
What is it? Pennsylvania Secretary of State. What do I do? Corporations. Which one in particular do I do?
I'm trying to pull it up right now. I think people are hitting it pretty hard because it's taking forever to load.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Election returns. Find up to date and trusted information. Okay.
The website hard, not the vodka. Just want to make that absolutely clear. Okay.
Not yet. I already told my roommate that I'm going to be driving down the street and getting like 3 cans of Four Loko if he wins.
Guys, got some big news.
Yes.
Google just says that Trump won Ohio.
Okay, Trump won Ohio.
Not a surprise.
Nope.
Yeah.
Did they add it yet, though?
Not on CNN, but my roommate just said it. But CNN's behind. They didn't have Rhode Island or Idaho yet.
So where are we at in percentages?
Who's added? I don't see where Ohio's been
Who
added.
is this Joe Jorgensen?
I mean,
Why would,
that's the Libertarian candidates.
why would they?
Why
Thanks
even
for
waste your time?
Yeah, I know. I'm like, thanks for taking 1.5% of the vote. I hope you enjoy it. Keeps you warm at night.
Do these third-party candidates think they even have a chance? Like, seriously?
Well,
not unless they're paid to get in.
Just as some of you already know, they're running so that they can qualify for certain levels of campaign support. So if you poll consistently at a certain number, now you have to be included in debates. Now you qualify for receiving campaign funds when people donate them through the, hey, would you like to donate, when you do your taxes, hey, would you like to donate blah, blah, blah to, presidential camp or whatever campaigns, you check that little box. Now they can get some of that. So what they're trying to do is make it so there are more ballots nationally so that they can force their way into being included in the debates. The way that John Anderson was back in 1980, the way that H. Ross Perot was in 88.
Yeah, it was a 93 and 97. No, it was a 92 and 96.
Yeah. Right. So you can make yourself someone that at least has to be reckoned with if you can get to a high enough level. Now, it's supremely difficult to do. And, Ralph Nader couldn't really manage it. A handful have, but, the tradition of third-party candidates, it's obviously we have way more than three parties. You want to go back. People forget that at one point we had lots of sort of single-issue parties like the anti-Mason party.
Yeah, it's more like the UK with all of their different parties they've got over there that are represented. Yeah,
and we were like that at one point too. So there were parties that were, like I said, one-issue parties. There were like ones that were, their whole thing was, they were teetotalers, right? So they wanted to make drinking of alcohol illegal, and they were political parties. That was their whole thing. The nativist, right? The Know Nothings, right? The Know Nothing Party was the first nativist movement here in the States, and the funny thing is it happened so early in the country's history. It's like, wait a second, you've been here like 10 minutes or so.
It's at 213 now.
It's on CNN right now. Trump, Ohio.
Right. 18. Yeah, that's a big pickup.
Big pickup.
Yes.
So they got him at 132 now versus Biden's 205.
Right. Yeah. It would have been all over.
Biden's got 213.
Right. It would have been all over if he hadn't picked up Ohio. Yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
Like we could, once again, if he lost in Ohio, we could go home early. Well, or wherever early.
Come on, Arizona. Close this thing. Give us this thing. Give us raising Arizona, doggone it.
Yeah, what sucks is, right now it looks like he's, Biden's got 205, Trump's got 132. You would think that it would be over and done with.
Look at the, hold on a second. No, look at this. Look at your count. All right, it's that's the wrong count. This is the right one. Where is this thing? There. Okay. So there we go. All right.
So why is CNN got Trump with 132?
Because they added Pennsylvania.
No, they didn't add Pennsylvania.
Oh,
they added Ohio. I'm sorry. Because they added Ohio, but Biden's at 213. And CNN is notoriously slow with this. So Bill and I were arguing about that earlier.
Yeah, right.
I think they're afraid because Trump's got a pipeline to what's his name? Jeffrey Jeffrey, what's his name at Turner? You people aren't telling it story. Tell it right.
Jeffrey Turner?
Jeffrey Epstein?
I was thinking of that too.
He had a direct line to him too.
No, the guy, it's serious. He owns Turner.
No, I know who you're talking about.
Yeah, well, that's
I think, right?
You about Ted Turner?
Know your media people.
I just spewed my tea everywhere when you said Ted Turner. Oh my God.
No. No, the Turner CEO of Turner was David Levy.
Oh,
and
right.
David Levy is the Turner CEO, and then John Martin, and then CNN is ran by Jeffrey Zucker. So those are the people that I'm referring to.
Jeff Zucker.
Yeah. So we've got, so we got 213. They haven't added the 118 yet. They haven't upped that. Yeah. Let's see here.
I'm a little bit concerned, guys.
So CNBC is at 205, 136.
Well, this one has 213. 136?
Yeah, they have 205, 136 on CNBC.
Okay. If you get concerned, do the math before you get concerned. That's all I ask. And then share the math with us. Please.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you look at it, it's kind of depressing when you look at the over 1.5 million votes that went to.
Let's see here. Why it's not updating?
Still not.
Yeah, it's really strange. Try something else. Final election update. This is interesting. Look at this. By Nate. So this is final election update. Biden's favored in our final presidential forecast, but it's a fine line between a landslide and a nail biter. Just sharing that with you. Okay. Vinny, look at the screen. See that? That's the site you ought to be looking at.
Nick Silver.
Right. Check that out. Okay. 538.com. Biden's favored in our final forecast, but it's a fine line between a landslide and a nail biter. And this is his final presidential forecast. It says Biden is favored to win the election. And he says his final is no longer updating. And as you can see, these are all the scenarios that he has ran that point to a Biden win. Right here. A Trump win would have to consist of, you can see that. So yeah. So this is the live blog. Okay. And polls are not closed. All right. So I'm going to leave it here. Joe Biden is at 205. Trump is at 136. There on the side. see. Ohio being called for Trump is not a great sign for Biden in the Midwest. Wow. All right. Okay. Let's see here. Final forecast there. Presidential electoral votes. Go over here. 205 to 238, 36. Vote counting in Virginia stops for the night. Will resume Wednesday. FYI. But Virginia was already given to Trump. Oh yeah, for Biden, excuse me. Polls closed in 2 states. What else? Stand by for CNN projection. They say, which is probably going to result in Trump gaining on us. Unfortunately. Okay.
Here's a question I have. Do you think if there wasn't the pandemic, do you think Trump would have won re-election?
No. I don't. Well, you know what, though? I think it would have gone pretty much the same. I really do. Now that I think about it. Here's the Trump gives. Oh, no surprise there. Oh, Jessica's connection died. Okay. Biden is way ahead of Minnesota.
Yeah, well, Minnesota is not one of the states we were ever worried about.
But he hasn't been officially counted yet.
Yeah, I'm going to put it in his column, but sure, that's fine.
I got to look at Nate Silver's thing. I'm trying to figure out which states. He has only 2 scenarios for Trump. Let's take a look at those in terms of his forecast. This is what, okay, he had a Trump win just for 2 of these. So I'm going to present these just for grins, if you will. And here it is. He had, see, it says Trump win, but where he has Trump winning in these 2 areas is Jessica's connection with, by the way, okay. She says she's going to do some chores. Her connection went died or something. All right. So basically, the scenarios they present do not have Trump. Each of the scenarios that Silver presents have Trump taking Arizona, and every West Coast state, but he doesn't get California. He doesn't get Washington. He doesn't get Oregon. He doesn't get Illinois. He doesn't get, I think they've got Virginia here, and New York and New Jersey. That's a Trump win. The other one, Trump has to get Nevada in addition to that. And then he's got to get, yeah. So here, hold on a second. Arizona. 76%. See, Nevada. All right. But of all these other scenarios, look at these. They're all Biden wins. All of these. But they all include, save for a handful, Arizona. There are only 2 scenarios where Trump wins. And right now, let's see here. Like right now, I don't see. Let's see here, Montana. Trump's got to get Minnesota in one of those. Doesn't look like he's going to do that. He's already got North Dakota. Montana, he's got to get that in both of them. He's got to get Ohio. This is going to be close. This is going to be close. Biden is going to make a statement shortly. Let's see here. Biden's ahead. Popular vote 49.7 to Trump 48.7. Huh. Let's see here. Hey, but if everybody wants to know what I'm looking at, here's the URL for 538. That's the forecast.
Hey guys, AP's reporting that Minnesota is going to Biden.
Oh, great. Okay. Minnesota to Biden. That's 10 electoral votes. Just went up to 223 here. So let's go back here. Go back here and I'll show you what. Let's see here.
Guys, did you hear that Minnesota is going to Biden?
Yeah, I've got to take a look at this, Vinny, because I just heard your hair. So there you go. See that? 223. So he's getting in striking distance, folks. That's 223 to 118. If you go by
They're championing for 2 reasons. 1, to celebrate, and 2, to get drunk after they lose. Hopefully it's the former, not the latter.
My computer went off, guys. Sorry about that.
Don't worry, it's okay.
It just winked. It does that. I don't know all of a sudden why it winks off like that, but it does. Trump's at 145 now, according to the Associated Press.
Oh, this is, but I'm not going to let it get to me that way. I know that
this feels like whack-a-mole.
Feels like it.
Yeah, it's like political whack-a-mole.
Hey, Zennie, who did you think Hillary would win in 2016, or did you think that Trump would win?
Well, I figured Hillary would win, but honestly, I felt that there's an undiscussed kind of division that involves the LGBT community, and I noticed it in party events I go to, Democratic Party events, where it was in the California, it was heavily skewed toward women and LGBTQ, and straight folks were a minority. That's not the case in the Republican side, and that's something that people are not talking about. But I really think that that's a good reason for these stubborn numbers. I really do. And the Democratic Party has to come to have a reckoning with that, you know, because the question is, how do you ensure that, you know, straight folks are going to want to be involved or not be independent in the party? And like, you'd like to have a person like Mark Cuban who's solidly Democrat, but he's an independent. Why? And these are things that they're not going to come out and say that, but you know, it's quite clear when you go into different environments and you hear people, you watch what people do, it's clear that they have that issue. So that's what I think, you know, and I hate to say it, but
being honest, be transparent.
I think it's the one thing that people still have a rough time with, and even as much as we're at a time when we have commercials that are presented which show that kind of lifestyle, and you have more and more people who are going underground with their feelings, but they're expressing their feelings at the voting booth. And I think that's what you're seeing. I think it's far more I'm starting to think that civil rights are a cover for it. I don't think it's so much a black-white issue as I think it's that issue. And that comes to almost a religious thing.
Feels like it, honestly, how divided we are.
And so I think it's also unites some folks who are black and conservative, somebody who might be Democrat with somebody who's white and conservative who might be a Republican. So it's I think it's something that the party needs to start looking at, and to say, how do we make sure that we grow an even bigger tent? Yeah. What do you think, Bill? Or did Bill go to sleep? Bill went to sleep. Bill, wake up. Bill Carroll.
Bill. I think he's looking at his phone.
I think Bill went to sleep.
He's not moving, so he probably did. Maybe he's dead. I don't know.
No, Bill went to sleep. Bill, wake up, Bill.
Oh, he's sleeping. Yeah, he's knocked out.
Hey, 1, 2, 3. Hey, Bill, wake up. Hey, Bill. Bill. Hey, Bill. Bill Carroll.
Hey.
You try calling him. He's out cold. Hold on a second.
Yeah. The election's gotten to him.
That could be. Let's see here. He's asleep. That is unmistakable. Let's give him a call. Let's see if that works. I don't know if you can actually hear his phone. Bill, wake up.
Bill, you were sleeping.
Bill.
Yeah. Hold on.
Wake the fuck up.
Well, I am. Hold on.
Yeah, we're trying to wake you up.
At the tone, please record your voice message.
You were asleep on the phone. We were asleep. You were dead to the world, man. Oh, we were like, Bill, wake up. Even look, hey, Bill. Even Donald Richardson's like, hey, Bill.
Oh, Donald Richardson.
You were asleep.
Good to see Donald.
You were sawing logs, man. You were gone. Oh boy. What time did you go to bed?
What time? Yesterday, you mean?
Did you go to bed yesterday?
I mean, at some point I did.
Sleep like, wow.
Bill,
I've been there. I have been there. We thought maybe the whole election was getting to you, Vinny. We were gonna call APB, man. Ooh. Okay. Trump is at 145. Biden is at 223.
There's only one, according to 538. There's only one way that Trump can win the election, and that is if he sweeps.
Sweeps. Yep, that's what you have to do at this point.
Sweeps what?
You'd have to run the table.
Sweeps everything. Everything that's a battleground state needs to sweep. He needs to win every single one. He needs to win Arizona, Pennsylvania, Michigan.
He's not getting Arizona.
No, he doesn't need to win Michigan and Wisconsin. He needs to win Arizona.
He's doing one or the other.
North Carolina and Pennsylvania.
He's not going to get Arizona.
I don't see him getting Arizona either. So I can see Michigan maybe.
Michigan, yeah. I counted Michigan out a long time ago. I figured there was a path for him to win without included Pennsylvania, but it didn't include Michigan.
Odd. Yeah, that's it. Oh. 538 has and county. According to 538, there's no way that Trump can win the election unless he wins Georgia, but I do think he will win Georgia at the end of it.
Yeah, Georgia. Yeah, he's winning Georgia.
Hey, do you guys think that Biden's gonna win? Gonna go for re-election? Do you think he's gonna be a one-term kind of guy?
We'll have to wait and see. I mean, it's first time for everything. I mean, you know, look at look at where we're at, right?
That's true. Now the real question is, what happens to Trump if he loses? Like when he's done as president, Dan thinks he's going to go to jail.
Hey, newsflash, folks.
Yeah.
Zennie62 Media client. Very happy to report. The Zennie62 Media client, Ben Bartlett, is cruising to re-election in the Berkeley City Council race. 68% of the vote.
Oh,
wow. Okay. Great job, Ben. Great job. Great guy, and couldn't happen to a better one.
Another win. Woo!
Winning.
Yeah. Hey, Mom. Our client Ben won in Berkeley. Ben Bartlett won in Berkeley, our client. Ben Bartlett in Berkeley. Yeah, he won. He won. Woohoo! 68% of the vote. Yeah, you get that much of ranked choice. You give up that ranked choice voting for you get 60. Ben Bartlett got 70% of the vote.
Wow.
Woohoo!
Yeah,
Landslide victory.
Yeah, I understand. We're all talking about that. Yeah.
Michigan reports that 20% of the vote is early votes.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Michigan
so the reason why Michigan looks like it's like Trump's in the lead is because they haven't really counted the early votes so far.
Oh, he's saying that the reason why the reason why Michigan looks like it's so far ahead is they haven't counted a lot of the votes. Most of them are early votes that they're counting.
No, they have not been voting the early votes. They have not been doing the early votes yet.
Oh, they haven't done them yet.
No, they have not been doing the early votes yet.
Oh.
Because early voting obviously leans towards Biden more than it does Trump.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Zennie, Bill, it's official.
What? What's
Biden is taking Arizona.
What is?
It's official. He's taking Arizona.
Woo-hoo!
And that's according to Fox.
What?
Fox News reported on that, for God's sakes.
What? Oh,
yeah.
Wow.
Trump also won Texas and Florida. But Joe Biden won Arizona. But to be fair, we saw Florida happening, we saw Texas happening, and now this is the first change from 2016. Arizona is going blue.
Yeah.
Whoa. Whoa.
So what do they have? So what's the Fox count now?
The Fox count, I don't know. Like, he just got that from Fox. He's just looking at it right now. But last time looking at the presidential elections, just checking. Let's see.
Let's see here. Pennsylvania, too early to call. But it's only 61% of the vote. Democrats flip Arizona. Kelly scores key election win.
Yep.
That means we picked up 2 seats in the Senate. Road to 270.
Whoa, this is historic. This is historic. Whoa.
Okay, this is what happened.
I'm looking at how big this for Arizona, how big this is. One of the last time Arizona went blue. Wanna win?
Yeah, Arizona. But not only that, look at this.
No. You want to know when it last went blue?
When?
1948.
What?
Yeah, I think I'm reading that right. Like 1948 was the last time because 52 went Eisenhower, 56 went in for a second term. 60 went to Nixon. 64 went to Goldwater. 68 went to Nixon. 72 went to Nixon. 76 went to Ford. 80
went to Reagan.
Yeah, Reagan. Then Reagan again. Then HW. Bush Senior. Then Bush Senior again. No, I take that back. Bill Clinton won Arizona in 1996. So 2 times since 1948. Now the second time. Man, this is historic. This is a historic win in Arizona, man.
So here's the Fox has a clear update.
That. Yeah, first time since 96.
Look at that. Biden 237, Trump 210. All right, and so basically, here's where Biden is closing in North Carolina. Yeah, if let's see here, Biden can get Nevada, that would put him at. Oh, I forgot. There's Hawaii already went for Biden. Alaska hasn't called for anybody. That's 3. I guess we're not counting Puerto Rico, huh? Yeah. See, CNN is not counting Georgia as being done, but Fox is. Fox is giving all the ones that are in question. Fox is giving them all the ones that are leaning toward Trump. Fox is already giving it to them.
Right.
So by contrast, Florida has gone in Foxville. Florida has gone to Trump.
Yeah, Arizona, it's now closer.
But Arizona was given to Trump. Arizona was given to Biden.
Yeah. Cool.
All right.
We're in the home stretch, guys.
So can we get into a tie?
Well, I mean, it's not impossible, but it's unlikely. Let me see. I'm trying to think of how they would do that, if that's possible.
All right. If Trump is at 210 now and he gets Georgia, that puts him at 226. So you'd still be behind Biden.
And projection, guys. CNN projections coming soon.
Okay. Yeah, Biden. If Biden can't fool any of these, we're sunk. Biden's at 2. Yeah. Oh, that's right, Maine. Thing about the Fox ones, they're giving stuff up too quick. Let me go back to CNN. Let me go back to Google. Wait a second.
Trump won Florida.
Yeah, well, they've got him here. They've already got him on the Fox site.
This is not me.
Nothing we were talking about as far as Libby's gone though. What's that? There's a noise. Hey, Bill.
Yep.
Remember I was talking about the LGBTQ issue?
Okay.
Remember Andrew Gillum running in Florida?
Yes.
That's another example. You know, I mean, and he had it in his hands as a Democrat to win. And yet there's this whole backstory. And I'm thinking about him. I'm thinking about Katie Hill in California, same thing. It's like, wow, you know. Okay,
Yep.
in Delaware. Here comes. He's not going to concede, is he?
No. No.
Yes.
Oh, good. Woo.
Do not take this for granted.
You hear that? You didn't expect that.
Dan likes that. You can just see the difference in just personality between these two people.
Yes. Yes, you can.
Easily. One's like down your throats, like, and he's like very calm, very cool, very collective. Oh. Yeah, it's gonna come down to your state. Well, great. Last time it was locked further away. This is historically close.
Right now, but Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania.
Okay, sorry.
Frankly, before Donald Trump did, is maybe not something that anybody predicted. The president was going on and on about the fact that he doesn't think that votes should be counted after election day, which you should say over and over again is not the votes for him. It already is.
Senate balance of power: 45 Democrats, 46 Republicans.
Mm-hmm.
It's close. It's going to be very, very narrow margin.
Very.
Hey, Joseph, how are you?
Joseph,
Hey,
How are you? Hey, Bill.
you happy that the Dodgers finally won after all these years?
It's been bittersweet, because I gave up my season tickets a couple years ago.
Hey, you're not able to go to the games anyway.
I was so angry after that 2017. I was at Game 7 in 2017.
Oh, you were at Game 7. Oh. But anyway, how's the election been for you, Joseph?
A little stressful. You know what? I want to share. I was going to say an enduring story. So I have a 5-year-old nephew, and actually Zennie, I think, has said hello to him a few times. Mason, and my sister doesn't really talk about politics, but she said he's been gathering on his computer and looking at all the ads, and because of that, he's a Joe Biden supporter, and he was wearing a Joe Biden shirt, and when he went to talk to my sister, because my sister's working at home because of COVID, and he had asked her, well, what's happening with the results? She was still working, so he went and asked Google. He doesn't know how to type yet, but he asked him through the Google and said, what are the election results? So the early votes that were coming in were saying that Trump was leading, and my sister said that he was so sad because he wanted Joe Biden to win. So I had to calm him down and tell him that it's going to take a while. But I thought it was so cute that you have a 5-year-old that's so engaged. The one thing he said, the reason why I asked him, why do you support Joe Biden? He said, because he doesn't lie and he wears a face mask. But that's so telling of a 5-year-old. He recognizes this guy is a liar and that he doesn't wear a face mask.
Man, he really has much better skills of understanding that more than some middle-aged.
I haven't forgot that.
Man, that's.
But it's kind of hard because I had sent a picture to Zennie. So ABC News at the time I sent you the picture was 223 for Trump. I mean for Biden, excuse me, and I think Biden was at 145. And according to CNN right now, they're reporting the electoral map is 215 to 165. So it's hard to feel encouraged at this time when you have different electoral votes being touted by different news organizations.
Yeah, that's.
So I'm not sure how we go about this, but I know Joe Biden gave a speech. He already came out. He's the first candidate to come out, and basically asking everybody. Excuse me?
There's a lot of votes to be counted. So
yeah, well, that's what he said, to be patient. He was telling his crowd that he appreciates them showing up, to be patient, and that he believes this is going to go into the early morning.
Well, here's the thing, take a look at the Secretary of State websites for those states outstanding to see for yourself which votes out. Forget television. Forget what these bozos say. You have the same information, in fact, at a grainier level to report. So this is the time to flip from being a media consumer to a producer. If you see something out there, say it, right? But these folks don't know any more than you do. The information is right there. All you got to do is, for example, for Arizona, Secretary of State's office. Right now I'm looking at Alameda County Registrar of Voters, okay? This data is right there in front of you. There's no excuse not to look at it, especially since you're officially now part of a media company as an independent contractor. Hello? Hello? Am I reaching you all?
Yeah. Yeah, I got you.
Yeah, so I'm saying, forget these people. You are the media. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
All right, so I'm on right now. I'm looking at this. I'm going to the Georgia Secretary of State's website like I did before. Find out what because that's what I did before.
When did you vote?
When? I voted 2 weeks ago through the mail.
Good man.
Huh?
Good man.
I don't know about that. He asked me when I voted.
Oh, when you voted. I know who you voted for, obviously, but
yeah. No, I didn't. See here, voter info, results and stats. See this, folks. This is I know what he's saying. I'm not paying attention to him. Hey, folks, here's the right here. This is the Georgia Secretary of State website. This is the latest election news. Okay. See that, folks?
Kind of.
Okay. Iowa, no surprise there. All right.
Yeah. Trump won Iowa. Not a shock.
Yeah, no shock there. Let's see here.
Now let's take a look at Arizona. Right now, 76% of the vote is in Biden, still maintains an impressive 207,000.
But see, Fox News gave this to Biden, so they conceded. That's 5% of the vote in Nevada. Forget that. But you can see, but look at that, razor thin. That's 297,850 votes. That's number of votes that they threw out. That were, No, you're not missing what I'm saying. I'm saying that when they went to that court thing and they found out they actually illegally threw out votes. The court found that out. That's our secretary. Or their Secretary of State.
Republicans do anything they can to suppress the will of democracy.
Yep.
Makes it even worse. It's as sad as how good they are at it, but we all need to go all out on them if they've been trying to tamper with democracy. If they were truly pro-America, they would not be doing this.
I agree with you.
But it makes sense, Trump cheats to win, and they cheat to win. So if anything, it is really a perfect marriage when you really bring it.
No, that's a projection he's doing, Ma. Right, but
I pick on my dog.
Projections showing that he wins Wisconsin and Michigan.
That's what we're watching. Yeah. Yeah.
You know what I'm really shocked has not been called yet, even though it's definitely going to go blue? Rhode Island.
Well,
For some reason, CNN has not called Rhode Island. I obviously I know it was already called at Rhode Island.
Check. Vinny.
Yeah.
Check. Go to Google and type Rhode Island Secretary of State and see what they tell you.
No, I know Rhode Island won. I'm just flabbergasted that CNN, for some reason, I obviously I know that they did, but looking at that, just amazing how they still have not updated that yet. It's baffling.
Let's see here. Okay, George, what I'm looking for, George Secretary of State, absentee ballot status. Georgia My Voter page.
Georgia My Voter.
Yeah.
Lego My Voter. Lego My Egg. Georgia My Voter.
No, this is serious. I'm trying to find out. That's your status, all right? What I'm trying to find out is newsroom. See what they're telling people. Let's see here. They're not record-breaking early in posting voting continues. You see, they're not giving us an update right now as to what the count is. All right, maybe somebody else has got it. Was my vote counted? Fox 5 Atlanta has it. Let's take a look at what Fox 5 Atlanta is reporting. Los Angeles. Wait a minute. Okay. Many states offer tools to take the status of their absentee ballots. Arkansas, California has their absentee ballot tracking. I know I voted absentee. Let's see. Georgia offers online mail ballot tracking at this. So let's see where that gives us. That's where we were before. Okay. There. Absentee ballot tracking. Absentee voting by mail. Check here. Status. Plea dates and okay. Let's check Twitter. See what Twitter's telling us.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing now. I'm on Twitter right now.
A good idea, yeah. Chances are some Yahoo back there knows something.
Usually.
Retweet. Okay, let's type Georgia. Ma, you okay? Got it. Let's see here. Democrats and Republicans are closely matched in their states. All right. Look at this. Look at this, folks. All right. News flash. Wake up. Wake up. Wake up. I didn't know this. Zoom in.
Yeah, you're talking about Georgia, right? That's what I'm looking at, too.
Yeah, but look. A burst pipe in State Farm Arena shut down the vote count for Fulton County.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
That's what I was talking about.
Look at this. This is 117,000 votes.
Yep.
What?
Yep.
They're not reporting it on CNN. I'll make a
that needs to be reported on right now.
I'm doing it right now. I'm making a video. This is how you do. This is how Zennie62 Media works, folks.
Yep.
This is out freaking outrageous.
Yeah, I thought that's what you were talking about. I was reading that too.
Hey, that's what I'm saying. Don't read vlog. Don't, you know what I mean? Man, this is news. This is how you make the news. Hey, folks, we are having our online election party here, as you can see. All right. And guess what, though? Okay. Found this on Twitter, not being reported on CNN or any other news organization. Zennie62Media is reporting this. We saw this on Twitter. All right. Boom. Look at this. A burst pipe. All right. A burst pipe in State Farm Arena 50 minutes ago shut down the vote count for Fulton County. What the blank? 117,000 votes. Seriously, not hyperbole. Our Secretary of State is allowing this to happen in Georgia. 117,000 votes, not counted yet. Okay. Meanwhile, Georgia Secretary of State is reporting just 6 minutes before that, Forsyth County as all in there. And because 114,000 people early voted there, appears some counties that are marked fully reported do not include mail ballots. So
I also have some news right here because apparently, according to DC Grandma 52, because the burst pipe at State Farm Arena, counting of absentee ballots will resume at 8 a.m.
Yep.
Oh, say that one more time, Vinny. Hold on a second. Let me highlight Vinny. Go ahead. Say
yes. According to DC Grandma 52, absentee ballots will resume at 8 a.m. So 8 a.m. tomorrow, they're going to be resuming the counting of the absentee ballots. So we might not know the winner of Florida until tomorrow morning.
That's Florida. What I'm talking about, though, is this.
Georgia.
117,000 votes.
I got confused, Georgia and Florida, but we might not know the winner of Georgia until tomorrow morning. So that's going to be absolutely major.
What I'm looking for is 117,000 votes. What you don't know, folks, is that State Farm Arena was used to count votes so you can go and vote. All right. That's 117,000 votes that have not been counted at a State Farm Arena in Georgia. 117,000 votes.
Yes.
You hear what I'm saying?
Yes.
Absolutely. It's major.
All right. Now,
folks, with the election.
This video blog is going out right now. Hey, folks, we are having our. Oh, jeez.
Yeah, that's.
So, and then the question probably might be asked: was that done intentionally?
Yeah. Well,
that's a good question.
Hey, Joseph, get on Twitter and help me check this out, man.
If I do that, I have to disconnect. I only have the phone that I'm on right now.
Okay, well, never mind that. Sorry. Anybody else on Twitter? Help me check.
Me.
Vinny.
Yes.
Check. Help me start. Type State Farm. Oh, I got it here. 5 hours ago, Brad Brash officials. We won't have the vote count. We expected tonight in Fulton County. Home. Me take this away. Okay.
Yeah, Brent Barsh right here.
Yeah. I'm putting. Yeah. Okay.
No ballots were damaged, according to officials.
Here's an update. We won't have the vote count we expected tonight in Fulton County, home to Atlanta, and a tenth of all Georgians. Absentee by mail processing at State Farm Arena was delayed 4 hours because a water pipe burst in a room. Officials say no ballots were damaged. Jeez.
Oh,
man.
No one's reporting on this.
Yeah, they're not reporting it. They're not reporting this.
We will not sickening. But that's why we're here. We're going to report on what they fail to report, obviously.
This is going out right. Look, this is going out right now, okay? Right freaking now. Heck with this. And it's going to hit Google News. You know that, right?
Yes, it will.
Yeah. Hold on a second.
Oh, right here. According to one board member, Ben Brash says that one board member thinks that we won't have results until Friday, potentially.
What? Mom. Probably gave her a heart attack with all this yelling, and me too. Mom. Hold on a second. Here.
Because that is not good for their narrative, and it's also not good for their path.
100,000 votes. That's how Florida was won last time. And Georgia might be in that similar situation. Can you imagine if those votes were altered? Can you imagine if they were all just tampered with? Crazy thought. I mean, they're obviously not all going to go to Biden or Trump, but it's swinging either way. It's close enough.
You know, the problem with that, let's say they have the 117,000 votes separated and somebody potentially could slip in other votes that are all Trump votes and take out the 117. That's the problem with stuff like this. I mean, there's crazier things that have happened. All you have to do when they have access is duplicate the names on the ballot. I wonder what the vlog that Zennie just did that he's posting right now. I wonder if we send it to the candidates, and maybe that'll make news. Attach the Zennie62 vlog to @Biden and @Kamala Harris.
Let's check the Twitter pages of both Trump and Biden. Oh, hey Joseph.
Yeah.
President Trump just made a tweet, and it says,
"Big win tweet." Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, he said we are up big, but they are trying to steal the election. We will never let them do it. And it was flagged on Twitter, saying some of all the content in this tweet is disputed, might be missing about an election or other civic process. Oh boy, oh boy.
He's desperate. I think the reason why he really wants to win the re-election because he knows that the SDNY are going to go after him once he leaves office.
Yep.
The Southern District of New York.
Yep.
And I think there was a news story that came out a few days ago that he confided with somebody. That's one of the reasons he's concerned about this election. Again, reiterating, doesn't care about what's going on in this country, cares only about himself, which we already know, but that just kind of reiterates and confirms what this guy's all about.
It's the ultimate me, man.
You know, the irony too was, you know, they pulled footage of him saying that historically the economy does better under a Democratic administration, which is ironic because he's saying the complete opposite right now.
On the trending section for the U.S., it's all about the election. Florida's number 1. Number 2 is election night. Number 3 is Ohio. Number 4 is polls. It's spelled wrong. Oregon's 5. Pennsylvania's 6. Nevada is 7. California's 8. Virginia's 9. Kanye West is 10. John King, of course, the Magic Wall is 11. Bernie 12. Election 2020 13. Natal, which is San Juan 14. Louisiana 15. Kentucky, Canada. Discussion moving to Canada. Newsmax. No. Why would you watch Newsmax? Nate Silver. Yeah. Tommy Tuberville. Yeah. Tommy Tuberville won. Former Auburn head coach, by the way. But yeah, we all knew that Doug Jones was down here for just a couple of years. Sad, but Jones only won because the Republicans had a pedophile. Can't make this stuff up. But hey, at least their lawyer was a Jew, right? And he won by the slimmest of margins. Slimmest of margins. against a pedophile. Listen, Alabama, you do you, but you're not helping yourself out, man. In fact, Alabama, there's lots of parts of Alabama that are considered third world countries. That's how poor the conditions of Alabama are. That doesn't surprise me. So anti-abortion, yet I think it's top 5 or top.
The hesitation I have, let's say, God willing, Joe Biden wins, they're going to try everything in their power to not only do a recount, but they have until December 8th to certify the vote. The safe harbor, the safe harbor date of December 8th. And the person, as you know, that's overseeing the recount is Mike Pence. So,
I trust him.
Well, I mean, that's the problem, is that I wouldn't be surprised that if the outcome comes out for Biden, he's going to find every reason to disavow that election or discredit that election, I should say, and somehow demand a recount. And I bet you're 9 times out of 10, he's gonna try to sway it to his side. And then if you have Mike Pence overseeing that recount, I mean, it's just obvious what's going to happen.
I mean, the idea of the vice president overseeing the recount is sort of like what you see in like those, dictatorial countries where there's an election that comes up, and the president, one of the presidents up for re-election, the president also does the recount.
Well, and that's the problem, is that's what it's come down to under this administration. I mean, that's exactly what that is. I mean, we see it when you have National Guard firing tear gas at protesters. It reminds you of those China marches.
Tiananmen Square reminds me of, except no killings. It's just, and all to just take a photo op where he can go in front of a church and hold up a Bible upside down, a Bible that he definitely did not read.
No, because you asked him what's your favorite, verse or anything from the Bible. He couldn't answer that.
Maybe it's 2 Corinthians or something. Unlike Trump, Biden actually has read the Bible and is a devout Catholic.
Yeah.
Even though Trump may be Presbyterian, I don't think he cares about religion. I don't think he cares about that. I think he cares about one thing. Again, Trump only cares about himself. The only religion that matters to him is the religion of Donald Trump. That is what his ideology is. That is what his lifestyle is. That is who he is.
Well, there's I wouldn't say a full chapter, but there's that Trump that was written by his niece, Mary Trump. Mm-hmm. I think there's quotes in there from his sister saying that he's never been religious, that he would never go to church. So this idea that now he, curtsies to all the evangelicals, and it's basically just for a vote.
You're muted, Zenny.
No, you're still a mute. We can't hear you.
Fuck Trump. All right. Can someone give me an analysis of where we are with respect to this vote?
So far, there's the votes.
Acting like a media company. Oh, I want to know. I'm not giving up. Okay. I already put this video that's coming up in a few seconds. Don't fucking give up. I mean, collectively, all of us. Joseph, Bill, everybody.
They halted the count in a couple of states, Zenny. I mean, I don't know what you want me to do about that.
Well, easy. What I want you to do is, you see something online that's news on Twitter that's not out there, I just made a video.
Good.
All right, this sucker's out there. Vinny, Twitter account, you can retweet it. Bill, you got a Twitter account, you can retweet it too. Joseph, you can find it and you can put it on Facebook. We need to work. This is what we do. It's the butterfly effect. And the butterfly effect is one little thing. And by the way, I'm paying you guys, so don't worry about it. I'm not, but the whole point is I shouldn't, but whatever. The butterfly effect is a little flap in the middle of the Pacific Ocean can cause a big tidal wave someplace else. All right? This could be that little thing where somebody else says, hey, wait a minute, you're not doing this right. I happen to see this because guess what? A lot of people are not on Twitter.
Yeah, like we all knew.
It's Rhode Island.
Yep.
Yay.
Well, I mean, here's what we know. We know that Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and Michigan aren't going to be called anytime soon. Georgia's going to take a while. So we have at least 4 states where we just won't know anything for a while. Probably a day or two before we know anything about those 4 states. That's what we know.
What can we do to make an impact in terms of information that's not getting out there? Because, you know, as much as people might talk about Twitter, like my mom doesn't have a Twitter account, but she'll see something online if she happens to search for it. Right. So my point is, I just put this out there. I think in terms of the what I'm showing you, what I'm about to show you, I refuse to lose. Heck with it. Any little thing I can do.
I like that mentality.
And not only that, remember, we were credentialed for a reason. We were credentialed by the DNC to cover it for a reason. Okay? That wasn't idle. That's the 3rd time this happened in my life. There's a reason for that.
You're a trusted outlet.
Yes.
You're a trusted outlet. It's
and
what
they
we've
also
done.
know that we will go to that this company will go to war. I mean, at a heartbeat. Okay? And this is war.
An update. We won't have the vote count we expect.
Okay, so folks, here's what I did. Here it is. Excuse me. Have a look.
Not on Twitter yet.
Oh.
On Twitter?
Okay, so here it is, folks. There it is.
An update. We won't have the vote count we expected tonight in Fulton County, home to Atlanta, and a 10th of all Georgians. Absentee by mail processing at State Farm Arena was delayed 4 hours because a water pipe burst in a room. Officials say no ballots were damaged. Jeez! Man. Hey, folks, we are having our online election party here, as you can see, all right? And guess what, though, okay? Found this on Twitter, not being reported on CNN or any other news organization. Zennie62Media is reporting this. We saw this on Twitter. All right, boom. Look at this. A burst pipe. All right? A burst pipe in State Farm Arena 50 minutes ago shut down the vote count for Fulton County. What the blank? 117,000 votes. Seriously, not hyperbole. Our Secretary of State is allowing this to happen in Georgia. 117,000 votes. Not counted yet. Okay? Meanwhile, Georgia Secretary of State, just 6 minutes before that, Forsyth County as all in there. And because 114,000 people early voted there, appears some counties that are marked fully reported do not include mail ballots. So you have that.
That was some news right here because apparently, according to DC Grandma 52,
hold on.
The burst pipe in State Farm Arena, counting of absentee ballots will resume at 8 a.m.
Oh, say that one more time, Vinny. Hold on a second. Let me highlight Vinny. Go ahead. Say that one more time.
According to DC Grandma 52, absentee ballots will resume at 8 a.m. So 8 a.m. tomorrow, they're going to be resuming the counting of the absentee ballots. So we might not know the winner of Florida until tomorrow.
Well, that's
morning.
Florida. What I'm talking about, though, is this. I'm talking about Georgia at 117,000 votes.
I'm not confused, Georgia and Florida, but we might not know the winner of Georgia until tomorrow morning. So that's going to be.
Yeah, what I'm looking for is 117,000 votes. What you don't know, folks, is that State Farm Arena was used to count votes so you can go and vote. All right, that's 117,000 votes that have not been counted at a State Farm Arena in Georgia. 117,000 votes. You hear what I'm saying?
Yes. No, it's major.
All right, now, folks,
With the election.
this video.
Oh, so there you are. What happened was I made that out of sequence. The first video is supposed to go after that one, but whatever. It got the same message out. So that message is out. I'm about to put it on Twitter, and it's going to automatically go to Oakland News Now in a second or two. And I'll put it on Facebook. A water pipe burst. Joseph, I think you're absolutely right, man.
Yep.
What's that?
About the whole water pipe burst thing being fishy.
Yeah. It's you got to think about it. It's in a crucial state where potentially it could have flipped from Trump from 2016 to Biden in 2020.
Yeah.
And well, the main question, which I don't know, maybe like I said, I can't look anything up because of my one only, feed here, is that how many electoral votes does Georgia have?
Electoral college. It has electorate votes on the line. 16 of them. That could sway.
What does that tell you? What does that tell you exactly?
That's a lot.
Because why aren't any of these happening in states that carry anywhere from 5 and under, like Iowa or Maine? I'm sure their infrastructure is a lot less, in theory, might be less efficient than a state that brings in more revenue like Georgia. I'm going to tweet out that link, but I have to leave to do that. But I'm going to hit up a couple of spots. I'll come back.
Oh, hey, Vinny. Vinny and Joseph. I just tagged you on the tweet.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So I just tagged you.
Okay.
So you don't have to worry about finding it on Twitter.
I just liked and retweeted.
Yeah. Because I put hashtag FYI for both of you. Hey, Bill, I should have attached.
I'll do that right now. I'll come back.
Okay, I'll get Bill. Sorry about that. Bill, I've been.
Very tight about this. You have the president tweeting, trying to count votes. What I was saying was trying to change elections. The Trump campaign was
I want to know about that pipe burst. I want to know who did that. That's,
Seems awfully fishy, honestly. How convenient that in a swing state like Georgia in this election, a random occurrence of a pipe bursting in a place where there is going to be over 100,000 votes being tallied. Seems suspicious.
It seems like somebody other than me ought to say that on a video.
Gee, that definitely doesn't sound suspicious in this slide. It definitely doesn't sound like any more classical GOP, cranking the way before. Good old fashioned GOP BO.
Oh gosh. You know what? I didn't realize it was 1:26 in the morning.
County here again. It was 206,000 votes 4 years ago. Provided 196,000, so maybe the Wisconsin is 54.
They still have Biden ahead. I think Bill.
Yes.
Oh, okay. I asked his Raiders SP says I think Bill is asleep. Oh. Were you?
No, as far as
no, he's not asleep right now. He was asleep before.
Oh, okay. I didn't know. I just happened to look down and see that. That's all.
And back from CNA position. They're probably going to announce Arizona.
Boy, you know.
We already knew.
Let's see. Hey, by the way, hey folks, if you're on Twitter, well, I'll do it. I was gonna tag John King and let him know.
Do it. One electoral vote
for Biden.
Well, Biden won. It's weird. I thought with Alaska and Hawaii they'd be done with the polls at 12. It's 1:30. When are those going to be done?
I'm trying to figure out something with Georgia. We've got 130,517 absentee ballots. Trump is ahead by 300,000 votes right now. So that's roughly 50% of the difference right there. And I'm trying to find out how many votes remain to be counted in Georgia. That's what I'm trying to figure out. Because they've got 75, whatever percentage they have of the numbers that are counted. Okay. You know what? Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, old Rust Belt manufacturing states. Go figure. The states that economic development lost.
All they need to do is just read. They just got to look at more of those early votes, because once the early votes, they start looking at them and they notice that Biden gets in the lead.
You know, we have not went in as Democrats and rebuilt those states. You realize that? We're paying for it. We're paying for it. I mean, there's no excuse you losing Michigan.
Well, yeah.
Republicans. That's. I would never thought I'd see that in my life, because that used to be a Democratic stronghold.
Yeah.
I mean,
they should have never.
Democrats lost Michigan. Unbelievable. Democrats lost Michigan. I mean, roll that around in your mind.
That's embarrassing.
That is. It's embarrassing. The Democrats lost Michigan. That's what?
16 electoral votes.
Yeah, well, it's a combination of things.
Yeah.
And when a lot of urban Detroit is a ghost town, right? I mean, literally a ghost town.
Yeah.
So that's part of it. And when you have these areas of the city that simply turn into blocks and blocks of vacant housing stock, that eventually begins to be filled, some by real estate speculators and some by, young families who are looking to pick up cheap houses and shorten their commute. Well, now I don't have to drive from Royal Oak or from, wherever it is to my job in the city. I can now, for pennies on the dollar, scoop up this house that it used to be in a neighborhood I'd be scared of, but now the neighborhood's dead, basically. So the thing that scared me is gone. So I can swoop in, get this for pennies on the dollar, fix it up in 7 months. I have a home that I paid 40 something or 50 something for, put 12 into it or 14 into it to fix it up. I got, current on the property taxes, paid the tax lien off, and it's worth $280,000 when I'm done. I mean, who wouldn't do that, right? I mean, you just made yourself a smooth $210,000 profit in a year and a half. So why wouldn't you do that? And so when that happens, not all, but some of the people who are coming in are conservative or moderate or whatever, but they're not, their political leanings are different from the people they're replacing. So when people talk about gentrification, not only does it mean displacing or replacing people that were at a lower rung on the socioeconomic ladder, but also represents a changing face of the political map. When a place is turned over that dramatically in terms of the socioeconomics, often there is a similar turning over, or replacing or rearranging of the politics.
Yeah, so, I get that, Bill, but my point is, as an economic engineer, it doesn't tell me what we should have done to fix it. I'll tell you what we should have done to fix it. And what we should have done, we didn't do when Hillary ran. We didn't have a plan for economic revitalization. We went in places like that and worse in the Appalachians, and we told those people that they were going to lose their jobs because of global warming, as opposed to saying we're going to do a Sputnik, bring your jobs back, make traditional energy okay, but we're going to make traditional energy produce energy in a clean way that's never been done before. We didn't give them imagination. We didn't give them hope. We didn't give them a plan or a design. We went in with nothing that addressed their pocketbook. We didn't talk about putting food on their table, which means giving them money and getting them money to take care of their basic needs and put food on the table. We used to do that as a party. But we forgot all that. And we're paying for it.
Oh, sure. I mean, that's a big part of it. So when you think when we think about when the Democratic Party went north, right? The Democratic Party obviously had held the South in a, essentially a stranglehold for generations. But when it began to really establish itself during that flood of immigration that came over from places like Ireland and Russia and Poland and Italy and things like that, and Greece and places like that, Czechoslovakia, etc. And the Democratic Party was the party of settlement houses. It was the party of, we're going to help you learn English and get you a job at the meatpacking plant and, get you a job working for streets and sanitation and get you a job, with the fire department or whatever. Now, there was still a wild amount of racism up north. I mean, I'm not trying to make it sound like it was all peaches and cream in terms of racial things, but nonetheless, the reason that the Democratic Party thrived in these large urban enclaves like Kansas City and Chicago and Boston and New York and Philadelphia and, name a large urban city of the, 1870s, 1880s, 1890s, and, early 20th century, is because they did this amazing job of almost meeting you at the, as you came into the United States practically and saying, we're going to help you become an American, we're going to help you get settled and all these other things. Now, theoretically, something similar could have happened with Black America in the Democratic Party. But the Democratic Party in the South was, of course, extremely violently hostile to Black people. And the one in the North, at least not violently hostile, and at least, found a way of courting the Black vote, though not always in the most effective way possible. But these accommodations were made to some extent. And, they did help certain people. You can be the first, police sergeant from your neighborhood, from your side of town or whatever. You can be the first supervisor at streets and sanitation, or whatever. But the point is that there was this taking people who were either new, as in literally new, like they just got here as immigrants, or people who were new to the North because they were fleeing, Jim Crow segregation or whatever it is, and saying, we're going to help you to get settled here. We're going to help you to find out how to survive, all those kinds of things. And what happened is that instead of saying, I mean, it's funny because look at the two sort of opposite ways of approaching being macro politics, right? Macro politics, where on one side you see we're just going to spend all our time on our base and energizing our base and maybe growing our base a little bit, but mostly energizing our base and making our base, super into this and loyal and all this other stuff and honing them. And then on the other side saying, oh, how can we chip away at some people who don't particularly like us, but maybe we can convince us to like us if we stop being ourselves so much. Maybe if we stop being so much like what we actually are and pretend to be more like the people that don't like us, maybe some of them will like us more and we'll chip away some of them. And at a macro political level, it's frankly suicidal eventually. Even if you succeed, at some point you're going to go so far at trying to woo these people who don't like you that the people who do like you are going to say, well, screw this. Why are we spending all of our time and energy on trying to bring back or bring over these people who aren't really us? And in some cases are really our enemies, just aren't our enemies as hard as the other people are our enemies. So if the Democratic Party said, forget this whole, trying to basically look like them except nicer, right? Or be like them except nicer. And instead said, how do we continue to grow our party? How do we continue to and build our base and energize our base? And how do we become the people who say to all these people who don't have a path for citizenship, this is not just something we're going to kind of give lip service. This is a core plank in our platform. If you've been here X number of years, and you've been paying taxes, you've been doing the right things, we're going to promise you that if you want to be a citizen, then by year this, you will be in the pipeline. And by this year, you'll be done and you'll be a citizen. If we said that's something we're committing to no matter what, we wouldn't be saying, oh, well, what happened with Latino vote? Right? I mean, like, we wouldn't have to worry about it. One, there'd be more of them because it would have helped them become citizens. And two, it would outweigh all the other stuff that's being thrown around, all the other, effluvia that's being sort of cast into the air to obscure what's really true. And I mean, it's fun to point at somebody and say, oh, you're a racist. Hey, guess what? No one cares anymore. You know what I mean? Like they've stopped even caring about, like the gloves are off and they're fine with it. Yeah, sure, whatever, I'm a racist, big deal. Hey, so that's not helping you anymore. Pointing out that somebody's a racist isn't how you win elections in America. And it really hasn't worked in a while. So
yeah, true.
so move on from that. Maybe they're racist. Who cares? Like let's now attack their actual weaknesses as opposed to pointing out things that to their base isn't a weakness anyway. The people who are going to vote for them aren't going to be scared by being told that these people are racist or that they're xenophobic or that they're just horrible human beings. They're fine with all of that. So now
the whole point wasn't to point them out to hope that their own base would change. The whole point was to mass enough people against them to say, hey, look, these folks are racist. You shouldn't be supporting them. That was the whole point.
That's not what works, Zennie. I mean,
guys, I want to mention something pretty big for Georgia. Georgia, very big news for Georgia. Trump is ahead of Biden in Georgia by 118,000 votes.
Yep.
Yeah, but I don't know what could be big for Georgia because Vinny, all the votes haven't been counted. So whoever reports the news,
I'm just saying that.
Are you watching?
General.
Well, but wait a minute. Are you watching Fox News?
No.
Okay, what are you watching?
I have CNN on.
I have CNN on too. This is Fulton County. Maybe they're going to announce what we put out. Hold on a second.
Maybe. Try to add John King, Wolf Blitzer.
Needs a little bit more, but the Democrats running up. So there's possibility of more votes there again. 210,000. You go back and look. Joe Biden well in excess of Hillary Clinton's total in this county now. The question is, can he build on it some more? So you keep looking around Metro Atlanta. You come down here. You're starting to move away a little bit. Douglas County up to 91%, but potentially the more votes there. So then you pull out and you take a look. Let's just check the other Democratic areas. You come over here.
Let me just interrupt for a moment, John, because go to Georgia as a whole, statewide as a whole right now, and let's say we take it down to 90% of the estimated vote reporting right now, because and let's see where those outstanding votes remain.
Well, let's see if we can figure it out. We know most of them are in Metro Atlanta, but let's see what we can see here as we go. That's 87% reporting or less. So as you come back in here, you do it this way. You just see, run the math, or you can come at it from this point as well. No, that's not going to do it for us. So you see most of the votes that are missing are still in the Metro Atlanta region. I'm going to bring this over and blank it out. Go there. There we go. See, now you.
Did you hear that?
Let me come out of it.
Yeah, we knew that.
Get that to turn off. Well, we're going to have to wait to come back to this.
No, but what I want to know is what does that get us to a
win? You come out of
win?
it, you come out, see.
Well, if they haven't been counted, nobody can answer that question, Zennie.
No, that's not true.
As you fix that,
if you know a fixed number,
we're watching these key,
and they haven't been counted, you know what you need, then it can tell you how many you need. They're not ghosts.
No, here's what I'm saying: the votes haven't been tabulated. I mean, they have 117 and some odd thousand untabulated votes. They know that they're there, but they haven't been counted.
I'm aware that what I'm trying to explain to you is this. What I want to know in terms of votes that not only haven't been counted, but also ballots that might be lost or something. I want to know what we found out on Twitter. That's what I want to know.
Okay.
That's what I'm getting at. That's still not answering my freaking question.
Right, but
the reason why I'm responding that way is because, you haven't lived down here. You've got a situation where the court just discovered about 2 months ago that there were 200,000 ballots that were thrown out.
Yes, correct. Discarded, yes.
Okay, that's my point. We have situations like that down here that are impacting this election.
Right.
It's what caused the Stacey Abrams
Yeah. And what I want to know is, have they really counted all the ballots?
Right. And we had a
I don't think they have. They definitely have not.
Harris
Right,
County
that's
had a similar situation where they were trying to discard a couple 100,000 votes in Harris County too. This is going to be popping up all over the place, Zennie. This is not a surprise.
I don't care. Why do you keep telling me about things that there should be a cause for war? I'm not talking about that. And my point is somebody be filing lawsuits. What I'm tired about our folks is stop telling me what is. Stop telling me how to fix it.
Okay. Well, we could have
Talk about the symptom. We never talk about the cause.
Yeah, I hear this every day. It's like, oh, it'll never work. Oh, it's this. I don't like fatalism.
Oh, no, I wasn't being fatal. Wait, hold on. I wasn't being fatalistic. That wasn't what I was doing. I was telling you that this is to be anticipated. That's what I was saying. I was saying that wasn't fatalism.
It is fatalism if you anticipate it, yet you have no counter for it. That's fatalism, Bill.
Well, hold on. You didn't ask me if I had a counter for it. No, that's a separate question. So here's what we could do, right? We could, I think, fairly simply and easily have a way by which every single adult person 18 years or older could have a issued to them. It could pop up on their smartphone. It could pop up on their whatever, and it would be a unique identifier. It would go live on a certain date, right? So whenever the same time that we would normally mailed out ballots, and you could register your vote via your phone. You could register your vote online. You could if you prefer to do it on paper, you could do it on paper using that same unique identifier, right? It would be the thing that was it would be alive for a certain amount of time. Once it had been entered in the system, it's turned off. So that way the people say, oh, 18 people could use it. No, as soon as it's used once, it's turned off. The technology is that we have blockchain, dude. Like the technology is there for us to all be able to vote almost instantaneously, right? The technology has existed for a while, Zennie. It's not like it's super difficult. We're just mired in tradition. You know what I mean? Like I remember I was voting somewhere and I was literally poking through like the whole hanging chat thing. And I was thinking to myself, we live in an era where I can get, welcome back Cotter memorabilia in my home within 24 hours after I pay for it. But I'm poking holes in a sheet to indicate my voting preferences. Like we have this great disconnect between how we do things in our elections and the technology we use for almost everything else that we do. And it wouldn't be that hard to fix. But one, you'd have to get our smart people in terms of our cryptology people and whatever people on making it unhackable, which thus far no one spent much time on. For whatever reason, it's been a low priority to make our elections unhackable. I don't know why that's been a low priority. That's a huge question mark. But it wouldn't be that hard to fix. That could be fixed. And we have the technology to essentially enable every American to vote pretty much instantaneously electronically and make it secure if we prioritized it. But we haven't. Because we like drama. I don't know. I don't know why we haven't done it, but it wouldn't be hard to do. I mean, it's funny because blockchain's been around for over a decade, right? At this point?
According to 538, from their national overview, the forecasted vote share had Biden winning with 50.1% of the votes. Slight alteration, Trump wins it.
Yeah, I'm wondering what was hacked here. That's the other thing.
We'll be right back.
Because we tend to assume that nothing was hacked. So,
well, I never assumed that. But
can't assume anything these days.
Yeah, exactly. That was the point I was making earlier.
Oh, time for a lawsuit then.
I'm sure there'll be lawsuits.
What's the Warren Zevon song? Send lawyers, guns, and money.
Yeah, I guess so. Ugh. Let's see here. Ugh. Okay. Interesting. Well, I want to check on the local elections. Give me 1 second here. Let's see here.
Everyone on Twitter.
Trying to call you. Yeah. What you say?
Everyone on Twitter is talking about how close Georgia is, and I'm telling them that watch out. There's issues in Fulton County.
Yes, thank you.
I'm telling them, Steve Lookner, I told him from Agenda Free TV, I said, Steve, watch this. Pretty big in Fulton County right now. Telling as many as I can.
Very, very closely. In Arizona right now, 80% of the estimated vote is now in Biden making his lead of about 155,000 votes. Yes, 52.4%, 46.4% of Trump, 11.7%
Oh, you mean nobody's up late on election night anymore? Oh, see ya. It's Zennie. Ugh.
Okay, so Philadelphia City Commissioners have said that there will not be another update on mail ballot votes tonight. However, ballot counting has not stopped and will go on all through the night. It's a reporting issue, not a counting issue. And there's a live stream on YouTube of Philadelphia election workers that you can actually see of them going around the clock in the convention center counting ballots. Commissioner Al Schmidt said there's a lag in in-person votes coming from West Philadelphia, which is not uncommon in any election in Philadelphia. Once those are in, they can switch over and begin adding ballots to their output system report.
Oh, yeah. Oh, we still got a show going. Hey, so do we have a new council member? What about the second place votes? Because I'm waiting. That's what I'm looking at. She's. Because I was wondering if Lynette picked up second place votes, even if she picked up those. I was wondering if there would be more likely to be Carol. So you're saying, because the last time I heard somebody say that, John Russo said that about, remember Parada? He thought Parada had it, and Gene clocked in with 2/3 of the second place votes.
Everyone's talking about Georgia right now. Everyone's saying Georgia's on their mind. We know why it's like that.
Yeah, that is.
Good night. Also, good news for statehood. Looks like overwhelmed.
Yeah, that is surprising. So, yeah. So what kind of council member will Carol be?
Looks like Puerto Rico had a very high turnout for statehood.
I'm not surprised to hear that.
My only concern is can she count votes? In other words, or is she going to, what kind of? I'm concerned with vote counting, and I'll be honest, because this is the. See, I don't have a sense. The only time I had a sense of how Carol was going to be as a council member is when I talked with her when she was helping Cat Brooks. But when I reached out 3 times, 4 times to get an interview, she never requested it. And I thought I sent, not only did I email her, I actually messaged her in the debate, and I said, I'd love to debate you. Is there, an email I can reach out to? Oh, but I remember we weren't here, but we weren't there, but it was on the Zoom debate, and I said, hey, I would be honored to debate. I'd be honored to interview you, and she never followed up. And
One bright enough to inspire us all to work together. Right now, America's natural gas and oil companies continue to lower emissions worldwide, all while fulfilling essential energy needs.
It's going to be fun.
We can keep the U.S. the world leader in reducing emissions. See how American innovation lights the way at energyforprogress.org.
It's going to be fun. Well, I think that what I'm going to do, I mean, for me, because I know that she and Kat are upset that I know Sam Singer. But my point is, I gave them every chance, and I even put out their side of the story. But if they're not, going to talk to me, then I think I can muster up a much louder voice than either one of them combined. So that's fine. It's just, well, Kat does, but it's just that that's how she's come off. It's like, and I'm thinking, okay, fine. You don't have to. That's outstanding. It's not, but I'm, yeah. I mean, it's the thing is that among some of us, and I'll just
President Trump is going to come in soon.
Yeah, I know. He's planning to, I don't know what he's planning to say, but planning to say something.
Well, Oakland has a new council member, Carol Fife, in my district.
Okay.
That's Carol.
So I'm going to say congratulations to Miss Fife. I'm going to make a quick vlog. I'll be right back. Any changes in anything?
No changes at the moment. President Trump is going to be
213, and Biden is at 220. Biden has not moved off 220.
Yeah. Apparently, Trump has said that he's apparently, from what I've heard, what I've seen as well, the Trump campaign is trying to argue with. No joke. Hey,
Joseph, I didn't see you were there until now.
Yes.
Joseph?
Yes, I can hear you.
Joseph?
Yes, I can hear you.
Oh, sorry. I realized I had my computer turned down.
Trump's going to speak soon from the White House.
I thought about. Yeah, I see.
Apparently, Trump's still apparently trying to argue with. He said on CNN that apparently they're trying to argue with some of the networks that, oh no, Arizona's not completed yet. That's.
What I tell you? What I tell you about him? See.
What a year. The simple as we can say is what a year. Pandemic, racial protests, and an election of our lifetimes.
Basically, a friend of mine on the phone was saying something that made me said that we were fighting the Civil War all over again.
Feels like it, but except instead of guns and instead of muskets and bayonets, instead of guns and cannons,
we got computers and fake votes.
Yeah, it's a psychological war.
Fake votes and social media.
Instead of guns and ammo, it's fake voter suppression and social media. Yeah, I mean, just it's basically its own civil war in the country. We're basically on the prelude for a potential civil war. I don't want to get to that far, but it's America's in a different kind of civil war. I mean,
I'm not. This is weird stuff to me. Not the way I didn't think. As I told my friend on the phone, I didn't think that we would actually lose as Democrats. Wisconsin, Michigan, maybe, and Pennsylvania, maybe. Those are all of our strongholds. I said that to Bill, because we understood the value of unions. We understood the value of manufacturing. We understood the value of making sure a person, I hope we don't lose. I really don't. I mean, I hope we don't. Yeah, I hope we don't lose. Wow. Yeah.
Here locally in LA County, they just busted a fake recruiting office to submit your ballots there because they were telling everybody that they're going to send them to the register recorder's office, and they caught him on video throwing the ballots away in the trash.
President Trump's family, Eric, Don Jr., Tiffany, Ivanka, are all walking down the aisle.
Well, I got to make this video. I'll be right back.
Yeah. I don't see anyone wearing masks there, but I heard that they were tested. But who knows if that's true at this point? Here comes the president. God help us.
Are you okay?
And things are turning out to be a lot more complicated. We're waiting on.
Here comes Trump.
Here comes El Presidente. Music and all, with Mike Pence, both Melania and Karen.
But this is that has to do with the fact that all people the land and just figure it out not just but in
He doesn't look that cheerful, does he?
Not so far, though. I'm surprised he didn't, have Carrot Top do an opener just to get the crowd going.
Yeah.
is a little bit hard.
That's an excellent point because one of the things she's all written for
Again, saying that there's cheating. Did you hear that?
happens in this country. For instance, Virginia used to be, when I was young, a battleground state, and now it almost automatically goes to Democrats. On the other hand, we've seen Republicans make inroads with Latino voters in Florida and Texas and other places. A lot of those votes are still being tabulated, et cetera. But in terms of the margins, that we didn't anticipate would happen necessarily, although certainly people were sounding the alarms about Joe Biden and Latino voters. But there is a realignment going on, and so it takes a little while.
Oh, man.
That's happening, and the votes are so close in the state to tabulate all the ballots.
And Arizona and Georgia are the prime examples of that tonight.
Are you watching CNN, Vinny, or another channel?
I have CNN on. I've had CNN on the whole night.
Okay.
Was so incredibly red. 2 years ago, there was that razor thin gubernatorial race, and now we have 2 Senate races.
He was expected to win Florida.
In Georgia, and we really don't know how it's going to turn out because of the African votes in the major population center of Atlanta. We just don't know. And
I told you he was complaining already that they won Texas and didn't include it.
Look how big we won Texas, guys. Just don't ignore the fact that it's always red usually.
I think Democrats probably had hoped that after tonight that Joe Biden could win them back in such a decisive manner that they would take it off the board for Republicans in the future. I don't necessarily think that's going to happen tonight. I think those are going to continue to be states that are fought over, which is a big change. I mean, they really have been up for grabs for a long time.
Yeah, I mean, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and Michigan have always been battleground states. But they're usually the kind of battleground states that Republicans, before the election, pull out of and start focusing just on Florida or Virginia, et cetera. But now they truly are battleground states. Donald Trump has upended that. He tore down the blue wall.
He's denying. He's saying that he technically won. He really won Arizona.
You know, I really don't think he understands the electoral votes.
Oh no, he does. He does
because he's quoting, but the way he's quoting these numbers. Well, we won by 4%. They're not talking about it.
What's funny about it is that he always loves to show him and his supporters always love to show the map of the 2016 map, and they keep focusing on the landmass.
Yeah,
if it was based on landmass, they would have won in a landslide, but. Newsflash, Donald, that's not how it works.
Yeah, like he'll say, we won Texas. Look how big Texas is.
It sounds about right.
Well, that's the old thing, you know. The same things that'll make you laugh will make you cry.
He said he's winning Pennsylvania by a tremendous number, but even though the votes are still being counted right now, it's very, very close to the margins.
Yeah, well, nobody knows who's winning Pennsylvania yet because, I mean, they won't know. For a while, it's going to take a while.
Now, if the trend holds still Nevada, I mean, it's only 6 votes, but I think in 2016 Trump won Nevada, and right now at 80%, Biden has 50% of the vote, and Trump has 47.
Hillary won Nevada in 2016.
Oh, she did. Okay, so that's consistent then.
So far, the only electorate that's not the same as 2016 is that one electoral vote in one of the 3 districts in that one of the 3 districts of Nebraska. That's the only thing. That one electoral vote. That's all that's different. Everything else is the same from 2016.
Mark Meadows, John Kerry just walking out as we're looking at the bottom of the screen, Ivanka Trump, Jake, other members of the Trump family. So it sounds like this is going to happen soon. But I think the president wants to put the best face on this. And quite honestly, I was with the president.
It's just, I can't even hear him talk. It just gets on my nerves.
About 4 years ago. He is hanging on to his political life right now. And no matter what the president says here in a few moments, projecting that he's going to win this race, we expect him to say that. He is just not out of the woods yet, not by a long shot. No. The United States.
Bragging he won Texas. He's never seen anything like it.
Yeah. The funny thing is, well, like you said, like Bill said, the thing that make you laugh, that make you cry, he just quotes his numbers, but he doesn't say how many numbers Biden has. He'll just say, "Oh, I have 690,000 votes. That's unbelievable." You know.
Someone thought his margins.
Yeah, he's always had these. I mean, just again, he's just setting up this whole thing in case he doesn't win, because he's quoting these mysterious people that tell him, "I don't know what's going on. There's something wrong going on." Like, who are these mysterious people that somehow are able to?
We know, and we just don't report it. Everyone reports it except our site, because our site is fake news.
Yeah.
But I watch the real news, like, OAN and Newsmax, and yeah, Newsmax, OAN, which looks like it's done North Korea propaganda style and out of your garage.
We were winning everything, and all of a sudden we just all that. Results tonight are
That was Ohio because they elected him last time. He did not win. No one has declared victory in North Carolina yet.
You know, and it's so obvious he's reading the script. He just looked at his notes to
looking at it constantly. God. Oh man. Oh. Yeah, that's good.
In the regulations, it's also created the young building. We're up by 2.5% and 117,000 votes. Only 7% less significant purchase.
He's declaring victory. Oh man.
North Carolina, where we're up or 77,000 votes with only.
Oh man, he's already declaring victory.
Yeah, but look at his strategy. He gives you all these numbers, not telling you who the opposition, what the numbers are of the opposition, and then after he tells you, well, 690,000 votes here, 480,000 votes here, and then at the end of that, he says, "I'm a winner." He's trying to push that narrative because he won't tell you what the opposition numbers are, but after making these substantial number claims and then saying I'm a winner without giving you any opposing numbers.
The worst thing about it is that his base believes everything he says, even though the guy is a pathological liar. What an amazing style. What fell, Bill?
Well, my Phil Steele, College Football 2020. And
I think that book just collapsed listening to Trump's speech. It can't get anymore.
And you know, the one thing, like, Vinny and Bill know this, is that, even on the most basic level, you have to understand when it comes to, for example, having a great economy, those things are inherited from the previous administration. You take the good and you take the bad, right? But what most people don't know, at least his supporters don't know, is the effects of the previous administration has on the subsequent years. It's almost like when you allocate funds for a project, you're allocating funds for the following year using 2019 money for 2020.
Right.
And they don't get that. And they don't. And purposely they don't want to get that because it doesn't fit their narrative.
Makes sense. It kind of falls along with how they operate. You should know.
And 65% of the voters.
She's going to Supreme Court to stop all voting.
And with Wisconsin,
This was leaked to the public yesterday. I was worried then. Now that's actually happened, I'm even more worried.
really wonderful governor.
The Republicans are just blindly trusting that Amy Coney Barrett's going to side with them, whatever, because they want to try to have as many Republican stooges on there as they can. And so far, Neil Gorsuch has not gone their way. He's really actually listened to the law. Kavanaugh is not that great, especially considering how he got there. And with Amy Coney Barrett, who knows? But
you know what? Moving forward with the Supreme Court, I think we're living, those days where we can have those Supreme Court judges for life. I think what we've seen since 2016, I wonder if that eventually would be changed because we see what's going on here.
I'm shocked they don't have term limits for all this stuff. I mean,
well, yeah, and that's basically my point. I suspect, depending on what happens in this election moving forward, someone's going to propose that we have term limits in the Supreme Court.
They should. I mean, really, you want to see? I mean, they do this to impose a political threat, just to undermine and just try to promote their agenda, and they failed so badly because all they try to do is keep mentioning Roe v. Wade. Like that's the only Supreme Court case that ever mattered in the history of the country. When they've tried that ever since, especially since the Georgia Bush administration didn't do anything, and Trump appointed 3 judges. It's going to have the same exact results. It's not going to change. It's that simple. And they just do the abortion thing just to get your votes.
Right.
There's times where we've had Republican majorities in the House, Republican majorities in the Senate, and of course Republican presidents. And all the years since Roe v. Wade has not been overturned, all these little talking points that the Republicans keep putting out, none of it happens. And they know it works because they know you're going to fall for their trap every single time and get your votes. So don't fall for the trick. Because you know they're not going to do it regardless. They're going to play you into the whole culture rules. Especially considering that we know Lindsey Graham knows so much about the family values as, the man was never married, recently never had a girlfriend, and honestly, I wouldn't be shocked if he's awesome. This is off the record, but a lot of rumors about that. In South Carolina. Georgia has 91% of the votes. 267, 249.
Ex-Auburn coach won the Senate seat.
Yeah, well, we all knew that Tommy Tuberville was going to win. So.
Former Auburn coach.
And Cincinnati, and
Cincinnati and
wait, one other place. Hold on, Texas Tech.
Yes. Ole Miss, don't forget. He was also assistant for University of Miami Hurricanes, as well as Texas A&M.
Yep.
But he was a decent coach. I mean, he was a division champion.
He was all right.
When I say decent, I mean he had that great season in 2004, but a lot of mediocre years, like some good years, but Texas Tech didn't really get anywhere with him. And Cincinnati, just not really a big super player. He was average. Nothing. He was okay, but good in some cases, but never one that you'd ever consider was really that good, but still decent. But now, of course, he's no longer a coach, as he is now Senator of Alabama. How fitting is that? How fitting for Alabama that one of their senators is a football coach.
He's just lucky that a guy like Saban
didn't run against him because Saban destroyed them every time they faced a Tuberville.
Absolutely. He could never win against the top dogs. And the only reason as to why he won here is because Doug Jones won by the slimmest of margins against an accused pedophile. So you can thank Roy Moore a lot for that.
He anticipated falsely and prematurely declaring victory, saying that he won. He did not win. He has
Christian's lost chances to get back his Senate seat. It looks like the end of his political career. Go back to the keyboard tree.
Yeah, so Pittsburgh and Philadelphia, almost 2 million votes still being counted.
I think Pennsylvania has a good chance to go blue. I really do. I think Pennsylvania has a really strong chance to go blue, but it's going to be very close. Even without Georgia, Biden can still win.
How many electoral votes does Pennsylvania have?
Pennsylvania has 20.
Okay.
It's a huge swing state. Huge swing state. It wasn't usually, but it is now. But Michigan, I can't even believe that Michigan. Hey, he encouraged the people that were against Whitmer to try and kidnap her. Doesn't give you any cause for concern? What do I?
Well, you have a lot of militias in Michigan, and I'm sure you know who they're voting for.
Yeah, that's true.
3 Percenters, Oath Takers, Proud Boys, Boogaloo Boys, all of them.
Yeah, Proud Boys.
Yep.
What you gonna do? What you gonna do when it's done for you? It's simple. You stand back and buy, just like our leader says, who doesn't even care about it. He doesn't care one way or another, as long as it benefits him.
That is not democratically elected.
So does anybody think that Kamala should have came out with Joe Biden when he did his speech, as Mike Pence did with Trump?
I don't know if it's really going to affect much, honestly, if I'm telling you.
No, I'm just thinking about the optics of that. I mean,
maybe not, but I mean, they had Mike Pence there because everyone's in the White House. But this is not a race between Mike Pence and Kamala Harris. This is a race between Donald Trump and Joe Biden.
Right.
For all we know, that could be the 2024 election. And that would be something. It would be a sequel to this one. But I think Kamala would win.
It's undemocratic.
It's completely ridiculous, but I've noticed that Vice President Mike Pence came up just in the few minutes afterwards and tried to paper over what the president had just said, which is that he does not want the votes that are still outstanding in states to be counted.
Ginsburg.
Google that when it comes from the mouth of the president of the United States. From the White,
I know early this morning they had, I forgot the person's name, the individual's name, who supposedly predicted every election for I don't know how many years successfully.
Yeah.
And he predicted Trump in 2016, and he's predicting Biden in 2020. But
Yeah,
you know,
no,
we're dealing with but that really to me doesn't mean anything because we're dealing with an administration that will tell you lies upon lies, and so you know, I just thought I'd throw that out there in case.
Yeah, Al Lichtman's a brilliant man, but honestly, I think even something as crazy as 2020 would stump even the smartest of professors.
Yeah.
I mean, and outsmarting all of us. I mean, look right here. I mean, contentious right now. Trump is trying to make them not claim Arizona. Man, this guy could.
Vote by mail ballots. By the way, that were
Rest in America, 1776 to 2020. Got a good run, America.
And Jim,
Got a good run, but no one stays on top forever. I guess, you know, this Roman Empire didn't last forever. The British Empire never lasted forever.
Nope.
And Jake, I think our founding fathers are
I guess America might not either, but
right. The Egyptians had a nice run.
Yeah, the Egyptians, all the Chinese dynasties across the ages, the Mesopotamians, Persians.
Yeah, but I mean, those lasted more than 200 years. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, on average, the average empire lasts 250 years, and we're around that age for America. So it would make sense, if it's the average. So it's likely to be around this stage. But they had a run, and America may be the best country on earth. At least that's what we like to pretend it is. But all these other Americas that lasted, to be honest, if this actually is the worst case scenario and the end of America as the pinnacle of the world, then there's other empires throughout history that would claim that they were better, like Rome and Greece and Egypt. So. But America, had a nice run.
In that room when Vice President Pence came up there. He's obviously not going to.
Good. I've asked my friend from the UK. Yes, he's not looking at it as close as now, but he says that many people there feel the tenseness of America in his country.
Yeah, because America, used to represent hope for the rest of the world.
Yes. Holding a light up and inviting people to come and share in everything that we have to offer. And, that appears to be a message that we are no longer transmitting, partially due to the fact that
first Trump, but Trump is the symptom. He's not the cause.
That was what I was about to point out, yes.
Breaking news: no winner has been determined in the presidential election. Trump says he's going to. Unclear why. I can't believe I'm actually seeing this right now. I think I'm actually seeing this. I mean, the elections in my life. Bush v. Gore. That was sign of things. Then Bush barely won against Kerry, so win re-election. And Obama won McCain handily. Then he handled Romney pretty easily, and Trump upset Hillary Clinton, and now is cheering for re-election. It could be a 2000 scenario. I'm looking at a 2000 scenario right here, and I do not want a 2000. I was like 1.5 years old, basically, when 2000 happened. Can't believe I'm experiencing what could be same thing 20 years later. I guess makes up for that.
Arizona, Nevada, North Carolina, and Georgia.
Hey Zennie, did you see that Trump claimed he won?
I heard about it from my mother. I was upstairs making a video that's up now congratulating Carol Fife, who's my new council member.
Congrats, Carol. Congrats to Mrs. Fife.
Yeah.
Council member Fife.
And I yeah, she won handily over the incumbent. So we have a new council member. Whoops, hold on a second. But to answer your question, no, I heard about it. It's horrifying, to say the least.
You're being kind.
We're being fined?
You're being too kind. This is.
You know what I said? You know what I said that I was stealing a line that wasn't obvious I was stealing it, uttered by Mark Ruffalo as Bruce Banner in The Avengers when upon seeing all the destruction
in New York City, yeah,
Manhattan, he turned around and said, "Oh well, this looks all horrible."
yeah.
So I think,
but yeah, it's when he came out and he said he's always angry and Judy
right.
God.
I didn't get up to that point, but because I'm not.
I love the MCU.
I'm not Banner, and I'm not the Hulk, but I would like to think that it is possible to Hulk out in the technical sense. Just what that entails, I don't quite know. But the whole.
Well,
I just know that Bill is asleep. Hey, Bill.
Man, like again, what me, Bill, and Joseph were talking about because President Trump was on. He was saying he was bragging about how he won Texas, and he was saying that he won North Carolina, even though it has not been called yet. And he kept saying that he won by by the margins, even though it doesn't matter. And he just kept mentioning how it was so shocking with Texas that no one's seen it before, even though Texas is historically red as it gets. It's basically the Republican.
He said that? Oh boy.
Yeah, he did. He said
I'm saying, given that Zennie62 Media, oh godly, man, oh man, we're still on the White House press list, thank God. I hope that lasts.
For all you know, you might just anyone that speaks negatively about it. And if he loses, can you imagine what he could do during the lame duck period?
Boy, oh boy. Hold on a second. White House. I'm typing White House. Okay, White House, in town 20. That was to me from 6 minutes ago. Pence told, this is according to Thomas Howell of the Washington Times, Pence says they will remain vigilant on a road to victory. Finished after 10 minutes, Trump points to supporters as he leaves stage. Guests file out slowly, empty leaving, least room except press, spotted Azar in mask. What else is there? That's the most, that was 6 minutes ago. In-town pool from Thomas Howell. This was 8 minutes ago. He says, Trump says it's clear they won in Georgia. They can't catch us. Says same North Carolina. Already says, we have a lot of life in that. Crowd gives vocal assent in saying call from network was early. Quote, we're winning Pennsylvania by a tremendous amount. Huge cheers and supporters wave red MAGA hat. Quote, we're coming into good Pennsylvania areas where they happen to like your president. Quote, we don't all of them, says states. Quote, we had such a big night. Crowd cheers, comments on margins. Quote, they knew they couldn't win, and so they let it go. They said, let's go to court. Said he predicted that happening. Quote, this is a fraud on the American public, unquote. Quote, big cheers for frankly, we did this live. Frankly, we did live this election. Pledge a Supreme Court battle. To me, this is a very sad moment, he says. Intros, Pence to cheers. What else is here? In-town pool, number 18. From Thomas Howell. Wait, hey, Bill, how you feeling? Have some water.
You know what? You saying it reminds me of Zenny.
Say again.
I was watching John Oliver, and he was saying that if you actually read his scripts, and if you take away his brash, confident demeanor that he always has, you realize how incoherent the man actually is.
Hey, well, you know what? Then he goes on and says, hey, this is live on TV, focusing on color and room. Trump's children entered first to cheer USA. Loud hoots and cheers from crowd as Trump enters. Voice is raspy. Trump says millions voted for him, but others are trying to, quote, disenfranchise them. Quote, we won't stand for it. Some guests wearing MAGA hats. spotted Kellyanne Conway. Boy, her daughter must be sick. That's me saying that. You know anything about a story about her daughter?
A little bit about it.
Yeah, I saw the poster. It was an Instagram post, right?
TikTok. It's actually
right,
one
TikTok. That's what it was. Yeah.
Zennie62. Just type TikTok. You'll see the whole episode of her glorious vlogs. Okay. Some guests wearing MAGA hats spotted Kellyanne Conway, Ronna McDaniel, Matt Schlapp, and Corey Lewandowski here. Quote, "We love Trump" chant broke out among some before president's arrival. People tended to react to Fox deliberation on possible legal. That was by Tom Howell again. What else? This is working in backward order. Fox News playing results as we await POTUS. Guests enjoying wine and cheering as they mill about Eastrum. In other words, they were drunk. That's me, not him. Guests is 150 people, maybe men in suits, ladies in dresses. President expected within minutes. People react angrily to TV suggesting Biden can win Georgia. What? Lemon yells. What else is there? You know, I should read this as a video. I think I'll read this as a separate video later.
That should be your.
Yeah. Wow. Hold on.
What's happening? I can tell you in Pennsylvania, what's happening is they're counting the absentee and mail-in ballots.
He's trying to intimidate people. You know that, don't you?
Some counties have stopped counting.
And it's trying to intimidate.
Because it's 2:48 in the morning. That's why they stopped counting. Because people get tired and they're tired. They make mistakes, and you stop counting.
Well, I know that there have been some militia members who showed up armed to some polling places.
Mistake. They're not stopping counting because they're.
No, I mean,
trying to,
he's threatening by threatening Supreme Court. He's trying to intimidate the whole institution. I'm going to go to the court. I'm going to, he's the president. What else is he going to do? This guy is in the White House saying this. So, hey. Hey, everybody. Welcome to Zennie62. Hope you're enjoying the show. Joseph Binsman says, yeah, Clinton won Nevada.
Right.
It's a grievance against him, and somehow maybe this is another example of the media not treating him fairly. I would just say I could not disagree more in this case. I think that for example, CNN has been quite responsible and very slow to declare winners. I think that's the right thing to do. We have to make sure that we don't do what I think may be a mistake in Arizona. I've talked to some people in Arizona. They're not confident that state has been decided yet. And we need to be cautious. There are plenty of votes out there in all the states, all the blue wall states in Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania that could flip it. I think it's highly unlikely in Pennsylvania, because I know it well, but it's still possible. And as long as it's still possible, you have to take your time and count the votes.
Is there anybody left in that White House who the president listens to, who can tell the president, Mr. President, it's undemocratic what you're saying, it's stressing what you're saying, we need the votes to be counted. For your own second term, should you win one, you need to have the people have faith that this happened the right way. Is there anyone who can tell them that anymore?
I suspect the reason that the 4 minute
right back.
Speech between then and the time that he did speak, there was probably a lot of discussion going on about what he should say. And the president's a 77-year-old man at 2:30 in the morning, and after a very stressful time, and I confused this.
Yes, correct, Joseph. It is a sad loss, and it most certainly will be awful. And the interesting thing is that Tuberville refused to debate. He's done almost no explanation of exactly what his platform or policies will be. So it'll be interesting to see exactly what happens. Since
he did. Roll more football.
Yes, that was basically his entire platform, is that he was a football coach, and he was anti-immigration. That he threw that in for flavor, but that was it.
I wonder, I'm just wondering, on the hindsight, do any of his former players like him now, or no?
Right, and let's consider
this. Talking about Tuberville?
Yeah.
This is the United States of America.
I mean, I don't remember hearing anything about him in terms of players disliking him or liking him either. Quite frankly, I mean, he just seemed like your sort of common, ordinary, garden variety white Southerner football coach. I mean, I'm sure that there were probably some things that he was hopefully careful about that may have been things that he grew up thinking when he was younger or believing or whatever. But I don't remember hearing anything terrible other than, once again, not being able to beat Alabama, which is, I guess, terrible enough if you are coaching offense.
North Carolina, the president's leading, but it's still too much done yet. In Maine, we're not done yet either here. Here's what we expect to happen in Maine. Let me just swing Maine out here. Oh, see, I tapped that in the wrong place. I'm going to take this off. I got this here. If Trump is winning here, Biden we expect to win more. So Trump is leading right now in the second congressional district. So if you do it like that, you get Trump one, and you come out. That's a pickup for Joe Biden. We know that would be a pickup if that holds right there. So now you're looking at the maps. If we go
244, 217.
Anger Democrat. If you just say that you see it's our votes to count. We're not done in Georgia. We even shrunk a little bit.
My school's own paper sees Biden winning.
I looked at around 45,000 votes. 78,000 now looking across the room, so that's a little bit bigger.
Yeah, well, I'd feel a little bit better if you went to Quinnipiac.
248 to 244, and that would have just these three left. And again, at this point, you're at the 2 out of 3. Right? So if Joe Biden can do these two, the presidency with 270. If for some reason, let's just say Donald Trump got this one and this one, Donald Trump wins the presidency. So if Joe Biden came back in Pennsylvania, he would win the presidency. So if this plays out, if Georgia stays red, North Carolina stays red, and the rest of it goes as we think, it's 2 out of 3 in the blue wall states.
Let's take a look at Pennsylvania. Pamela Brown's got some new reporting on what's going on in Pennsylvania.
Nail biter.
Yeah, absolutely. We're seeing how tight of a race it is there, and how many outstanding mail-in ballots are. According to official numbers from the Pennsylvania website, there are still 1.4 million, more than
1.4 million
mail-in ballots that have not been counted. So those ballots, those outstanding ballots, are not in count right now. They are working there in several counties through the night. In fact, in Philadelphia alone, the Democratic stronghold, they still have 270,000 mail-in ballots to count. 270,000 mail-in ballots to count in the Philadelphia stronghold there. And so we're told that the officials are working through the night in many places in Pennsylvania, because as we've been pointing out, the morning of the election, it takes a while. It's a process, deep breaths when it comes to Pennsylvania.
John, take a look at Pennsylvania right now. We're still counting votes. It's not over by any.
No, it's not over, but the math is pretty steep. So here's what's happening. We need to watch, we need to be transparent. If they have 1.4 million left, and the president's up by 673,000 votes and change, in ballpark 75% of these votes. Now, right now, he's not doing that statewide, but these are mail-in votes. These are mail-in votes, and we do know that he was disproportionately winning. The Democrats were disproportionately winning the mail-in vote. The question is, can he win it somewhere in the ballpark of 75%? Let's say 1.4 million. It's a rough number because we're getting in county. But it's in this ballpark, and that's the president's lead right now. Joe Biden might have to win somewhere in the area, close to 75% of those ballots to catch up. Can he do that? We're going to have to see the count. That's a steep hill. Remember 4 years ago, we were in Michigan, we were in Wisconsin.
I remember that.
Behind. Democrats kept saying the votes were there. In this case, mathematically that's possible, but we're going to watch when they count these votes. Joe Biden is going to have to his execution among those mail-in ballots, his return rate among those mail-in ballots is going to be off the chart. And we do know from data that that's possible because Democrats did disproportionately win the
Why mid-1980s babies are depressed and cynical? 1989, Columbine. My school next. 2000, distrust in elections. 2001, 9/11 live on TV in a study hall. 2003, sold on war live. 2008, finished college looking for a job, recession. 2020, should be hitting prime, but COVID.
Thanks. We're going to continue our special coverage right after a quick break.
All right, here we go. Hey, little girl, get on up. Up that resistance a little more.
Wow.
Come on. Push it.
This is Joe. He used to have bad breath. Now he uses a capful of TheraBreath, fresh breath, or rinse to keep his breath smelling great all day long. TheraBreath. It's a better mouthwash at Walmart, Target, and other fine stores.
When I noticed my sister moving differently, she said it was like someone else was controlling her mouth. Her doctor said she has tardive dyskinesia, which may be related to important medication to take for her depression. TD affects different parts of the body.
In today's trying times, we're here to help you manage TB. Visit talkabouttb.com for a doctor discussion guide to prep for your next appointment, or at home or online.
We were so relieved to learn there are treatments for TB.
Good morning, Mr. Scott.
First of all, this is an extremely viable situation the president just flew a match in. He has not won these states. The president does not get to say he won these states. There's no question that all these states can continue.
So you're gonna need crutches. Go pretty hard. You might want to take that up, girl.
Well, then a small business gets real. Progressive helps protect what you built with customizable coverage.
No.
Via helps adults with mild to severe plaque psoriasis and cover clear skin that can last. In fact, Tremfya was proven superior to Humira in providing stability for skin.
Serious allergic reactions may occur. Tremfya may increase the risk of infections and lower your ability to fight. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or those symptoms, or if you had a vaccine or plan to.
Tremfya, uncover clear skin that can last. Janssen can help you explore cost-effective options.
You watch this accumulate unfold. Log on to CLV.com and go road to 270. Election 101. Results that radically you with my election and more. Election Night in America on CNN and CNN.com.
When we first met, I thought you controlled every part of me.
Overwhelming.
The problem. I found it in the I met Ocrevus and infusions and lipids 2 times a year. They're both taking blocks and block any aggressive pharmacological sclerosis. Ocrevus is proven effective in reducing relapses and MS, and slowing the severity of depression and IMS and PPMS.
Don't take Ocrevus if you have a life-threatening allergic reaction or if you hepatitis B. Tell your doctor about vaccinations or if you have one as a quick pandemic. Ocrevus can cause infection infections that may require hospitalization and can increase the risk of infections. While no cases of PML were reported in clinical trials, an increased risk of cancer, even breast cancer, may occur. Treatment reactions can be affected in most common factors.
You have to control. Ask the doctor about 2 times a year.
This is CNN. More people get their news from CNN than any other news source.
All right, it's 3 a.m. here on the East Coast, but we will be getting warmed up. We do not know the winner of the 2020 presidential election, and that is not a surprise. Not to you, Chris Cuomo, not with my other Don Lemon, and not to any of the team or any of the people who've been watching with what reasonable expectations are for tonight. So welcome back to CNN's continuing coverage of election night in America. Votes are still always be the case. And yet President Trump is falsely claiming victory. Let's move past the noise. Let's on poise and the facts. We have key race alerts for you, okay? Let's start with Pennsylvania. You see there right now, those 20 electoral votes still up for grabs, but the president was right. He has a big lead, 670,000 votes, 55.6 to 43. But how many votes are outstanding? Wait for us and we'll take you through it. But first, the headlines. Michigan, 16 electoral votes. Again, the president ahead 288,000 votes, 52.7 to 45.5, 70% of the estimated votes. But that can be misleading. What are we waiting on and when will it come in? Those are our two big questions. We'll answer them for all these states. Next, North Carolina. Wisconsin, 10 electoral votes. President there, 116,000 votes ahead. 51.1 to 47.1, 81% of the estimated vote. Again, the question will be, well, are these early votes or day of votes? What about the absentee ballots? Those are all valid questions. We'll take you through it. Next state. Georgia, 16 electoral votes. The president there, 117,000 votes ahead, 50.6 to 48.1, 91% of the estimated vote there. What's the trick on this state? You have to look at the areas that haven't come in yet because some of them are the most populous. We'll take you through it. Next. North Carolina, 15 electoral votes, 76,000 votes ahead, 50.1 to 48.6. That is a tight race. 95% of the vote. The president is in good position there. I'll show you why in just a second. Next. Arizona, 11 electoral votes, 51.8, 46.8. Joe Biden up 130,000 votes, as we've heard all night from John King. This was the big flip. 82% of the estimated vote is in. So why hasn't it been called? Good question, and it hasn't been called for good reason. It has to do with counting all the votes. The president and his campaign argued in Arizona it shouldn't have been called until all the votes are counted, but then said none of the counting should continue anywhere else. Lastly, Nevada. Joe Biden, 26,000 to the positive, 50.3 to 47.8. What's going on there? Again, 79% of the estimated vote. Again, the key on all of these, as we go over the formatting at the magic wall, we're going to take you through them today. But let's look at the wall, all right? 220 to 213. That's where it stands right now, and we're still early. Okay, why? Let's start discussing that. Formatting is at the magic wall. Let's start from west to east about what we're watching. Let's just start with the macro point. Have we just stopped? Did things magically stop at any point? Or what is going on with the process?
Votes are being counted. Votes are being counted. That's entirely normal. It happens every 4 years. It happens every 2 years. It happens with every election. And they count until they are done counting. As we move west to east, we are going to see several states with outstanding votes, and they have to do the process of doing that count. Some states, particularly as we do east, that's slower than others. Let's start out west. Let's start with east and south. That's the state of Nevada. This was a crucial state for Democrats to hold on to. Right now, Joe Biden with a 26,940 vote lead. Here's all Democrats are really focused on anytime we're talking about the state of Nevada, and that's Kent County. This is their firewall. They want to get this margin above 10 points. That's when they start to feel a little bit more comfortable. Right now, it is above 10 points. There's 75% reporting right now. So there's still some vote to come in. This is the home of Las Vegas, largest county in the state. 72% of the population comes from right here. And again, it's a firewall. They want to keep this above 10, somewhere between 10 and 11. Right now, Joe Biden is doing that. The Democrats starting to feel more comfortable. However, still about 21% outstanding. You see a lot of the red here. This is the rural counties coming in, has come in strong in Trump. But this, I think, is also a big deal for Democrats. Washoe County, kind of a swing county in the state. Second largest county in the state, about 15-16% of the population. Joe Biden was the lead. Go back to 2016, take a look at Washoe County. Maryland. Joe Biden, way better. That is giving Democrats some optimism with the state as the vote continues to come in. So that's for that. I'm going to keep going. Moving down into Arizona. This is probably
Joe Biden tweeted, "Keep the faith, guys. We're going to win this." I like it.
It's on the map right now for Joe Biden. State of Arizona back in 2016. Donald Trump won.
Many places are already saying that he won Arizona, including the Associated Press.
Saying that Biden won?
Arizona.
The Associated Press.
But it declared, but he's maintained his lead.
Sweet. He's beating him in Maricopa County. Yeah, 2016, Trump took that.
Demographic shifts in the course of the last several cycles. Democrats thought this was moving into the direction, including the 2 senators. Right now, it has. We'll see how it goes as the rest of the night pans out. Republicans, as you noted, have been urgent. Wait, don't call the state of Arizona. Count all the votes, especially the ones that are in the East Coast. So we'll have to see how this comes in right now. Democrats feel good, not comfortable, it's not done yet, we haven't told it yet. But because of their focus, because of their stronghold down here in Pima County, obviously big margin here, put back to 2016, with better margin than Hillary Clinton in Pima County. Democrats thought this was the year Arizona could flip. They're putting up the margins right now to do it. We'll have to see how that plays out.
But also as a reminder, in 2016, President or then candidate Trump won Arizona, didn't win it on election day. It took days to count because that happened almost every time, which is why we've been saying from the beginning, you almost never know the winner on election night. That's the goal.
Well, and one final point to make on that. Just flashback to Arizona in 2018, the Senate race took several days, if not weeks, to finally count. Now, Arizona changed how they did mail-in ballots this time around. That's why they moved a lot quicker. But they used the 2018 process that's somewhat similar to what's being used out east. And it took a lot longer to count. Again, it's normal. Part of the process. Nobody's counting new votes. These are the votes that came in throughout the course of the day. I want to flip over to Georgia real quick. We've all been paying close attention to Georgia throughout the course of the night because it looked like it was heading for Donald Trump's way. And right now, Donald Trump, with 91% reporting, has an 117,000 plus lead. So why is this not being told yet? Why is this not in the red column for him? Look at it. Still walking through biggest Democratic counties, largest counties in the state, Democratic strongholds, Fulton County in particular, largest county in the state, almost 10% of the state's population. And you look at that margin and you say, vote coming in here is almost 3/4 Democratic. That's only 72% Republican. That is why people are worried. Keep moving around. DeKalb County, fourth largest county in the state, about 70% of the population, only 8% Republican. Democrats 80%. 80% report. The Democrats lead going away from Georgia. But I see we're talking about all cycle. Is this the moment in Georgia?
By 4 o'clock, we're going to know a lot more information about Wisconsin's voting. So probably going to be more blue,
right now,
if I'm being honest.
Those results,
Where's Wisconsin right now?
Wisconsin currently has a lead at the moment, but it currently has 82%. Or 10 electoral votes right there. 10.
Hey, Bill, you there? Bill? Bill?
Yes.
Hey, you have your laptop? Can you see if Oakland News now opens up for you fast, or just opens up at all? Oakland News?
I can check. Yeah.
Sure. Thanks.
So I was watching ABC News right now as I was coming back in. And so with 91% of the precincts reporting in Georgia, mathematically, Joe Biden can still catch up, if not surpass Trump. What's interesting right now is that the percentage-wise, forget about that, but the vote-wise, the differential is 110,000. So when you stop and consider what's happening in Georgia, that theoretically 130,000 votes haven't been counted, and so that's something that's interesting because they even brought up the whole Georgia situation itself because he's only behind 110,000 votes. So the irony is there that with the 130,000 votes still out there unaccounted for, potentially that could go to split the difference on behalf of Biden.
So it's
you've got to try Monday.com. Go to Monday.com and manage
how many
work on a powerful platform that's easy to use. So easy.
That's somebody else's.
For workflows, you can track your team's progress.
The mic on. Hold on a second. Let me see who's. Thank you. Let me turn this down too. Yeah, I think the question that I need to double check is how many total votes remain to be counted, not just that one, because they were going.
Right.
Yeah.
No, of course not. But with only 110,000 votes, when you consider how big the state of Georgia is, that's a small percentage of votes. So there's a 2% difference between Trump and Biden at this moment. And one of the interesting statistics they threw out there is that over the last 4 years, since 2016, there has been an explosion, as you pointed out, Zennie, unrelated to politics in terms of the entertainment industry. And with that, you get a lot of different demographics moving into the state of Georgia. So those people coming in, the new people coming in, that diverse group of people coming into Georgia will probably positively reflect the votes for Biden.
Yeah, around here, as I was saying to my mom earlier this last month, actually, I have never seen a situation where there were more votes for the Democratic candidate, in this case Joe Biden, more signs, not votes, than Trump. By contrast, in 2016, at the corner down here, Jorge has a large property. It's about four acres. He had a gigantic Trump sign that I made. I went down there to interview him about it. And it was well received by the locals. The locals all thought I was Republican. They were disappointed to find out I wasn't. I just liked the news. It was newsworthy, right? And but he was a hallmark of all these people are just so excited for Trump. Well, I went by his place. I don't even know if he's still there. No sign, no big sign, no sign at all. But you go to the neighborhood about a mile down here, we're all spread out. Biden, Trump, Biden. Never seen that before. So yeah, this area really changed, and the movie industry brought in people who come in here from your area, Joseph.
Yeah.
There's one woman who was on our program, Victoria, who I interviewed, who has been, I don't know if she's been here lately, but has flown in here for work from LA. A number of people have done that. A number of big stars, like Amy Smart, who was in the with Jason Statham, it was not Crash, but what was the movie? At any rate, it's escaping me the name of the movie, but she has, and she's been she was in for a cable program, and wow, of course, all the Avengers movies were made down here.
Yeah, Pinewood Studios.
Yeah, well, they renamed it to Thai something.
Okay.
Trulo or whatever, but it was renamed. Pinewood's no longer involved here. Now that coincided with the ending of the Marvel contract, because they had made all the Avengers movies they were going to make to that point. And also Pinewood Shepperton in England, after being stalled by the county councilpeople for years, finally got clearance to expand, which they did a few years ago, and that was completed last year. So all of that had impact here, but also, even though they denied it, there were concerns that the movie industry would leave because of Georgia's stance on abortion. And so that was challenged in the courts, and it's still in stasis. But it was quite clear that even before the pandemic, I mean, still work here. There's a lot of work here in entertainment. Well, let me rephrase it. There was a lot more work before the pandemic. Now, like, I happened to spot a movie being made that stars Amy Adams, and I made a video about it a few weeks ago.
In your city of Fayetteville, right?
Yeah, and I made a video about it. But I made it because, it's news.
Yeah. Can I add something? I think the migration of people coming from all over the country to Georgia, but specifically Atlanta, started slowly in 1996 with the Olympics. Because what I recall is that a lot of people here in Southern California were moving to Atlanta prior to that because they were part of the construction. They were part of the construction crews, and they're claiming how inexpensive it was for them with regards to how expensive it was in Southern California, and many of them stayed there.
But the biggest reason for migration here was and has been the Atlanta's airport. It's the largest in the world by some measures, and it connected Atlanta in particular, thanks to Delta, with Europe. And so now you have a pipeline of people who, until of course we had these lock-ins and everything, who basically had a second home here, who lived in London. And when I started coming here in earnest to help Mom in 2011, I got involved in there was a burgeoning social media community here, and that had these huge meetings that attract like 400 people. And but what I learned in being involved in it is that people here tend to be there are a lot of outsiders here because of the dynamic we're talking about.
Yeah.
That are also very transient, but they tend to be very highly educated and entrepreneurial. And so they have come in and really helped reshape this culture. Some people have left to other places like Boston, and some people have stayed and married and everything else. And so, yeah, they've had a dramatic impact on this. And it really ramped up, I would say, after, starting around 3 or 4 years ago, when we had this explosion of studio growth. And then it really started to turn things around. Yeah. I need some water. I'll be right back.
All right. You want to
hear that Mark King won over Martha McSally?
Say what? Wait, hold on a second. Let me.
Mark King won.
Oh, hold on a second. I need to.
Maybe we could get the panel back on there. It's just me right now.
Is it? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry about that. Right here.
Hey, good to be back.
Yeah.
Mark King won.
I think that's probably going to stay the way it is for a while. So
it's going to stay the way it is for a while because they're going to be counting all through the night, and it's going to take at least 12 to 24 hours. I'm guessing.
I need some water. I'll be right back. Otherwise, I'm going to pass out here.
Not leaving, guys. Don't worry.
Okay. Oh, another all-nighter. Oh, no.
Yeah, it's worth it, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, I found that whole the Georgia thing pretty interesting.
Huh?
The Georgia thing I find pretty interesting. That's really going to be interesting in the next couple of days.
Yeah. What's the record for the longest live stream we had? I think we just surpassed it. 5 hours.
I think it was 5 hours, the longest.
We hit that mark now.
Yeah.
I'll be right back. Trying to climb out of this chair. Hey, we just picked up viewers. Look at that, 10 more. Somebody say hello to them.
Yeah, everybody, thank you for coming in.
Give a recap, would you all?
Okay. Well,
your platform.
We were moving along at a nice little pace for a while, with states reporting in, and then a pipe burst in Fulton County, Georgia, and then just Philadelphia is bogged down. First of all, Pennsylvania is a notoriously slow state to report under normal circumstances, but these are not normal circumstances. But with a flood of mail votes and dropped off ballots, and the fact that they're having to take extra special precautions due to COVID-19, the process that is normally slow for Pennsylvania is slower than normal. So,
and I think added to that is when a few weeks ago, even maybe as soon as a week ago, if you guys recall, that Trump was basically putting down Pennsylvania, saying how corrupt it was, and basically setting up this potential loss for him because he's trying to not lose Pennsylvania. But what I think Pennsylvania did, as you stated, is that they took extra precautions because Trump was trying to insinuate that those ballots that were going to be counted were either invalid or weren't properly being counted.
Right.
That's usually how the guy goes. And then,
but he hyper focused just on Pennsylvania.
Oh, I know. Don't worry. Sorry, that's like, I'm talking.
But sorry, Bill. I know you're in the middle of your discussion.
So I was trying to come up with a recap as was requested. So what may happen is hopefully we will see in the next, I would hope in the next 24 hours, though that's not something I can guarantee, a definitive outcome, and we will find out. Hopefully sooner rather than later, who the next president of the United States will be.
Yeah, definitely. Now, I talked about this earlier, but my concern is, again, this thing positive, but the fact that we have a safe harbor date of December 8th when the election has to be ratified. What are your guys' thoughts about whether or not it would be that long before it is ratified, depending on the outcome and depending on who's on the losing side of that?
I don't think it'll take that long. I think that worst case scenario by Friday we'll have a definitive result. I think that's the worst case scenario. I think we may know something as soon as, before this time tomorrow. I mean, yeah, before this, or I guess it's already, so it's the 4th now. So, yeah, before this time on the 5th, we may know something. But I think, like I said, I think the worst case is Friday. I think worst case by Friday, we will know who the president will be. And, the only other question at that point is, depending upon what the results are, will we see, a bunch of lawsuits, and will they simply be dismissed, or will they be given a hearing? And, how long will that take? But I think the actual tabulation will be done somewhere in the next 24 to 48 hours. That's my reading of it.
So for the sake of discussion, let's say the election results is close enough where either one party could have maybe called that into question. Do you see, like I said, I think we know the answer, but I'm going to throw it out there. What's the likelihood which candidate would more likely try to go to the courts on this?
Well, I mean, I think either one might, depending on what happens, but obviously the one that's more established to be litigious by nature is obviously Donald J. Trump, who has been involved in, God, somebody told me the number of how many lawsuits he's involved in his life. How many was? It was a crazy number. I can't remember what the number was. It was a crazy high number. Like, I knew the number would be high, and it was still higher than I thought it would be when someone actually told me how many lawsuits he's been a party to in his life. It was a very high number, Joseph. I can't remember what the number was, but it was super high. Like,
1 second.
Yeah, because I think at the very least, at minimum, it was a half a dozen during his current presidency.
Yeah, but I mean, it was way more than that. It was a really high number. It was a really, I probably should have I didn't prep for that. I should have probably looked that up before. But it's a high number. That much I can tell you. Like the number, whatever number you think it is probably higher.
And I wanted to point out for anybody's listening, there's a substantial amount of those lawsuits that were for racial discrimination.
Yep.
Any thoughts, Zennie?
On what?
Oh, just anything. We're just kind of flowing here.
Yes.
No, I'm actually responding to a comment on the matter of the water pipe burst and at State Farm Arena. And so hold on a second. Yeah. All right. The person had commented that I thought was interesting, wrote that the pipe that burst happened to be right over the room where the absentee ballots were counted, but then pointed out, made a cognitive jump that makes no sense to me, that the CEO of the Hawks is a Democrat talking about Steve Koonin. So what? Because what I was going to write was, well, why don't you check and see who's responsible for maintenance, and maybe the maintenance contractor, and check their background. I think that would be more to the point, don't you? That's what I was going to write.
Yeah.
So
yeah, because that person would have more access to that level of the stadium.
Right. And so I don't think it's, in this day and age, it really tends not to be a person on their own working for, say, the Hawks, but a person working for a private organization that is responsible for maintenance. And in fact, as I think about that, in the State Farm Arena, let me check something related to that video. I also was changing the wording because it wasn't getting enough views, only 77. And I thought, okay, what keyword did I leave out that would make a difference? And I thought, oh, of course, election. So now the new title is, Georgia. The new title is 130,517 absentee ballots impacted Georgia election vote. Delayed water pipe burst at State Farm Arena. And I ran all those together to pick up those keywords without punctuation, because search engines really don't pay attention to punctuation. So let's see how that works. Anybody who tells you the search engines pay attention to punctuation, laugh at them. I can show you they don't. I mean, that's just for human edification, as I think I have said to Mr. Carroll on a couple of occasions.
On several occasions. Yes. I struggle because I was an English major, so yeah, my training kicks in, and I'm wanting to put in. I've been fighting it, so I'm doing what I can.
Yeah, I call it, you're being humored by machines. The machines are laughing at you. Ha ha ha. So yeah. So anyway, and I'm writing now. You mean the maintenance person. Not the Atlanta Hawks CEO. Check that person. Okay.
I'm going to start my treatment, but I'll come back on once I connect myself.
All right.
All right. Be right back.
Yeah. So now that I got that, I'm going to check and see.
Where's Joseph?
Joseph? I think Joseph said he was going to do his medication. I'm going to check and see. Where are we here? State Farm.
Yeah, Marjorie Taylor Greene is officially a member of the.
What's the count
House.
now?
QAnon Kelly, as I like to call her. Because the QAnon supporter.
That nutty lady.
Also, I think
supposedly nutty. I haven't met her, so I don't know. She might be more sensible than she's been painted to be. So I hope so for us.
I hope so, but honestly, you never know anymore. You never know.
No, we've had a whole generation of people that have been negatively impacted by Facebook. My God. Employment. Staff directory, State Farm Arena. Let's see what this turns up.
What's going on with it now?
Owner, Tony Ressler. Grant Hill, vice chairman. Trevor Slink was head of basketball operations, so he still is, rather. Basketball operations. Okay. I see nothing about arena management.
Wait, how long are you guys gonna be up for?
Arena administration. Hold on. Well, how long? How late? Well, you tell me.
Where to go for?
You tell me. You all tell me. Because we're still up around here. It's, I mean, if we left, Joseph was assuming we were coming back, I guess. So.
I have my pillow out.
Chief of engineering is okay. There's no person here. The director of building operations and chief of it are the people. Manager, yeah. So it's their job. Bless you. It's definitely on State Farm Arena building and event operations. And it's on them. Separate from it's on them. It says connect with us. Guest services, Atlanta Hawks sales. But see, actually, the Atlanta Hawks, I guess, own it. Let me see here. State Farm Arena ownership. Okay, it's owned by the Atlanta Hawks, the Atlanta Fulton County Recreation Authority, and it's operated by the Hawks. Owned by Tony Ressler, along with a group of investors, including Grant Hill. Now, Tony Ressler. Okay. Donald Trump. Let's see here. Let's see here. May 31st, 2019. Trump makes important points about how China must change, billionaire money manager says. And it says the economic relationship between the U.S. and China needs to change, says Ares co-founder Tony Ressler. Guess who that is?
Yeah. Oh, interesting.
Guess who that is? The owner of the Hawks, right?
Yep.
Ressler owns President Trump and Chinese leaders to lower the amount of noise and focus more on substance. Okay.
Oh, man.
So basically, it's another billionaire. There you go. Married to Jamie Gertz. And then he reads this.
I'm so shocked by this crazy announcement.
That's my favorite fun fact so far. That is Mr. Jamie Gertz.
Connect the dots and you get the full picture. What a surprise.
Okay, statement from principal owner Tony Ressler and Atlanta Hawks and State Farm Arena. And throughout the week, they said the media statement, they was on the whole Black Lives Matter issue. I know that, they've been supportive in. Still, it seems a little weird. And yeah. This is what okay. Tony Ressler issued this statement to the media, which basically says, I'm in support of taking the steps that will cause the society to be more tolerant and anti-racist. But so there you go. I mean, again, as I was saying to Rick Gates, what sometimes seems to be a conspiracy is the accident of coincidence.
Mm-hmm.
But given under the circumstances, I don't trust these people.
I don't trust them either, honestly. Really, you're expecting to Trump,
check this stuff out, man.
I mean, it's 2020. Like, if you want, just throw any idea of simple thinking and just throw it out the window. Just call it as we see it. Just running because it probably is.
Hey, I don't know if you guys have seen these comments, but Joseph Bensman said, and Happy Ernst won, and I wish he's a dunce. Cash Money says, Biden, let's go. Joseph Bensman says, isn't it true that although we should be able to know a winner on election night, or shouldn't we? Last time I checked, we don't wait 4 years for election day +1 or plus a week. We should be able to count votes better.
Good.
And then Andre Tree can't see me. Okay. Not only is Trump winning, but the Senate is lost too. This is a disaster.
I'm gonna call it just that. Not just yet.
And he says Mark Kelly, not Mark King.
Mark Kelly, yeah.
Yeah, he says if we don't win the Senate, yikes. Joseph Bensman said that. Then he says the Andre Tree guy says Trump has a huge lead in Pennsylvania. I hope you all are right about Georgia.
You are right.
And then Joseph Bensman says, yeah, but many ballots would be counted in Pennsylvania.
Sure, especially in Philadelphia and Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
I'm curious to why I'm lying on here. It's it's the election. It's New York. It's that's why I'm sorry.
Check out the Pennsylvania Secretary of State. Pennsylvania Secretary.
I nap for a few bits. Might just nap for a little bit, just recharge my batteries a little bit. Is that okay?
Say again?
It's okay if I just recharge my batteries a little bit and just go inside.
Yeah. Pennsylvania Secretary of State says 2 days ago it will take days to count overwhelming majority of votes. He said that 2 days ago. Then he said the election will not be called by Tuesday, a day ago. Hold on a second, folks. Okay. So anyway, mom's headed off to bed. So she's thoroughly disgusted.
Then again, it's not surprising, unfortunately.
Yeah, so don't blame her. Don't blame her.
I feel like I might call in tonight.
All right. Well, yeah, hold on a second. I was looking at Pennsylvania, the Secretary of State. Election returns. Find up-to-date and trusted information. In fact, you know what? As I'm looking at this, why don't I share it with you? That's the beauty of StreamYard. Share screen? Share screen, anyone? Yes. Like Grey Poupon mustard. Grey Poupon. Remember those commercials?
Yeah, Grey Poupon, Dijon mustard.
Do you have any Grey Poupon? And they were around the same time as the whole. They were around the same time as the whole. Anything else would be uncivilized. So you had this sort of interesting because it was that go late 80s era when greed is good, right? Because Wall Street came out around the same time. It was an interesting time.
21 Club, my favorite restaurant in the whole wide world. That's right.
It was an interesting time. Yes, that was the whole, era of Bret Easton Ellis,
less than zero.
Yes, all that stuff. It was all that happening, where it's like, it's cool to be sort of a vacant but rich person, and all that, and it was just an interesting time because people were being told. I mean, this has been obviously a capitalist, society from its very original underpinnings, but no one had ever said so openly, at least, that you should just go out and get as much stuff as you can before you die. Right. And now we have this open embracing of, hey, go get stuff and, do cocaine.
Yep. And marijuana is legal,
Yeah, right. But not 33 years ago. I'm trying to think what year that would have been.
I think that's the other untalked about issue here. But hey, look at this. Look what I found, folks. See that?
Yep. There's my state.
Here's the thing. Is this
where I was born, at least?
Okay. It says Biden, Joseph Robinette Jr.
Yep.
42.95% male. So we kind of know that, but we don't know the filter options. That's all we know. But here's a county breakdown. See, I like these people.
So a big thumbs up from Zennie of Zennie62Media for their
website.
Okay,
so Adams County went 80.71% Trump, but apparently, I guess all these votes are counted, it would seem.
Well, my guess is, if memory serves me correctly, Adams is a central Pennsylvania, I think it might be even south central Pennsylvania, smaller county. So some of the smaller counties probably are 100% tabulated.
Oh, wait a minute. Here is what I'm looking for.
The larger ones will not be.
All right. This is what tells me. This is what it said was, please note, for counting progress of ballots, see that? Including mail-in ballots, please visit votespa.com/counting. So I'm doing that. There it is. And it says /counting, votespa.com/counting. There it is. Took me back to election results. Okay. Supplemental dashboard. View the progress of counting each type of ballot. All right. Supplemental results dashboard. You can learn how to use the dashboard by viewing our webinar video. You must visit data.pa.gov to view and download supporting data sets. Ooh. Look,
CSV file fun.
Look at this. Welcome. Figures will not be updated between 3 a.m. and 7:15 a.m.
Yeah, I could have predicted that.
The next, thanks, man. You're the beauty of telling us. Oh, well, you already know that.
Well, I mean, they already said hours ago that they were not going to. Whatever, it's okay. Do your
anyway,
thing.
guys.
All right,
guys. It's been late for me. It's been over 5 hours. Honestly, it was 6 hours of doing this coverage. It's not done yet, and we're probably not going to know until tomorrow morning. Probably not even that either. But hey,
hold on a second. Let me figure out.
I'll speak to you guys later. So see you guys.
Okay. I'll see you.
Yeah, it's getting late.
You sound like you're out of breath, Vinny.
Yeah, well, he's probably going to lie down. He
was already lying on his back. He was already lying down. Let's see here. He's lying down. These guys are still going. You know, this is live on CNN, right?
Yeah, I'm looking at Cuomo and Baby Cuomo. And I don't recognize the other guy.
I forgot his name. I'm forgetting about. It's late. You know, forgot his name. Okay. What am I doing here? Oh, that's what I'm doing here. Boom. Let's see here. See, my fear is with the president, we're not going to get the help we need, man. You know.
Well,
you're going to be mired in all this crap.
Yes. Well, we're going to be mired in crap. That much I could. The one thing I do feel confident stating is yes, Zennie, we'll be mired in crap. If you're looking for a glimmer of good news, I truly believe. I probably shouldn't, but I believe that the Democratic Party is going to be forced to realize that marginalizing progressive voices is not the way to go. I'm hoping, at least, that that's the lesson that's been learned. Hey, maybe it's not such a good idea to marginalize progressive voices. And so when the running away and hiding for people like Antonia Ocasio-Cortez and others didn't work out, right? So maybe embracing them might work. I mean, we've come to a point, and everyone's, for the most part, been a pretty good soldier. I mean, obviously, progressives sort of held their nose and voted Biden, but we can get past this point where we are acting like it's untoward to embrace the. I mean, what is it about being unabashedly progressive that makes us so afraid? Is what I've never understood about the Democratic Party. And
I think you know what it is. I think the problem is that you have people who don't really understand how the government works. I think a lot of it is the same problem that we face overall. It's that people don't understand that. Look, we already are a socialist country, and the only reason we don't act like is because, unlike the majority of socialist countries, the countries that have some system that looks socialist, if you will,
sure,
are mono-ethnic. Sweden, Japan, the Netherlands, they all have no problem having policies that take care of their own. But if you take a look at the UK and us, it's the problems of our society are always thought of as being the province or the dregs of our society, which just happen to be minority.
Yeah. What a coincidence.
Right. Okay. And so therefore, the people who don't, if you will, look like that, have this, this imagined luxury that it doesn't apply to them and they don't have to get better or have to have a society that actually has service delivery that works for everybody. It's been that way for a long time. It's like, and so then we wonder, for example, why Japan is able to dump billions of dollars of steel into the United States and literally take over the steel industry.
Yep.
Same with the automobile industry, which they did thanks to the Ministry of International Trade and Industry.
Right.
Hey, and how do I know that? Well, it just happened to be the focus of my thesis in grad school called A Theory of Decline, the American Institution and the World Economy, which netted me a visit to Japan at the invitation of the Ministry of International Trade and Industry in 1987. So, I've been at this a long time. We don't learn. I always had this hope that we will learn, but now, racism is a mental illness, and I say that because it's so powerful. It doesn't make people see the real problems. It quite literally fucks people up, and I think that's where we're at. Really, really do. So anyway, here are the reports. Loading data. Precincts. So you can click to view the precincts reporting. Click to view the mail ballots cast. All right. Okay. So look. Will you look at this? Will you look at this? Ooh, look what I found. Look what I found, man. Are you seeing this? Dude, you see this?
Philadelphia. Oh, Luzerne.
This is like all of. Okay, this is Philadelphia. This is let's see. I move this up a bit here. It won't move up for me. Wait a minute. Try that. Come on, go up. Go all the way up. Go all the way up. Okay, it says I'm trying to get up to here, where it says what does that say? Trying to get it to pop out for me. Oh, here it is. Share URL. What's a share? Let's do it this way. Well, that won't work because you can't see it. Let me escape that. I'm gonna have to wing it another way, like this. All right. County name. This is ballots cast. This is ballots counted. Okay. Ballots counted. This is ballots remaining. And this is percent counted. So in Adams 0, Allegheny 48% to be counted. Bedford hasn't been counted at all. Hold on a second, folks. Wait, one moment here. You can't see that, can you?
No.
Okay, hold on a second. Okay, there it is. See that? All right, so basically, I'm trying to find the average, and I found it. It's at the bottom. You guys see that? It's at the bottom.
Let me zoom in. I can't see
it. No, I mean, I can see a bunch of lines and numbers.
Let me see here. At the bottom, it says the average. There's 43.56% of the mail ballots counted. That's okay, and there are 1.4 million remaining. Okay,
and that's the state of Pennsylvania, correct?
Yep.
Right. So basically, yeah, there are 1.4 million remaining, and that's 43.56% of the total. Excuse me, reverse of that. 100 minus 43.56%. That's a clear majority. I mean, what is that? That's let me do that in my head. That should come out to be so I'll just round it to 44. Yeah, 100 minus 44. That minus 40. So that would be what 57? 56. 56% of the ballots have not been counted. Wow. 56% of the mail ballots remaining have not been counted. And that's 1,435,289. So there you go. Now, and that's the entire state. Now, of them, the largest number are in Allegheny County. That's 178,455 ballots remaining there. 107,000 ballots in Bucks County. And 82,000 in Chester County, as well as 52,000 in Cumberland. So what is the county for Philadelphia? Does anybody know? Let's find out real quick.
No.
Okay, Philadelphia counties. Philadelphia. Counties. Philadelphia counties. What are the 5 counties of Philadelphia? Ooh, listen to this. Bucks, Chester, Delaware, Montgomery, and Philadelphia.
Yep. So that's not just the city. That's the city and some of the collar counties.
Right. But but my point is that they comprise the largest.
Yes. That's the most population. Those are, you just named the most population dense counties. Yes.
Right. And so what I'm looking at is, in terms of the counting dashboard, Bucks County. Okay, Bucks is at
196.
Bucks is at, in terms of mail ballots remaining, is at 107,610. If you want the URL, here it is. This is the URL. There. Okay. And then I'm showing, that's it. So you can literally go and grab it. I don't know if you can grab it per se, but you can at least take a screenshot of it and then just, or go and do a search here or under Google here for that's how I found it. Under Pennsylvania Secretary of State. See, but so you've got Bucks County,
and that's 30% precincts reporting.
Okay.
Now, what's interesting is Delaware. If you scroll down to Delaware, it's 66.91%.
Remaining though to be counted. I'm looking at 107,610. That's mail ballots remaining to be counted. That's here.
Yeah.
That's what I'm looking at. Okay. And then I'm looking at Allegheny County, which, according to this, is not listed among, there are more than 4 million. Yeah. It's not one of the 5 counties in the Philadelphia region. So that's a danger. And I say it like that because if we go back there to the dashboard.
Wait, hold on. Republican David Andall, who died from COVID-19 in October, has been elected to the North Dakota House of Representatives. There's a moment.
You're kidding.
There is no more 20 world.
All right, let me check something. Allegheny County. Allegheny County. County EA. There that is, okay. And 2020 election results for the county. Don't allow. Allegheny County. Oh, Allegheny County is home to Pittsburgh. Holy shit. Do you realize that most of the ballots that have not been counted, do you realize this is mostly Pittsburgh and Philadelphia?
Yes, of course, because they're the 2 most population dense places where they have the greatest number of mailed ballots. So yes.
Tell me that's obvious to you.
It is obvious. It is obvious. Like, how would it not be obvious?
Because if it wasn't obvious, you would have said so before I went through this exercise.
I said it hours ago, Zenny. We were first talking about Pennsylvania literally 4.5 or how many hours ago it was. We're all getting punch drunk. But however long ago it was, I said it forever ago, and I told you that we would not know anything really for at least a day, possibly two.
But you didn't tell me that Allegheny County was Pittsburgh.
But you knew that already. You remember back when you used to watch football games as a kid, they would say Three River Stadium, which sits at the confluence of the Monongahela, the Allegheny, and the Susquehanna rivers.
So how come
Everybody knows that.
Well, how come you didn't point that out when I needed to know it before then?
Because you're actually older than me. So you have even more years of memories of watching them tell you where Three River Stadium is.
That's the biggest.
I figured you must know that.
Well, why didn't you just admit that it didn't occur to you to tell me at the time?
Because I figured you must know. That's why.
No, you just didn't even think about it. Admit it.
No, I figured you're smarter than me, Zenny. You're a friggin' genius. I figured you must know.
No, you didn't figure that at all. Because why? If that's the case, why let me go through that exercise? You figured that I knew.
Because you like doing things like that, Zenny. That's what you're into.
No, you didn't think about that. You're just coming up with,
No, I'm telling you that I figured you must know this already, but you just like dinking around with stuff.
Oh, it's called hindsight.
Dinking around with stuff.
No, it's called hindsight is
You're
20.
a tinkerer, Zenny.
Now you're BS. You're just BS.
No,
you admit when you're wrong.
Joseph, does Zenny like poking around at things? Is that something he's into?
No, that's not what it's about. It's about the fact that you didn't say, oh, by the way, hey, the reason why we're going to have a long night is because Allegheny County is in Pittsburgh and they haven't counted all the ballots there.
I said
you didn't
4.5 or however many hours ago it was that the two places.
I wasn't on that much earlier, so
I said back when we were talking about Pennsylvania, I said that first of all, I said Philadelphia is notoriously slow, even under quote unquote normal circumstances. I said that a long time ago. And I said that I did say a very long time ago that the two most population dense portions of the state would be very slow to come in. And I mentioned that I did mention Allegheny County. I may not have mentioned Pittsburgh was in it, but I did mention that Allegheny County was one of the two places in the state where they have the highest concentrations of non-white voters. And I mentioned that they also have a very high concentration of mail-in votes. I said that, I don't know, 10:30, 11, whatever time it was.
You didn't connect Allegheny County to Pittsburgh.
I didn't spell that part out to you, Zenny, but I definitely mentioned that that county was going to.
No. All you're trying to do is get away with me saying something and say, "Oh yeah, I told you that." It's the same variation of what I was saying before. You were, forget it.
When I explained, and I said, I even related it to my other home state of Virginia. I said it's the same. Remember we talked about Alexandria County? We talked about the Tidewater area of Virginia. I explained that it's very similar. I even connected the two. And I said, because you have these two most population-dense parts of the state, where in the case of Northern Virginia, where up around D.C., you've got, like I said, Annandale, Alexandria, Falls Church, all that. That was going to come in later, which is why originally Trump was looking good. And then as soon as the Tidewater area, the 7 cities of the Tidewater, right? Hampton Roads, Hampton, Portsmouth, Newport News, Chesapeake, Virginia Beach, Norfolk, and Hampton started coming in. I knew that along with Alexandria County up there by D.C., we're going to throw it back over to Biden. I said this hours ago, and then I related it to Pennsylvania, where I said that the places that were going to come in the slowest were the two most population-dense parts of the state, which included Allegheny County and the Philadelphia area. Said this forever ago.
So if that's the case, smart guy, what's the likelihood that this is going to come out to be a Democratic vote?
Well, I mean, they're both Democratic enclaves. Philadelphia is like Chicago, where once you win the Democratic primary for whatever you're running for in the Philadelphia area, you've won. There's the Republicans exist just to say they exist in Philadelphia, but they don't win anything.
So you're just saying
it's a little more balanced. It's a little more balanced in southwestern part of the state where Allegheny is located.
Okay, smart guy. So did it occur to you to check the data?
No, because I knew there would be nothing substantial yet because they haven't counted enough of it for it to make sense yet.
But wait a minute, there's this little thing called math, right? I thought math was like taking.
You're the math guy. I was an English major.
Okay, so then that's the case. Let's scroll down and see what we have here. What we have here is
Joseph. I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
No, well, let me just say this. Earlier, Zenny, you weren't on when he did mention.
Let me finish. 84.7%. Okay, GOP. Sean Parnell, 57%. Democrat, 42%. All right. And then if we scroll down, that's the House. And then scroll down, we have the Democrat win by 64%, 35%. So if I were to do or think of this, that's the state Senate, in terms of weighted average, I would say the weighted average would tell me, just eyeballing it, that 60% of those mail-ins are going to come out for Democrat. If they need to be at 75%, they won't make it. Now, do we have that'll give us 60%, but we need 75% of those to put us over, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Maybe I haven't run the numbers, and I'm very, very tired, so I'm not going to be able to answer that.
Okay, so I'll say right. If that's the case, then the magic question is, if it's all those mail-in ballots. Let me see something here. Total Pennsylvania ballots to be counted, regardless of form, because there's mail-in, right? And then there's early voting, right? So here, ABC News says why Pennsylvania won't finish counting absentee ballots. Ooh, and I just saw a number that I think I'm really going to like. And I think you're really going to like it too. The number, as I scroll down here, because it jumped out to my eyes, very big. Okay. According to the Pennsylvania State, there were over 3,098,947 total requested ballots in Pennsylvania. Only, okay. So, of the counting information that we had, which is back over here, we scroll down. Let's see here. Show all history. Pennsylvania. Let's see here. Counting dashboard. Supplemental results. Data. Where does that get us? Open Data Pennsylvania. I like you. That's not where I'm looking for. Hey, took me to the wrong place. That's not very sporting. Let's see here. Download supporting data sets. That's what I thought I was doing. Government that works. Open data. That's not very nice at all. They switched pages on me. Ooh. I hate that. Somebody's trying to play hide the ball. That's not very sporting. Let's see here. Okay. Interesting. They switched pages. Not very sporting. In fact, that's fucked. Wow. They took me off the scent. How dare they? They actually think interesting here. Okay, so let me try this another way. Think you're gonna get best of me? Never. All right, here. Total Pennsylvania ballots to be counted. Here we go. Philadelphia Inquirer. They're closer to the action, so theoretically, they will have the answer. The Philadelphia Inquirer reports the following. Okay, so let's take this. Let's go here. Let's get rid of this. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, come on, Zen. Stop screen. Full screen. This. Bless you. ABC News. Posts. Entire screen. Nope. County dashboard. I got an idea. Yes. There. And that's going to replace that with it. And voila. And there we go. Philadelphia Inquirer for your entertainment on the way out. All right. Now, what this reads is Trump said, oh, come on now. This Pennsylvania lead is impossible to catch. It's not. Let's crunch the numbers. Okay. Despite President Trump's claim that his early lead in Pennsylvania based on partial vote is going to be, quote, going to be almost impossible to catch, most mail ballots had not yet been counted and released as of 3 a.m. Wednesday. It's 4:19 a.m. And those ballots will heavily favor Joe Biden. Not only did Democrats vote by mail at much higher rates than Republicans, the majority of mail ballots left come from heavily Democratic areas. Out of more than 2.5 million mail ballots cast, this is what I'm looking for. 1.1 million had been counted and included by 3 a.m. in the unofficial totals posted on the Pennsylvania Department of State website. That left 1.44 million, or 56%, that had not yet been counted or whose totals had not been loaded into the system and published. Several counties are counting them around the clock. Among those remaining ballots come from Philadelphia and its 4 suburban counties, Bucks, Chester, Delaware, and Montgomery and Allegheny County, home to Pittsburgh. Together, the 6 counties had 800,000 ballots that were still to be counted or added to the total. Those votes will strongly skew toward Biden. In fact, more than 3 out of 5 of the remaining ballots come from counties that voted for Hillary Clinton in 2016. So 3 out of 5, and those numbers might actually slightly underestimate the total number of mail ballots to be counted, since some ballots have been received but not yet scanned into the state's database. Ooh. Plus, ballots can also be counted if they arrive by mail as late as 5 p.m. Friday under an order from the Pennsylvania Supreme Court, though Republicans are challenging that before the U.S. Supreme Court. Not only do the uncounted votes come from primarily from areas most favorable to Biden, mail ballots are disproportionately likely to be used by Democrats. That's why we were always very likely to see what's known as a blue shift as those mail ballots are counted. Democrats requested and returned mail ballots at far greater numbers than Republicans. The Democrats mailed ballots exceeding Republicans in 59 of the state's 67 counties. My Lord. So Jake Tapper's claim that they wouldn't meet 75% looks pretty strange now because they could very well meet that. This means even in most counties that Trump won in 2016, Democrats outnumbered Republicans when it came to voting by mail. So despite Trump's claim that the remaining votes could not close his current margin in the vote totals, and that those votes are coming from, quote, good Pennsylvania areas where they happen to like your president, unquote, the blue shift will continue. There are many, many mail ballots still to be counted, and it's very likely most of them are cast for Biden. It will be quite possible to, quote, catch Trump's vote totals. We'll have to wait for more votes to find out whether it happens. Wow. There you go, folks. Seek and you shall find. Seek and you shall find. And it's 4:22 a.m. here in the East, 3:22 a.m. in the Central, and 1:22 in the morning
in the West.
In the West, yeah. So now, Joseph,
I'm watching Channel 7, and so ABC, I should say. Chris Christie said something, so let me give you at least the audio, see what he says.
Okay.
I mean, listen, I've had two very prominent White House campaign people say to me it's over. I mean, they believe that the margins are too great in Pennsylvania and in Wisconsin, and they don't believe they're going to lose Georgia, and they think they have a shot to win Michigan. So
just makes it incredible that the president did what he did to undermine faith in this election. I mean, he could have come out and said, this is a great day for American democracy. We're on the verge of shattering the modern day record for voter turnout. There's a lot of votes to be counted. He could back into Biden's words, I believe I'm going to win. But to go out there and say that people were being disenfranchised, say he's going to go to the Supreme Court to stop a vote count on an election, which, as we said hours ago, he's got a good chance of winning. That's the break. We'll be right back.
So there you have it. So according to Chris Christie, his White House connections are claiming that they believe they won the election, or that they're going to win the election. And they believe that they're going to take Pennsylvania and Georgia.
I'm just glad Chris Christie's well enough to show up in the studio without wearing a mask.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking too.
Which reminds me. Hey, by the way, for those of you who are still staying with us, how you doing? Who are you, by the way? Tell us. We've been on now for 6 hours, 4 minutes, 1 second and counting.
I am going to be less than optimal at work in the morning.
Well, the good news is that this will be, well, make sure, hold on a second, monetized. I'm going to pre-monetize it. So, hopefully. Well, I think a lot of good has come of this,
Yes, it was therapeutic at least.
If you have another YouTube channel, please thumbs up this one, folks.
Yep.
Chris Cuomo is still on.
Yes.
They're all still going.
Yeah.
All right.
In the words of Bill Parcells, that's why you lift all them weights. Why you do all that stuff, right? It's why you, right. But this is the moment you trade for.
Yeah, that's why Chris Cuomo is a weightlifter.
He's in ridiculous shape. He looks like he could give you a few snaps at strong safety if he had to.
Yeah. Or snap your head off. You see how you threatened that dude on the boat?
That might be the wrong guy to step to.
You want a piece of me? You want to take me on? You want to do that? Yeah. It was funny. Boy, oh boy.
Yep.
Okay. I'm going through here and making sure that this is monetized before I shut this. I should have done that before. Well, the thing I like about YouTube, it used to be in the old days that these are preset to automatically monetize.
But now you have to select it each time.
And even when you do, though, I find that it doesn't cache properly, and so it goes back and it deliberately goes back, and it unmonetizes. So you have to really check it.
Okay. Yikes!
Yikes! Pretty much not cool. Like this one was not monetized until I just saved it now. Okay.
Yeah, somebody should do a forensic accounting of YouTube's books. See how much money we're not getting.
I bet that would be talk about a trip down the rabbit hole.
There've been a lot of stuff. It's worth researching. There's been a lot of stuff written about that, and I can tell you, it's really changed a lot. And we went through the era of people buying subscribers, which is still there. I remember there was a fellow that was a regular contributor to my blogs really early on, like 10 years ago when Melissa Rubin started, but he wanted to do his own YouTube channel. He did a couple of videos with me on my first channel. Forgot his name. And then he went off and did his own channel. And next thing I knew, he had 83,000 subscribers. I was like, wow. He bought those subscribers. And you know what happened in the next like 6 months?
I'm guessing he lost them. They went.
He yanked his channel down.
Oh.
Oops. Yeah. No, I mean they. What is it they call What is it they call it when they behead you? Well, they beheaded his channel.
Got defenestrated. They got
guillotine.
Yeah. I mean, it was not pretty, man. It didn't take long either. It was like, wow, so that happened. Yep, that happened. That happened. But yeah, you got to be careful with this thing. That's why I'm careful with this, because it's kind of like theoretically, if it works right, it can gain a great deal of passive income. That's enough to share, But what happens in reality is there's always maybe one video you have. Like I know Black Tree Media had this. He had one video that gave 60 million views for him. That was putting money in his pocket on a monthly basis, like. Mm-hmm. And I think they stopped that. I don't know, but he's Black. Jamal's done a lot of great stuff. I was trying to get him on, and I think what happened was I got sick and was able to follow up. And some people are a little testy when that happens, so they don't understand that sometimes we get sick and things happen, and no harm meant, right? So. Yeah. All right, folks. I'm going to do my. I'm going to retire and do my vlog recap, and then head off to my local election vlog recap, because we have what appears to be at least one new council member. So I'll find out what's going on.
Yep.
I already did that one for her. So.
Libby Shaft won her mayoral election, correct?
Fun stuff, huh?
Libby Shaft.
Well, Libby's our mayor.
Yeah. There's a number. I didn't keep up earlier, so there's a number of candidates that are running against her, correct?
No. The mayor of Oakland is not up for re-election. I don't know who started that idea, but
okay.
The mayor this is her final term. She's got another year, 2 years.
Well,
she'll be done 2022.
Hopefully in the next 24 to 48 hours, we will have a full tabulation from Arizona, Georgia, Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. And once we have them all in, if Biden gets 2 out of those, he probably has it. If he gets the right 2. If he gets the right 2 out of those, he has it. Yeah,
he gets Pennsylvania.
yeah. If he gets Pennsylvania and one of the others, he's probably good.
Wisconsin.
Yeah,
Right.
Wisconsin's probably the one he has the best shot at. I think.
Wisconsin right now, it's Trump as 50.9, Biden is 47.3.
Right, and once again, a bunch of the mail-in stuff from the Milwaukee area has not been tabulated. So
Georgia's coming through though. Georgia was at what was this? This is a scary number, man. Hold on a second.
Yeah, I wasn't. I mean, it would have been great to get that state, but I wasn't counting on that one.
Well, neither was Biden. He said so. But Georgia's at 50.5 for Trump, 48.3 for Biden right now, with 92% of the votes. With 92%. That's the epitome of close. I mean, that's like, holy shit. That's a second here. That is the epitome of close. 2.2% off. And my thought is, does anybody remember what that wasn't that margin bigger a few hours ago?
For Georgia?
Yeah.
It was at 2%.
Now it's 2.2%. But I'm saying, wasn't it like a? Why do I seem to remember it was even bigger than that?
Not unless you're talking about early on in the count when they were just getting the smallest. Remember, generally, and this isn't always true, but generally, Zenny, the smallest counties usually come in first. And the smallest counties, in most cases, particularly in a state like Georgia, are pretty much extremely Republican, for lack of a better way of putting it.
Yeah. Well, my point is that they have 92% reporting and there's 2.2% difference, then Biden could overtake him.
Yes, yes. If the rest of Fulton County and Cobb and DeKalb County, all the counties basically around Atlanta all come in the way they could come in. Now, once again, I don't know what the turnout was like there. I have friends in Georgia, but I haven't asked them. I'll have to ask them what the turnout was like there and things like that. But if the numbers are really strong, if it was a huge, even above average turnout, and it's predictably Democratic in those larger counties.
Yeah, these lines belong around here.
Yeah, he has a chance. He has a chance. It's not a slam dunk. It's gonna be tight. If he wins Georgia, it's gonna be over skin by that. It's gonna be by a hair's breadth, as they say.
Well, that's what I'm getting at. I'm saying that he's 2.2% ahead, and there's a lot of runway. The total length of runway is 8%.
Right.
That means that he's this 5.8% that he could gain by and still make up. In other words, Trump could still gain and still lose.
Yes.
Wow. Wow. And not only that, Fulton County, let me see how many, uncounted ballots in Fulton County. Well, I don't know. It's 4:35 a.m.
Mm-hmm.
I think we figured out,
We figured out that it won't be figured out tonight or this morning, I guess it is now. No, we figured out. It will not be figured out this morning. Now, maybe by this time tomorrow morning, perhaps, but not this morning.
This time tomorrow morning?
Maybe.
This time tomorrow morning is this?
No, I don't mean today. I mean the other tomorrow. I don't mean the other tomorrow.
Thursday morning.
We've been out for
even that's not guaranteed. I mean, we might still be figuring out one or two states even after that. But I think we'll have at least 3, maybe 4 of the states figured out by this time by 24 hours from now, if that simplifies things, I think we'll have at least 3 figured out and maybe 4.
Okay, so here's some good news in closing. At the risk of sharing part of our back, it says your hard work paid off. Publishing more videos helped your channel get 44% more views than usual. Thank you, gentlemen. Your channel got. Did you all get your PayPals?
The last thing I got was like the 28th of October, as far as I know, that I remember seeing at least. I'll check.
Yeah, check because
I haven't checked since end of October, so I'll check again.
It might be a good idea for you to check right now. How about you, Joseph? Did you see yours?
No, I didn't. I would have to log off to see it.
Oh, okay. So yeah. Okay, so all of you guys. All you
guys.
All
Is that the cousin Vinny reference?
The 2 Utes.
All you.
Well, yeah. Yeah.
I say this publicly. All you guys.
Use guys.
Or you're the math guy, so it's okay. You
right, exactly. Or as they say in Pittsburgh, yins. Right. All yins.
Oh my Lord. Okay, so yeah, it says your hard work paid off. Publishing more videos helped your channel get 44% more views than usual. Your channel got 29,764 views, which is more than 136,000 and 210,000 it usually gets in 28 days. And I can tell you there were times we got even more than that in the past, like up to 1 million a month.
Really?
You're talking about views, right?
Huh.
Yeah.
I broke my personal best with that Justin Turner video. I think it's at 33 or 3,500.
Yeah, if you guys keep, and I'll just say this on mine, it's public because it's nothing, shouldn't be a secret. But if you guys keep, and not only that, it's good to look at other YouTubers that specialize in advice about this, like Darren Eves. But as I think about it, I think it's a good idea that you all have specialized topics that you look at. Right. Like in Joseph's case, it's the Raiders, or in Bill's case, and this is why I think it should, everything you build, right, Bill? I think it should be NFL draft.
Sure.
I've
spent, good Lord, coming up on 40 years of my life studying it. So yeah, I guess I could do that.
Yeah. I mean, just whatever that in there. Anyway, we could talk about it later because I don't want to.
Yes.
I don't want to.
Yes, we can.
Pick up my mom. I was actually what I was looking for in terms of, I was trying to figure out what videos are doing what, but I don't think, you know what? Stupid me.
If the movie theaters were open, I would do more movie vlogs, but there's no movie theaters.
Well, if Biden holds on to Nevada and Arizona, and then he gets one decent sized state, Georgia would be awesome, but Pennsylvania would be one of those. He's pretty much got it.
And Nevada has 6, right?
Yes.
Okay.
So if Trump gets Ohio, Georgia, and
Pennsylvania,
Michigan, then it gets interesting because they may both end up just short of 270. It's possible. Once again, I'm too tired to really figure this out. But at some point tomorrow, I may do a scenarios video about what happens if what states are won by whom when I've had a couple hours sleep and can think clearly again.
Okay. Biden. Election live stream party and voting review. All right. Just adding that to it. All right, folks. Hold on a second.
All right.
Biden versus Trump. All right, everybody. We're going to sign off here. Thank you very much. Oh, wait a minute. We have somebody here who said something.
Oh.
Trump wins. It's numerically impossible for Biden to win. He have to litigate every single last vote in PA. Not true. Michigan, not true. Trump is president by smashing
It's also
victory.
not impossible, and I don't know how you define smashing victory.
I don't drink anymore. So what? Hey, you know what? If you're gonna say whatever it is you're drinking, have fun.
It's a Trump Kool-Aid.
The Kool-Aid, right? Yes, that's what's that's the Kool-Aid, right? Exactly.
Detroit basketball chimes in with "not true," referring to this, I guess. Then yours is 294 delegates for.
We're not going to get to 294. There's no way Trump gets to 294.
Nah. Screenshotted.
Right.
Cool.
Thank you, Detroit basketball. Yes.
Biden would have to win every single last vote of the critical states. The media refuses to rightly call a tall order. Wow. Okay. Oh, whatever.
It's like Fox News reporting right there.
Hey, well, everybody's got to have something.
Everybody's got to have something. Yeah, it's good to have hobbies.
I'll end the broadcast.